Hello out there. Welcome back to Table Talk Discussion and Discourse. I, as always, am your primary host, the ever-living, the undying Count Gray.
I am the recently undead Nazi zombie, SneakyAdolf. Feel free to shoot me with a ray gun if that is your forte, or even a Sturmgewehr.
And I'm no different. So let's fucking go.
Yes, our ghost, the unchanging.
Exactly, ever constant.
Who, while we make gorgeous new profile pictures to celebrate spoopy season.
Wouldn't say mine's gorgeous.
It's
literally 3 things that I've added.
My cheeks hanging off my face, I wouldn't say.
I wouldn't say it's gorgeous, but I would say there's more effort there than what I did.
And then there's Boo, who just sits around and he's like, yeah, well, I'm a ghost.
I've always been a ghost.
And then when Thanksgiving rolls around and I draw a little, like, pilgrim hat and little turkey feathers behind my, behind the SneakyAdolf, and Alejo does whatever he does.
I have no fucking idea. I'm not gonna
You
do
sure
anything
you have
probably.
a smallpox blanket?
Oh, yeah!
Oh no!
I'm probably not gonna do anything different because it's literally one day, and it's something that everyone overlooks.
Yeah,
and I might as well be part of the problem.
I've got plans for when Christmas season comes out. Recoloring myself in Santa clothing, and then have like the little SneakyAdolf holding a bag of presents.
Yes,
like it.
Yes,
like
yes.
Because we know for certain that Hitler would not celebrate Hanukkah.
No, it's true.
He would definitely be a supporter of Christmas.
He was.
He would be. It's a good fiscal holiday, and Germany had money issues, so of course he would support like Christmas as we know it.
Oh, I was just saying that. I was just thinking he would because he was actually he was a Christian. So
was he?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure.
I think he was 1920s Christian.
Well, obviously.
Which allows you to say, I believe in God, but also allows for you to beat your wife. It's also known as Midwest Christianity.
Oh!
Catholicism hasn't changed in a long time.
Anyway, we're moving right along.
Speaking of 1920s,
we're gonna be talking
about Alejo, the segues.
Thank you.
Built up for you.
I very much appreciate. We're talking about Cthulhu today. Because it's the appropriate time of the year to talk about Cthulhu. Even though every time of the year is appropriate, but it's the spooky times, and what's spookier than going mad at the sight of unknowable horrors?
What is spookier than knowing your true fate in the universe is that you are a cosmic mistake?
Yes, exactly. So today we're gonna start off with a Sandy Peterson video.
Good old Sandy.
Good old Sandy. He's sometimes correct, and sometimes not.
Sandy.
Yeah, no, I think he's cool.
He has some takes, but I love him nonetheless.
So,
well, I mean, we've all got takes, so
it's true.
Yeah.
So this is horror and fantasy. What about magic? Sorry, let me read it correctly. Horror and fantasy. What about magic?
Horror and fantasy. What about magic?
Now, is it horror or har?
Har. Oh har. God, I've noticed it more now that you guys were pointing it out the last time. It was great.
Just the same way that the citrus fruit filled with vitamin C is an orange.
Orange.
Yep. I thought you were going to say it was a forest fruit.
Forest fruit, yeah.
This is where you're going. That's why I nearly choked on my fucking Coke.
Well, here we go.
The little
Hey, y'all.
tooting sounds
show
really
you
don't
once
work.
Yeah.
I think it's
Like,
fine. It's just to juxtapose. It's to juxtapose the serious with the comedy. Also, fucking.
Our red masks. This
He's got,
is the Windwalker
like, look at those
mask.
fucking-
I've been wearing it
yeah.
for a couple months now. It's
See,
it's
here's my problem.
I want to
Here's
go
my
get
thing.
one of those.
I dig those masks. They're super cool. But the thing is, and this is entirely me. I really don't want to have a piece of memorabilia that helps me remember this year. Because this year has been a fucking dumpster fire.
Well, I don't know about you, but masks like should be relevant and not only worn in 2020.
Oh yeah, no, I know, but like
I for one am super glad to see them come into like somewhat fashion because they are another form of self-expression and are like just good to have for sanitary reasons.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
if I was
Japan-
gonna wear a mask for self-expression, it would be a gas mask.
Gas mask.
Gas mask. I always call them that. Shut up.
Okay. No, I mean, like,
Because at least it's a bit more striking than just a typical surgical mask. And yes, I do realize that they are literally making masks that have like cool things on them. But I don't know. I just don't want to.
I was gonna say Plague Doctor
Plague
mask,
Doctor.
but yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Fucking Plague Doctor mask. Fucking awesome.
I have
like
a
have a
number...
little valve with a little CO2 thing, and like
Yeah.
the beak itself is actually a storage tank for some leeches,
Mhm.
and then like you can press a button on the side and like fire a leech at someone.
Ugh. Oh shit! Whoops! I didn't mean to do that.
I have a number of different kind of more unique looking masks that are like not like the masks for your mouth. They're just from before that I was like, oh, I want this Plague Doctor mask. I want this half mask. I want the, I have them on my wish list on like Amazon. Because I really like masks. Masks are cool. But also just, masks.
See, now hang on. This one. This one I can get behind.
Which one?
Hang on, I'm posting it. This one I can get behind. Or in front of.
Oh god.
Please tell me it's not Corona-chan.
No.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's
Because
just,
like
I
saw a fucking a D&D alignment chart that had like the fucking like masks and like Lawful Neutral is the one wearing the literal face shield and the mask. Chaotic Neutral or Chaotic Evil was like wearing like a mesh mask that doesn't do anything.
Jesus.
Fucking Lawful Evil is one wearing it over your fucking forehead, and then Chaotic Good is that one.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. But no, I'm also, the other thing that I'll say about the masks is like, I'm glad they're also becoming more of a thing because of like Japan's been doing it for years, right? Where they just go, hey man, people are sick. I'm just gonna wear my mask so I don't spread the shit. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Like if we were to, we're not, the country isn't gonna do that, but
yeah, of course not. No.
I will. But
oh yeah, I honestly will as well in the future when I feel a little ill, because it doesn't take away and it's not like a hassle. So,
and I'm just waiting for like me next year or 2 years from now to get accosted on the street by someone saying, Corona's over, right?
Right.
And I'm just being like, sickness is forever, right?
Yeah, exactly. I can still get sick from other things and also spread sickness to you. So, sorry.
Have an aerosolized can of Germax and just
like, cause no, you get a spray bottle of it and you just go back.
Be gone, demon.
Back away, Vector.
Anyway, let's actually watch the
How to contact trace my hand upside your head.
Because it has the Windwalker. his cold breath will keep away the virus, I'm sure. Okay, so now if you are playing
Good bit,
a
Sandy.
horror campaign, such as Sandy Peterson's Cthulhu Mythos, we have several campaigns out now. We have Ghoul Island, we have Yeek Granddaddy, Dark Worlds is coming up. So if you're playing in this fantasy universe, you're playing D&D or Pathfinder, right? You have a different challenge than Call of Cthulhu. You see, in Call of Cthulhu, all magic can be creepy and scary.
Yes.
But in D&D, there's lots of kinds of magic, and most of them aren't scary at all. In Call of Cthulhu, if you have someone hypnotizing and controlling you from a distance, like Count Dracula, that's terrifying. But in D&D, that's just, a control person spell. In Call of Cthulhu,
I mean, I would honestly argue
it depends
that...
on how you flavor it.
Yeah, I would argue that... any time where I lose entire control of my character is kind of scary, right? Because, like, what is gonna happen with are they gonna kill my friends? Am I gonna be killed by the guy? Like, if I'm framed for something and then they, like, lose control of me, how am I supposed to defend myself at this point without, like, being like, no, believe me, I was controlled.
Yeah, it sort of 2 points on that, actually. When he mentions Dracula controlling his character from afar, there's this character in D&D. His name is Count Strahd.
What?
What?
Who?
He vampire boyo.
I would love it if Dracula and Strahd lived in the same fucking castle.
They're roommates.
That'd be great. I can see the TV show.
Yeah, dude. Oh, well, he had Thai last night and, like, he stank. The second thing, is you mention the whole, like, my character getting controlled. It reminds me of a campaign wherein Boo, Brogan, and I played when we were on board a ship and we had a murder mystery. And despite the fact that Muscle Wizard was the dumb one, he came up with a plan of making sure that, like, all the strangers from the various groups on the ship had, like, one representative from each group in it. That way, if there was, like, 2 or 3 people that were in on it together, no one could get away with murder without, like, the murderer being implicated. And which also reminds me, I got Among Us today because I'm facing the fact that I am now a part-time content creator.
It's fine. It's fine. It's a
yeah, no. It just, I was watching some gameplay and it reminded me of that murder mystery arc how, like, spooky scary that arc was, and the fact that Mike was, like, convinced that his character was being controlled and he's like, well, guess you gotta kill me.
Yeah, man. I wish I was there for that. I would love to have seen that.
But yeah, the thing with Cthulhu magic is, first of all, if you're going purely rules as written, and I hope you're not, the Cthulhu magic is always supposed to be way darker, way more dangerous, way more ritualistic, as opposed to in D&D where you read a book or you level up and bam, you know how to make people explode. And instead of
flavor it, but yes.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
In D&D, you're throwing fireballs the same way an action hero would throw a grenade.
Yes.
And in Call of Cthulhu, if you were doing something similar to that, you would be literally, like, dissolving the person into a puddle of bubbling flesh and sizzling bone. And it would be slow. It would not be fast.
Right.
And so, again, this is just rules as written, but the Call of Cthulhu spells have always tried to separate themselves from D&D magic by being darker in nature. But in D&D, all you got to do is just make them darker in nature.
Yes. Yeah.
That's kind of it. So if you want to have Fireball, instead of like that fire throwing a literal fireball out of them, what you could do is you have, like, in you can make it a targeted spell that still has that range effect, like the AoE thing, where you target a guy, and then you see steam rising from his body, and you see like bubbles and pustules forming on his skin as you're literally causing the fluids in his body to boil. His fucking eyes melt out of his skull, and all of a sudden, boom, his whole fucking body explodes, sending bone and flesh and everything flying out in all directions. And that's how you get that AoE shit. And that's how you can make Fireball, that really, really classic kind of just fucking fire in the hole grenade spell, be really, really scary.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, and like, granted though, while anything can be flavored to be more dark, you can also flavor Call of Cthulhu spells to be less dark.
Exactly.
And
of course,
while it is certainly true that you can flavor spells in D&D to be darker, it is still a fact that spells as written in Call of Cthulhu are much darker than in 5e.
Yeah, you literally have the drain on your insanity, you know, you have the effects themselves that are more horrific.
The effects, yes, but honestly more so the requirements.
Right,
and
those
the actual ritualistic nature of some of the procedures you have to follow to cast that spell.
True.
Doesn't one of them like necessitate cannibalizing a body?
Yep.
To like look like someone for a while.
That's right. Yep.
Hang on. Oh, sorry, I have those little mini apple turnovers. Sorry.
Ooh. Aiden, you seem to have dropped.
Yeah, no, I'm back in.
Oh, okay. Anyway.
The spell that you're thinking of is Consume Likeness.
Yes, that's
where
right.
you have to have a fresh human corpse, and over the course of several days, you have to eat that whole corpse, or you have to eat a certain amount of it every day. And once you have fully eaten the whole corpse, minus the bones and stuff, you are able to assume that person's likeness. And whenever you take damage, the image fucking dissolves and you appear as yourself again. Right. It's typically known by serpent people, and it's easier for them to do because a human has to eat things pretty damn slow compared to a snake.
Right, yeah.
Especially like a person-sized snake. Because, I mean, they can just unhinge their jaw, swallow you whole, and, like, they can cast that spell in, like, 20 minutes, as opposed to, like, days. One of my other favorite ones is, I forget what it's called, but it's actually one of the very, very early ones, where you cut your own eye out, and you take a piece of quote-unquote unclean flesh and plant it in the spot where your eye was, and you are... Oh, wait, no. You cut out someone else's eye, and you plant that unclean flesh in their now empty eye socket, and you cast the spell, and that flesh grows into a new eyeball that you can see out of.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so, like...
That's awesome. I love that.
Yeah, it's really fucking cool. It's just...
For the low cost of a dagger and a few pork chops, you can be a scrying master.
Exactly.
Yep. There's some really fucking cool spells in that book, dude.
Oh, hell yeah.
Anyway.
Creeled monster scrapes its way into your house. You're petrified. But again, in D&D, you're trying to figure out, look through the manual, is it a wyvern or just a giant lizard?
Oh, okay, wait a minute. No, Sandy. All right. No.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's not something that anyone is actually doing.
I sure hope that's not what his D&D games have been like.
But if I'm gonna give you a quick phrase, right? As you all are traveling along the road, you notice that the sky seems to be darkening, but you heard that there were going to be reports of some inclement weather this afternoon, so at first you don't think too much of it until you look ahead and you notice that the shadow seems to end in a straight line. As a couple of you who are a bit more perceptive, look up, you notice the clear outline of a large bird descending out of the heavens, and it picks up 2 of your party members in its claws.
Shit.
Can I roll
Like-
nature?
Yeah. Now,
This is a sentence which can be used both in D&D or Call of Cthulhu.
Oh, sure, yeah.
If you wanted to use a rock in Call of Cthulhu, and in both scenarios, the appropriate response is, well, shit.
Oh, yeah.
well, my immediate first response is there anywhere we can fucking hide?
Yeah, there's also
like
that,
a
yeah.
tree or a forest.
Could I fucking get out of line of sight of this thing?
Yeah, because like, holy shit.
Or at least line of claw.
I will settle for kicking out a party member into the open and taking
I don't
cover
have to
under
be faster
tree
than
roots.
dead.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah,
Well, that's good for you, boo.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, Sandy, that's not what people do in D&D, but all right.
Some people do.
So, okay, well,
D&D,
but... Let me say, some people may do that, but that is not the general experience of D&D. I don't think there are a majority of people who are out there with their monster manual just looking through it every time a fucking creature is described.
You know what would be funny? Sorry. It'd be funny if you were playing a character who was actually making a monster manual and actually had an in-game excuse to be able to do that shit.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. The only issue with that, I would say, is then you still don't know the stat blocks and shit, so don't look in my monster manual, you dick.
Yeah, no, I'd be bringing my own.
Right. Don't look in your monster manual either, then. Right? Like, you know what? I'll tell you what it is, but you don't get to look at the stats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you of magic, swords, and spells and familiarity with unnatural weird monsters? Well, I use 3 tricks to pull this off.
Sorry, wait. I just need to hear that again, because, like, yes, in D&D and other things of, like, in a more fantastical nature, in some cases, they're more familiar with a lot of more fantastical creatures, but it depends on your world and the lore that your character knows, right? Like, hell, when I had my thing, your fucking characters didn't know what goblins were. That was, like, didn't know what hobgoblins were, and, like, yeah, sure, everyone else fucking knew because they didn't, live in a forest exclusively for their entire lives. But you guys didn't, and at a game you knew, and I was like,
oh yeah, well, it's like, it's a shit ton of orcs, and then you're like, not quite, and I'm like, oh, goblins, gotcha.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, makes no difference to my character.
Right,
It's just like, oh, look at that, the green tide.
Familiarity with natural weird monsters. Well, I use 3 tricks to pull this off. First, one of the main characteristics of any magic game is that the magic is codified. Now, in Call of Cthulhu, the magic isn't really very well codified. That's intentional, right? Now, in D&D, you know exactly which spells you can cast and how many of each level. If the bad guys violate this rule, you know they're unnatural. If you have low-level cultists, 1st or 2nd level, whatever you have in D&D, and they're shooting fingers of death, something's wrong.
Yeah. Oh, I would say so. Yes. Those are the hired cultists that have been around for years, and they are much more experienced than the rank and file.
And that actually brings up a good point. In all the Cthulhu magic resources, there is the typical spell that anybody who's willing to learn it can attempt to learn. And then all spells also have a deeper version where it is a more powerful or more effective or does more things.
You upcast.
And it's typically only known by people who either excuse me, Jesus. Either monsters or people who have truly delved too deep.
Right, yeah, exactly.
And found different shit. So there are technically rules for making your stuff in Call of Cthulhu be scarier than normal stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I would also say that Sandy Peterson brought up a really good point, which sort of led my mind to create a point of its own, which is in Call of Cthulhu, right?
Mm-hmm.
Most people aren't going around who like know magic even tangentially.
Yep.
Like only a very select few
Yeah.
know of what magic even is.
And
And most people cannot successfully roll an Arcana check.
Right.
Yeah, because like if you believe in magic, you're crazy. Because magic's not real.
Yeah, exactly.
If you believe in magic, people are like, yes, I also enjoy Houdini.
Right, yeah. Or like, yes, I've also seen that one Wiccan girl in the woods every now and again who gives me that strange liquid every now and again that makes me feel a little bit calmer.
Oh, I was going to say, yes, I also know that emo goth girl.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
But like most people walking on the street, if you ask them what Dust of Suleiman is, they're like, what? Or Dread Curse of Azathoth, and you're like, excuse me, bless you?
Yeah, right. What the fuck are you saying to me?
Yeah. Excuse me, good sir, do you know the material components to melt flesh? Someone's gonna be like, I don't know, dude, some sulfuric acid.
Let me just go look in my cabinet while I call the police.
Yes.
Yeah, right?
Here is some lye, sir, I guess.
And then that's part of what makes Call of Cthulhu even more isolationist when you start getting to that point. Because in the beginning, you start out as private investigators or whatever you are.
Wow.
And you you start out as whatever you are, and you're going on these investigations. And in the beginning, you're like, hey, we saw some weird shit. Can we call the police?
Yeah,
and like
absolutely.
ask them to help. And like, yeah, sure. I mean, you guys are upstanding citizens, and you're reporting something that's fucking weird, and you can you probably have a little bit of proof. And it's like, hey, we found this fucking weird stone. It's like uttering whispers in the woods, and we saw people fucking like dancing in the shadows. It's like real bad. You go check this out. It's like, yeah, sure. But once you start getting further
we saw some people dancing in the shadows. Well, it's a free country. But officer, they were black. Well, or so
are we talking about?
Would seem to think.
Are we talking about 1920s, or are we talking about now? I can't tell anymore.
2020. The cycle repeats itself. Anyway, but
can't help it. Gotta make the joke.
You start out and you're able to still connect.
1850 or 1820.
Yeah. You start out and you're still able to connect with and rely upon society. But once you start getting further in, you start descending into this rabbit hole, and it gets harder and harder to actually climb back out to the surface and ask for help from the common surface dwellers. Now you're going to have to start digging side tunnels and looking for other people that dwell below the surface to help you. And so like, you're much more alone at that point.
Yeah, when you find the skull of this like weird hybrid between a human and a goat, and it's surrounded with black candles and lavender, like you can't go to the cops and ask for help with that. Like you've got to make your way up to Miskatonic and talk to Professor Rahul about like who happens to be a master of occult studies, and be like, yo dude, like there are these flowers, and he goes, flowers? Well, please tell me it wasn't lavender. And you go, and
he goes, ooh.
What did you do? Oh, well, I took the skull off. And then you're like, why is that bad? And he's like, did you bring it with you? And you go, yeah, it's in my bag. And he goes, oh!
Yeah, like,
Exactly.
fucking
He's-
world's over. Great.
Continues making noises.
Yeah. How long has he been talking to you? 3 days?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It gets to a point.
Just need you guys to hang out real quick here. I need to go talk to my secretary. And then he leaves his office, and you hear a lock click and footsteps quickly receding.
And then you hear a fucking car engine start up.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like you just look out the window, you see him, and he's like in his car, and you just yell out, "Professor Wade!"
Yeah, he's like driving down the road, one hand to keep his cap from flying off.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like,
And then he turns around, he looks in the rearview mirror, and the skull's in the back seat.
exactly, right? Like, yeah.
So, even just doing what you're supposed to be doing in Call of Cthulhu removes you from humanity.
Yeah.
And
It alienates you.
Yep.
Yes, and it's a really interesting kind of thing that it's hard to grasp until you start thinking of it that way, because if you ever hear someone talking about how to run a Call of Cthulhu adventure well, they will almost always tell you to make sure that your characters and players feel like they're isolated and that they're alone.
Mhm.
A lot of times, and I've fallen into this trap plenty of times too, I often think it's like, okay, so they want you to be in a remote setting or somewhere where they physically cannot ask for help.
Right.
And that is totally fine. You can do that,
Mhm.
but it's more so that they are leaving society behind
Right.
on their quest.
Even if you're in a big city and you go to the police, odds are they won't believe you at some point.
Yeah.
Right. Like, odds are you get to such a point where they stop believing you, like your friends stop believing you, like they all are starting to look at you and go, you need to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
And you
Become
need
the
to
butt of
stay
the joke.
there.
Yeah.
I'm the butt of the joke at parties.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
At
the-
best, they don't believe you. At worst, you're committed.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right. Like
Yeah. So
at some
it's
point, if you
bad.
continue to do this, you keep seeing the eyebrow raise every time, and then they get the more worried and more worried looks, and like every now and again, you'll see them exchange glances with the other friends, and then ultimately, you'll get to a point of, well, we think that it's best if you go stay at
Hun,
Arkham real
we
quick.
think it's best if you stop hanging out with that new friend of yours.
Yeah.
Mhm. And that actually happens.
They're all very concerned for you.
You get the
That
intervention
happens.
talk.
Oh, yeah, that happens quite often, even in Lovecraft's original works, where the character will discover something, and the only people they can ask about it or talk to about it are people who are either directly involved, like in
The thing on the doorstep.
yeah, the thing on the doorstep. What is the Innsmouth? Shadow over Innsmouth.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Shadow.
Shadow over Innsmouth, and also the Dunwich Horror.
Yeah,
not-
I was
they're not really
thinking
able
the Dunwich Horror the whole time. Yeah.
They're not really able to talk to the police or anything like that because they can't help. They can't do anything. They're not,
the strange high house in the mist, where where everyone's like, yeah, well, that's the weird high house up there on the cliff,
yeah.
and like, if the father, after going to explore the house and going on the fantastical journey with the people inside, went back down below to his wife and kids, and like went to the police about it, like they would just say he was crazy and he'd be shunned by the community for even going up there.
Yeah.
So it seems really horrible to players. This is good because if and when they can defeat the bad guys, they'll really like it. Now, let me give you an example of how we warp the universe and violate this in Sandy Peters' Cthulhu Mythos. One of the enemies we have in it, naturally enough, is this guy. His name starts with an H. And the way this entity violates reality is that it violates perspective. For example, normally, if you're looking at someone who's far away and you hold your hands like this over his head, you can see, oh, look, his head's only an inch apart because, perspective, right? Sure. You can do it right now to be on the TV screen, see how big my head looks. Now, imagine that you're doing this and you're seeing that thing that starts with an H, the thing, he who is not to be named, and you put your hand over him because he's a few hundred feet off, and you squeeze with him, you can feel him because he's there with you.
Whoa.
He violates perspective.
That's cool.
That is actually awesome. I love that
that's
idea.
super cool, actually.
You're just like, oh look, it's a thing out in the distance, and you point to it, and then you
look,
feel
it's
it.
climbing a mountain,
and then you
you're like,
touch it, like, oh!
Yeah, exactly. Like you point
That's
right at it and
cool.
feel it right on your
and
finger,
then like
and you're
it
just like,
starts walking towards you, and it's getting bigger in your hand.
right, yeah.
Yeah. Oh man.
He's always there. That's why when you say his name, you notice I'm avoiding doing, he can sometimes manifest, because if Aldebaran is above the horizon, he's physically there, although many light years away, too tiny to see. It also means that if you have multiple people all looking at him, they each have their own manifestation separately.
Yeah,
Oh.
there's thousands
bigger,
of
further
them.
far away,
Yeah.
but it's violating the laws of reality in a way that nothing else does in D&D.
It also means, from a weird physics standpoint too, it's sort of like it's light speed travel is what it is, but it makes him omnipresent to an extent, because if 4 people view him from 4 different perspectives, then he is at all 4 of those locations at the same time.
No, there's just 4 of them.
Yeah, it's just 4.
And it would also mean too the fact that how would I put this? If you consider the total mass of, we'll call him Big H, because I don't actually know his name.
That's good. Don't say it.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
So Big H exists like 15 miles away from you.
Sure.
And you hold your fingers up, and he's the size of a gummy bear between your fingers. He's a little soft, he's squishy, very angry the fact that you're crushing him, but so he decides he's going to go over there and he's going to do something about it. And he starts walking towards you, and as he's walking towards you, his perspective is getting bigger, and as such his mass is growing up to the point where, after walking over to you, he is at his full size and is like an inch from your face. It makes it so his volume and his mass is actually a differential function with respect to distance over time. And it makes it so that his very presence is itself only tangentially described by a mathematical function. And it like really helps to highlight how like these beings exist on like 8 or 9 dimensions,
Right,
whereas we are on 3.
Yep. I thought we were on technically 4.
Time is a temporal dimension, not a spatial one.
The way I always the way it helps me to think of it is we are squarely in 3, but we touch 4.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That makes. Also, something to note: the Sandy Peterson's Cthulhu Mythos that he's talking about is actually, there's 2 different versions of it: one for Pathfinder and one for 5e.
Oh,
yes.
They're actual,
I only knew of the
one for
Pathfinder
4e.
one.
Yeah. No, it's.
Well, I thought you had the book for 4e Cthulhu stuff, Boo.
No.
Oh.
Wait, 4e. What's that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
Never
yeah,
heard
no,
of
I don't think this stuff came out for that.
Yeah, I believe
Yeah,
Cthulhu's actually statted out in Pathfinder 2e.
He started out in Cthulhu too.
Right,
I mean, you're never gonna fucking find him.
wouldn't be too hard to do.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, you could probably just bring him on over. It's not
Yeah,
that
just
hard.
shoot him a few times.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah, 13.
Yeah.
Roll 13. You're good.
D&D or and it's absolutely terrifying. So there's 2 ways of making the bad guys seem unfair and cheating. Low of guys using good spells, demons that violate the laws of the universe, interspatial geography. There's lots of these things in my books, but that's some ideas that you can keep at your back of your mind. You're trying to scare players who have magic. Suddenly, these guys are doing magic at a level beyond what you even dreamed was possible.
Sure.
Okay, next. Let's go to the next thing. A core principle of Lovecraft is that the main horrors are just on the surface. There's more lurking beneath, often much more. Behind the cultist is a priest. Behind the priest are the deep ones. Behind the deep ones are the star spawn. Behind the star spawn is great Cthulhu. This means that ultimately the players are always outpowered. They can never truly and forever defeat the bad guys.
They will never not be out of their depth.
Oh god,
Well,
why are we going?
I mean,
to
they can
prequel
never
stuff?
defeat the bad guys, and all of a sudden Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah, why are we doing
Yeah.
prequels?
So
Anyway.
does this mean that Dragon Ball Z is Lovecraftian?
Oh god damn it!
Well, I mean,
no.
humans are basically worthless.
I mean,
So-
it's true, but I mean, let me posit this then. Goku is a Lovecraftian horror.
He is, yes.
Yes. You can train into a giant monkey and fucking kill shit. And he can fire laser beams out of his fucking mouth.
hell. Okay. Why is this so low quality?
Always a bigger fish.
This is just as true if they have magic items as if they don't. Now, one major difference between a fantasy universe and the modern Call of Cthulhu setting is that in a fantasy game like D&D, your players are much more likely to instinctively try to solve things by combat instead of by investigating.
Yeah, it
Depends on the
almost
type of campaign, though. as well,
Yeah.
and
it
the
does
players.
depend on the type of campaign. However, like, it is still a fact that they are much more likely to try violence, because when you consider like the bell curve of horror, like never fight anything because oh my god we'll die D&D versus like we are gods D&D, it lies more combat focused.
Again, I don't disagree. But it does depend on what. Like, if I were to throw things at the intrigue campaign that I was doing, they would be far less likely to fight than if I were to throw it at the mercenary campaign, right?
Yeah, but yeah, and like, would you say? Sorry, I'm eating a smoked sausage.
Ooh.
Would you say
Mhm.
that your intrigue campaign is the exception rather than the rule?
Yes, I would say that. That's why I said I don't disagree. I'm just saying that it's important to have that distinction there because not every campaign is going to be like that.
Yeah. And I think one of the other big things that makes D&D players want to fight rather than flight is the fact that in D&D you have the stats to actually fight. You know,
So
you have
There's also the fact too that so much of your class is based around what you can do in combat. Whereas
that is
in Call
true.
of
Yeah.
Cthulhu,
Yes.
you don't get stronger as time goes on in Call of
exactly.
Cthulhu.
That's true.
like in Call of Cthulhu, you might start off with like I don't even know. Like it's been a long time since I made a Call of Cthulhu character, but honestly, like 20 HP would be really high. That's like near max HP.
Yeah,
for a
that's
starting
really big.
player. Whereas in D&D, at level
Fair.
1, you usually start with like 10, usually,
Right.
depending on the class again.
Right, but then you
But-
have so many other things that factor into like armor
Yeah.
and all that shit. Yeah.
You got armor, you got defense, you got lots of healing.
Mhm.
So let me ask you this. How long does it take you guys to heal 1 HP in Dungeons and Dragons?
Less than a round
I-
if someone casts Cure Wounds.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Or like an hour, I guess, if you want to go by from 0 to 1 when you're knocked out.
So how many healing spells are there in D&D?
Oh god.
A fair few.
Okay.
Depends
How
on
Are we
the
many
talking?
healing
edition.
spells
Are we
there in Call-
talking just spells, or
Yeah.
are we talking also healing effects?
Right.
Exactly.
And
so many
items.
things. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
how many healing spells are in Call of Cthulhu?
Like 1, I think.
1.
Yeah.
There's 1.
Yeah.
And even in the book, it specifically states that this knowledge has been lost.
Right. Yeah.
No one fucking knows it. There's 1. And not only that, it takes hours. It takes days, weeks. In Call of Cthulhu, in order to restore 1 hit point,
Mhm.
it takes a full day of rest. 1 hit point!
Yeah. It's great. It's fucked.
Want
Yeah.
to know how much my dwarf alchemist character had for hit points at level 1 in Pathfinder 2e?
How much?
19.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yep.
Exactly.
I didn't
So-
even roll max, I don't think.
No.
my God.
No, you didn't. I don't think. Yeah.
Woo.
Yeah. Yeah. Like that, and
The fucking stunties.
And like yeah, and I would say like it's makes sense for Call of Cthulhu just because it's supposed to be more realistic, right? And
Yes.
like I can attest, I mean anyone can attest just from like having an illness. I literally it was a mild thing of, hey, I touched some pokeweed and now I have a rash that is spreading, and I'm still peeling. But it took about 2 weeks for me to be functional.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's me.
I will say, however,
Mhm.
that it is still fairly unrealistic in Call of Cthulhu, given that how much damage does a handgun do? Like a D4 or a D6?
D6, I thought. Depends on the model.
Hang on, let me actually get my book. Hang on.
Okay. I believe it depends on the model and the caliber.
Yeah. But even like a 22 or a 9mm.
Yeah, I think just off the top of my head it's a D6, but I might be just thinking about
I think
D&D.
it's a D6 as well.
Yeah.
I don't know why this isn't one of the books that I just have ready at the go. Hang on, because I have some of my books down here.
Like
yeah,
a shotgun is like a D10, I believe.
Let's see, 401. Because they do a lot of damage. Okay, so a standard like handgun.
Yeah, like something small scale, like a 22. Like what's a Glock do? A Glock 7. Well, of course,
A Glock
has
17
45s.
9mm auto.
Yep.
Mhm.
Auto.
1d10.
D10. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So then that means if you get shot and they roll max and you somehow survive,
Mhm.
you will be back on your feet right as rain in 10 days.
Yeah. Fair.
Such is not the case with getting shot.
Well,
Yeah,
obviously,
Like
yeah.
that
It has
is
to-
a months-long thing.
Yeah, it has to gamify a few
actually.
things, obviously.
Well, let's see. Because I know that there is healing in here.
Granted, like you can be, I suppose,
Wounds and
combat
healing.
capable,
Yeah.
119.
more or less, if you're like a machine gunner and a lot of your job is lying down and doing suppressive fire.
Hmm.
Okay. Major wound. No.
I guess
Uh,
I don't know. I've not been
Like,
shot, so I
you're-
can't speak to
You're
it.
not sprinting like 500 feet 10 days after getting shot in the gut with 9mm.
Right.
yeah. No.
And I
let's see.
imagine there's some lasting effects to being hurt in Call of Cthulhu. I don't know.
From what I've heard too, and I've never been shot,
Right.
but getting shot sucks real bad because the bullet pushes the flesh out of the way.
Right.
So you have that huge, unlike a stab wound, where it's like an incision,
Mhm.
and then like with proper medical care, you can get stuff stitched back together. When you have a bullet, there is a cavity in you.
Mhm.
So now,
Yep.
here we go. Here are the rules for that scenario. So in
Mhm.
Call of Cthulhu, again, very, very low health, 20 being like, you rolled perfect.
Yeah, that's
Um,
way too high. I would call fucking something about
so,
that.
Honestly, average, we're going to say it's like 14. Something like that.
Alright.
And that's all you
Sure.
get.
That's
you
fine.
don't level up. You don't fucking gain any more HP. So, if you were to get shot by a Glock and they rolled full damage, you would get something called a major wound.
There you go. That's what I thought.
So,
Yeah.
when a character takes a major wound, tick the major wound box, the character immediately falls prone, make a successful con roll to avoid falling unconscious
Yep.
immediately,
Mhm.
and if your hit points fall to 0 while your major wound boxes ticks, you start to die.
Yep.
And major wound recovery. A constitution roll has to be made at the end of each week of game time that the major wound box is ticked. So if you fail the roll, you recover 1d3 hit points.
Okay.
And then
At the end of the week.
at the end of the week.
Right. Yeah.
So
okay.
honestly, that might be what it is. 1d3 per week.
Yeah. So there you go. That takes care of your realism there.
Yeah,
for
because
sure.
like for a week you might get lucky and recover from it.
Right.
Like, and you might have a nice, smooth, speedy recovery, but I sure hope you got a high con.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
And that you don't get fucking shot in the gut by a Glock if they roll max damage.
Right. Yeah. Ooh, ooh.
Yeah, and that's one bullet.
Mhm.
That's one bullet.
Yeah.
You can do burst fire. You can do full auto.
Oh, yeah.
Which is still fucking weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still. It's, yeah. So,
Yeah.
anyway, let's continue.
I don't think they ever made a full version. See, now I'm curious if they've ever made a full auto version of a Glock 17.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they
I
did.
don't know.
Just a big
Like,
fucking extended mag.
You can file it down, which
that.
is highly illegal and a felony. Never do that.
Right.
But
Exactly.
Nah.
I would never do that, nor
Yeah,
would
no.
I condone anyone ever doing it.
No, sneaky Hitler. No.
You can handle this in two ways. Bearing in mind that you have monsters up your sleeve that are stronger than anything they can beat. You can either let them fight it out, and they might get spanked if they pull their swords and try to stab a Shoggoth, or you can encourage them to find another way. Now, if you let them fight it out, you need to make it clear when they have no chance to succeed.
Yes.
So they can run away. At least some of them. You aren't really doing this just to kill off your players.
Well,
But if they choose to investigate,
No,
remember,
you're not.
You're playing D&D.
I mean, you might.
No.
I hope not, but you can.
You could, I guess, but it's not.
I'm just playing
Right.
Devil's Hype Man.
Satan's hype, man. Thank you.
Oh, Satan's Hype Man.
To fight a while. It's good for their soul. So remember, the core features of horror remain the same regardless of setting.
Yes.
Even with magic and people who like to fight, you always have a bigger fish and the rules are being violated. So there's also other core features of the game. I've got links here to two other videos I did about using horror in games, and this applies as much to Dungeons & Dragons and Pathfinder as to anything else. So, have fun in our doomed universe infested by horrors beyond our imagination.
Wait,
Okay.
was that 3?
No, it was 2. And he didn't say
I
there
thought
would
he
be
said
3.
3.
I don't think he did.
He said 3.
For which thing? For like...
For 3 things to help make horror stick in a world with magic. Like, known magic.
I don't...
No?
I don't think so. I don't remember.
I could have sworn he said 3.
Well, if he did, he lied. But if he didn't, then he didn't. And I'm not gonna go all the way back to check.
Okay, yeah, no, I don't care that much.
Yeah. No, but I agree with most of what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From what I can tell, they never made a full auto Glock 17. There are various mods
Right.
that can be used to make it, but those are all aftermarket, and most of which are illegal.
But I mean, if you're
So-
modding a Glock 17, then it's not really going to stop you if you know it's illegal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, that was Sandy's video. That went very quickly, I think.
All right,
it's been
time for an
hour.
intermission.
No. So actually, the other one that I wanted to do that was a little shorter as well is actually going to be slightly out of the wheelhouse, but still within our wheelhouse in the sense.
Okay.
So we usually talk about RPGs, right?
Yes.
But we also talk about anime and movies and video games, right?
And
Yes.
Warhammer.
Right. And just we talk about a lot of things, and it is related in the sense of it's about Cthulhu. It does mention the RPG.
Okay.
Sorry, the TTRPG.
Talking about the video game?
Yes. Well, in the sense of video games in general, and I feel like it can translate to just in general using Cthulhu.
Okay.
So, oops. It's so loud. Okay. So, this is an extra credits video, if you know of them. It's so loud. Oh my
Why games do Cthulhu wrong?
So, this is specifically more so in the video game genre, and before we get too kind of into it, I figured we could talk about it a little bit because, again, it can relate to the TTRPG in the sense of, in general, in putting mythos stuff into TTRPGs, like Sandy was suggesting of doing.
Yes.
But also, it's also to talk about, in the future, we're planning on putting out, and I've talked about this on Twitter, I've talked about this on our Discord, we're planning on putting out a few more things to have in the interim between podcasts and D&D episodes. And
are you talking about video games?
I am talking about video game content. Now,
video games?
The video games,
video games.
Yeah, they're the worst thing ever.
I've never played one in my life.
Never, ever, ever. We don't play them at all.
Furiously hide Steam account.
No
Steam, GOG.
Furiously hides.
You play. Hide them all.
Furiously hides several videos that have been made on YouTube channels.
Furiously hides my entire YouTube channel.
That's exactly that's just what I'm saying, right? Like, so. But yes, we're thinking, or no, not thinking. We're in the process of producing some digital distractions, if you will.
As it were.
That is the title of the stuff.
Talk.
Yes.
Oh, Table Talk, D&D, digital distractions, Devils and Dice, discussion and Discourse. Okay, yeah.
I'm remaining on brand. So, occasionally we'll have some gameplay videos posted, just little more highlights kind of things, just little fun stuff that we've been doing together because we play games a lot together.
See me kill lots of robots.
It's true. Lots of robots, lots of aliens, lots of everything that we do.
Lots of fucking degens.
Mm-hmm.
I see the alien and its big stupid face, and you give it punch.
Yeah. So
All
don't
three of
expect it anytime soon, just because the production of the
Unless you back us on Patreon.
well. No, see, if you do that, it's incredibly generous and thank you, but it's not going to speed up the production, at least at the moment, because it is more so due to the fact that it's going to be.
Though.
It could, yes, if there's
Can't
enough.
tell because I'm audio only, but I'm rubbing my fingers.
It could, yes, potentially, but no. What I want to say is the production of them is going to be in a higher quality because the games look better in better quality. And so
What?
Yeah, it's almost like if they look kind of pixelated and stuff, it's not the best. But
you're telling me better quality looks better?
yeah,
What?
I am. Wow, it's crazy.
God, I should have done that when I was fucking uploading.
And so now that I've been kind of putting things together, it'll be in like 1080p, 60 FPS, and it's fucking big files, dude. They take
speaking
forever.
Absolute
speaking of, I fucking fixed my OBS. It's not outputting to my SSD. Now it's putting out to my actual hard drive now.
Oh, good.
Oh, that makes more sense. Yeah.
That was why it stopped.
Yeah, okay. Good to know
I
then.
didn't realize it was going to default to that.
Yeah, that's weird. But so look forward to that in the future whenever that is done, because I still have yet to get the stuff from Aiden.
Well, fucking dude, you're
I know. I'm considering just buying at
this point in time, I feel it would almost be faster for me to purchase a USB.
That's what I was gonna say.
Recordings on that and send that to your address.
Right. That's actually what I was thinking about doing, is just buying an external thing and then sending it to you, and you could just send it back. Because fucking I know.
He knows.
Like literally, I've been uploading something for myself that is 16 gigs, and it's been 2 nights, and it's only at 45%.
Yeah, I uploaded that clip of me punching aliens when I was playing with Boo, and that clip took me about 2 hours.
Okay.
And I think the clip itself was 45 seconds.
Yep.
A minute.
Yep.
Yeah, dude, you got to do something about that.
Oh, sorry.
So guys, please.
1 minute 37 seconds.
Guys.
Mm-hmm.
Do us a favor. I'm not talking to you. Do us a fucking favor. Please donate to our Patreon. Please, so that Aiden can buy an internet.
A single internet.
You don't understand. I would gladly buy an internet if only the better internet company in my area did not end their service literally 500 feet from my front door.
No.
I can see the last pole that they cover.
Just gotta dig it up and bring
I
it
drive.
Move
I
500 feet down the street.
I drive by it every day to work, and it mocks me.
Yes, you seethe every time.
I see the last house,
Mhm.
and I wish harm upon them.
Anyway,
So guys, donate to our Patreon so Aiden can move.
Yes, so I can move a half mile down the road.
exactly.
Yes, to get good internet so that we can upload shit. He can upload shit.
Obviously, only donate if you feel you want to. Anyway,
Donate
You
so
wanna
I can
download-
buy a
you wanna
USB
donate, don't
stick
you?
and
Yeah,
pay
you
for
do.
postage. Because that's how it'll be spent. Let's be honest.
right. So, this is extra credits. Why games do Cthulhu wrong? The problem with horror games, extra credits. And hey, in the future, if you want us to look at video game stuff every now and again, let us know. Because we are also kind of knowledgeable in that field.
We've played some games.
I have played a video game.
I've been in and around a few games in my time.
I fucking know my way around a controller.
Mm-hmm.
A Joy-Con.
A Joy-Con, as
I
it were.
have I have this weird pad-looking thing that at all points in time rests on top of my computer,
I see.
and it has like click-clacky buttons
Oh.
and sticks.
It reminds me of clicky clacky math rocks in the way that it click clacks. Very nice, very nice.
Guys, why can't Titanfall 2 be spooky?
It can be.
Because I mean, it could if it
Yeah,
wasn't.
I
so
will say
fucking
it's
hype.
it's pretty spooky if you run around a corner and there's a Scorch there and
That's
he's
true.
looking at you. That's pretty spooky.
Well, here's what you got to do. Now the Titans are machine spirits, and they're fucking tortured all the time. There you go.
Good stuff.
Just fucking make it a little bit of 40k.
Mm-hmm,
That's it. Not scary.
BT only actually helped Jack in order to decrease his never-ending pain.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Anyway.
Let's fucking watch the video.
Hey folks, before we begin, allow me to introduce you to Rowan Fernando, lead artist at Relic Entertainment. He's here today to help us talk about Cthulhu. We mentioned doing an episode.
So let me preface this actually a little bit. I've watched this video.
Okay.
That he has.
I have watched 14 seconds of it.
Well, so the guy that he just introduced, that I've already forgotten his name. He
Rowan
doesn't. He doesn't.
Cthulhu?
Yeah, he doesn't say anything. So I guess they just used him for research or something. I'm not sure.
They used him for consulting, much
Yeah,
like
exactly.
RPG Pundit.
Except
Except this guy was probably infinitely more useful
Oh, absolutely.
and coherent.
I'm positive.
I'm quite certain. But yeah, I don't know. It's very strange.
That's who we should go to for Halloween night is RPG Pundit.
Oh,
I
God.
will.
Our
Oh,
one
no.
true horror.
No, please.
Guys, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that my Halloween night is suddenly occupied.
Anyway,
I'm sure it is.
the other thing that I want to say is I don't understand why they have this pitch changed fast thing for their voice. It's very strange.
Yeah, I don't understand the
us-
chipmunk voice.
Some of us enjoy anonymity on the internet. Some
I
of
can-
us who may not be doing this for anonymity are instead just do this because maybe insecure about voice. I don't know.
That's
And the
fine. So what?
And
what
the
I
other
would
people hate Fred.
Well, so what I would say is yes, you can hide your voice however you want. It's just when you speed it up to such a degree, it makes it a little harder to follow. And it's just in any case, it's just like I have to now try to parse what you're saying a little bit harder, and I don't enjoy it personally.
But here's the other thing.
Mhm.
Yes, you can be afraid about using your voice, but I mean, you've got 2.4 million subscribers. What are you afraid of at this point?
Oh, I don't
Yes.
remember when this even came out, to be fair. Shut up. Anyway.
I miss Space
before,
Mom
and
too.
I was gonna save this for Halloween, but so many of you are interested that we decided to go ahead and just talk about it now. Here is why games generally use Cthulhu so poorly. The answer is fairly simple. Cthulhu isn't a creature, it's an idea, an existential terror. Cthulhu represents our...
No, Cthulhu
So-
Not in all of them.
So
Because I specifically remember someone ramming a steamboat into Cthulhu's big, dumb, stupid face.
Yeah,
and
so-
that was Cthulhu.
yeah,
And him actually, like, getting, like, pushed back by it and being like,
yeah,
He's like,
exactly.
fuck
So-
this, it's early, I'm
Yeah.
going back to bed.
yeah,
it got hit by him. Or sorry, he got hit by it,
Yes.
and, like, it messed up his face, and he was screaming and roaring in pain. And, like,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, like,
Right.
3 seconds later, it was like it never happened because
Exactly.
he is an eternal being.
Yeah.
However,
Let me
like,
open my Necronomicon
can
real quick.
experience these nightmarish creatures can be slain. They can be, well, not Cthulhu,
Not
but they
Cthulhu.
can be beaten.
Yeah.
And not Cthulhu.
Well, here's the thing. You say that. Cthulhu can be killed, but the problem
It
is
has
that
to
even
be.
in the rules of the book, it literally says he reforms in 10 minutes.
Right, yeah, and
So
also
he's just back just like
Yeah.
that.
and I wouldn't even say that he could be killed like in that sense then. He can be
Yeah.
hindered.
What is what is dead may never die, and with
Mhm.
strange aeons even death may die.
Exactly.
And here's a quote you may also one of the really good quotes. And Aiden, I think this is one of your favorites.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not even gonna say it now. Damn it.
The
I just wanted to piss Aiden off.
As
It
soon
just
as
makes him
like
sad.
I said that quote, I'm like, and then there's the other quote.
Yeah, I just
Um,
wanted to say it to annoy you.
let me
That and horror.
That one's
Can we
infinitely
attribute that to
scarier.
Lovecraft?
Right, yeah, you can give that to Lovecraft.
Horror.
He said it. It's fine.
Horror.
So yeah, and I understand like yes, Cthulhu is also representative of the concept.
Yes.
Cool. But he's
thing-
actually supposed to be a physical manifestation of that concept.
Yeah,
Right?
he
Like-
is a dude. He is
Yeah.
a man.
Like like Lovecraft, yes, he was working with those little things that they call themes.
Yeah.
But he also was like, "Hey man,
Muffins.
what if that theme was like a thing?"
Yeah. What if it was a thing and it
And
was like super cool?
let
and
me
scary?
posit that if the thing was if it was a thing, hey man, it's easier to understand it in a way to then go, but you don't understand it entirely.
Yeah.
Right? Like yes,
it can be
it
can
physically
be scarier to think that it's a thing.
Mhm.
And so it should be easier to understand because it is a thing.
Exactly.
But even being a thing, you still can't understand it. because
Exactly.
It is, yeah.
It quite literally is there, but you cannot comprehend what
It is unknowable.
Like the base understanding that you have is not even close to what it is, right?
Yeah. And I think I get what Extra Credits was trying to say here,
Mm-hmm.
that Cthulhu should be a representation or should be an idea in these video games, but I would still say no. I would honestly really love to have Cthulhu be this unmatched thing that I can't defeat physically
Right.
or directly, but to have him there in the background. Like there's in the Call of Cthulhu game that got released, I think, like, what, 2017? Something like
2018.
that? 2018.
Mhm.
In the
We were just
2018
talking about
Cthulhu game, Cthulhu is a thing, and
Yep.
you see him
Sure.
at the very, very, very end.
Mhm.
You never fight him. You don't even fucking look him in the eye until, like, the
From-
last seconds of the game. But
From
he
what-
is there.
Yeah, from what I know as well, from just looking at cursory searches while I'm looking for Cthulhu videos, for us to cover, there is apparently a bad end where you summon him.
Yes.
Like that's
Yes,
a thing
it's awesome.
you can do. which
It's
that's
fucking awesome.
that's cool, and I should really just watch a gameplay of it because I at this point have not the funds to get it. But
yeah, don't worry about it. It's like 6 hours long. Just watch
yeah, that's the other thing, right? Like people have said that it's bad, people have said that it's good, people have
It's
like,
good.
I don't
It's
know.
good. It's just
Yeah.
too short. That's the only problem. They should not have sold it full price. It should have been a $30 game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I feel that. Yeah, fair
But
enough.
yeah, like other than that, gameplay, totally fine. Totally fine.
much like the Sinking City, which looks like Fallout 4 DLC.
Yeah, Sinking City is disappointing from everything that I've seen. It's really
Like,
unfortunate.
don't get me wrong, it had the potential to be.
It had
really
potential,
cool.
but potential can only get you so far,
Yeah.
Hmm.
right? Like potential is fine, but if you don't execute it right, it's not anything but potential.
Potential is all good, but if you don't drink the ultra magic water, doesn't matter.
Yes.
I would actually
You don't even know what I'm
say.
talking about.
No, I have no idea.
Dragon Ball,
Yeah,
baby. I got the name wrong though.
Oh,
Anyway.
I thought it had to be a great GM reference.
No.
I don't know. Horror.
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 I would say most Call of Cthulhu games actually do a decent job of focusing on the right part of being like a 1920s investigator, right?
Yes.
Take for instance both Call of Cthulhu and The Sinking City, which have a strong idea of trying to figure out what's going on here.
Yeah.
The real issue where a lot of them seem to fall short is in mechanics,
Yes.
as is present in I personally think the mechanic for like entering the ghosty world in Call of Cthulhu is really stupid.
Oh, it is.
don't know.
Because it gives your character access. Your character has superpowers.
Why?
And they're why?
No reason.
Why indeed?
Oh. Okay.
It's never explained.
Great.
No, it's explained, and it's explained in the fact that they used to be in the Navy and they fell overboard and saw Cthulhu in the depths.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Okay.
And
Oh, wait,
ever
really?
since
Wait,
then-
that was
and-
what it was?
And ever since then, he's had nightmares and like occasionally wakes up and he's soaked in seawater. And
Okay.
he's slightly insane, but can see the ghosts of the past.
Oh,
Spooky.
that's stupid.
Um,
I hate that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a warlock, but a lame warlock.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's a mopey one.
Okay.
Yeah. And like it's dumb. Like
Okay.
so much of Call of Cthulhu is hinged upon your character is a freaking nobody.
Yep.
Yeah.
You have nothing special about you. You're not notable.
Yep.
Well, unless you make your character to be notable.
Yeah, except for like your career, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You have no powers.
Yep.
Yes.
Something that the Sinking City does kind of well. He's going a bit insane.
Right.
Maybe it's in Sinking City that he like saw Cthulhu. I don't know. I looked at
Yeah, no, it was in Sinking City.
Oh, it was in Sinking City.
Yeah,
okay.
that didn't happen in Call of Cthulhu.
Oh, okay. So in Call of Cthulhu,
Well,
it's just not
and
explained.
why do I remember?
Because they both had the ghosty thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah,
So both
in Call
are
of
weird.
In Call of Cthulhu, that was just the investigation mode,
yeah.
Okay.
where you
Where-
can
where-
kind of visualize the crime scene as it
yeah,
happened. for
okay.
And,
some fucking
like,
reason.
Granted,
I mean,
the investigation mode is a bit less egregious,
yeah.
Yeah.
but when you can look at a scratch on the floor and an audio log starts playing of exactly what was said,
Yeah.
that
Yeah, that's a
Oh,
little fucking
Absolutely.
weird.
Don't worry. I am not defending the ghosty investigation
Mhm,
mode.
mhm.
It's
So-
dumb.
So, I mean,
like not even Batman Arkham Knight does it, and he's the world's greatest detective with like
so
Well, he's got his
in-
stupid tech shit.
in
so-
Arkham City, there's an instance of it.
all right,
uh,
an instance, or is it present throughout the entire game?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I'll be honest.
Because, like, I know I've seen a few things where it's like, he wouldn't have access to that information.
Right, yeah,
But,
there's a
like,
couple of
he's
times.
Batman. He
But-
has all
Yeah.
information.
No, it's
said
like-
the fucking Batman
yeah.
fanboys.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's suspension of
games, though,
disbelief
still.
because you
Yeah, no.
Batman and punch Clown Boy,
Yeah, punch Clown Boy. Punch him real
but
hard.
punch him right hard in his big stupid face.
His face is pretty stupid.
It is.
I like it,
until
though.
he cuts it off, and then you're like, "Ooh, I want to punch it twice,"
Yeah, right.
because now you have two faces.
Wait, no, there's already a guy named Two-Face.
Oh no! We'll
Copyright infringe upon ourselves.
we'll cover our bases and we'll punch him 4 times. How about
Okay.
Okay.
All right, yeah.
that?
Anyway, sorry.
But like, it's still not on the level of what it is in like
Yeah.
those games where it's like, dude, the most impressive thing about you is your hat that has a press badge.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've played a few other Cthulhu games, right? And I always hope for them to be at least somewhat decent. And the only ones that I've found that have been pretty decent overall have been the point and click ones.
Yes.
Those ones actually do it pretty well.
Yeah, because it's those kind of point and click games with the pixel hunting
Yeah.
are pretty kind of close to the feeling you get.
Yeah, oh,
basically.
absolutely, because you're literally, it's basically you're just playing out a story in the sense
Yeah.
of like I mean, technically any game you're doing that, but it's more like
Yeah.
a visual, like, moving storybook, I guess.
Yeah.
Where you have
the
some
moving-
control.
You're
So
not
it's a
you're not
pop-up?
walk,
Yeah, it's
you're
a
not
pop-up book.
walking
There
up
you go.
to the grandfather clock and waiting for a press X to investigate prompt.
Exactly, right? Like you're actively doing it and stuff, but it feels more like you're a part of a story than it is like, I guess.
You know, actually, oh sorry.
No, I don't know. I'm kind of just trying to, because like, I'm not trying to say that point and click adventure games are not games, right? Like
Yeah, no,
I
they-
love point and click adventure games. They're
Yeah, they're
fun
fucking
for
awesome.
me, but it feels less gamey than a picture book that is moving, right?
Yeah.
Like, it
No,
feels-
I get it.
like, it's not a visual novel, right?
Yeah,
but
it
it's
feels less like a story and more like an interactive art exhibit.
yes, yeah, exactly.
If you are into the old Cthulhu point and clicks, there are a couple games on Steam that I
Yes.
could point you to, and they're pretty good.
No, I have one of them. I think it's Shadow of the Comet.
No, it's not that. It's not actually any of the popular Cthulhu ones. They're called Into Darkness.
Into Darkness. Why do I know that?
I think it's Into Darkness in Pursuit of Loth Nolder.
Oh, yeah. I have I have the first one, Darkness Within, I
Yeah.
believe. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Darkness Within. My bad.
Yeah.
And it was
I've yet
real
to finish
fucking
it.
good.
I've yet to finish it because I
Yeah.
got scared. Because I don't
Okay.
do well with that. But
Um,
yeah, so like the point and click adventure games, I feel do it pretty well with regards of capturing that kind of feel. But with something like the other one that I've played, Call of Cthulhu: Dark Corners of the Earth,
That's the classic shit
Where-
one.
where it's trying so hard to just throw everything at you and then go, "This is Innsmouth. Remember Innsmouth?" And then you start shooting guys. And then you shoot Dagon later.
oh,
Do you
Yeah.
kill him?
He falls off of the boat, but, and this is just from what I've seen. I didn't play that far because fuck, that
Good.
game is not great. Doesn't hold up at all.
oh.
But yeah,
I bet
you
it
shoot.
held up when it came
that's
out.
a
Yeah,
that's a big old fishman.
yeah. No, you shoot Dagon with a cannon on a boat. That's a
That
thing.
does sound pretty fun. Now, here's the thing. That sounds like Pulp Cthulhu shit.
Oh sure,
That
yeah,
sounds fucking awesome.
yeah. It sounds awesome, but it doesn't play awesome,
Oh, I don't doubt it.
right? Like,
Wait, hold
if it was
on.
a better game, I think it would be fine. But it's also like,
What?
I don't know.
Is this portal gun looking thing?
What portal gun looking thing? Oh yeah,
It's uploading.
Oh yeah. It's just it's some.
Is that Dagon?
It's some. No, that's not Dagon. It's some
Okay,
weird tech that is given to you by God, the Yithians, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, why?
Shut
So
up.
it's a lightning gun then.
Yeah, just shut up, and it's a thing.
Wait, that's a Shoggoth?
Is it?
No.
No, that's not a Shoggoth. It's just hold on, I'm reacting to a photo I saw.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Yeah. So, and like that game, I don't know what that game's trying to be.
What the fuck?
That's apparently a Shoggoth.
Well, that doesn't look like any Shoggoth I've ever fucking seen
I mean-
before. And I'll tell you one thing. I've seen a lot of Shoggoths in my day.
Yeah.
Alejo, I'm gonna take a photo real quick and upload it, and it will invariably take like a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I want you to tell me, is
Oh.
that
Oh.
supposed to be Dagon?
Yes, that's Dagon. Yep. That's Dagon.
Oh my god.
That's you shoot him. You shoot him with a big gun. Yep, that's him. Welcome to Dagon.
Hello, Dagon.
Hello.
Hello, Dagon.
Why?
Hi, Dagon. Hi. He's got a big anglerfish mouth.
This is a Call of Cthulhu.
Oh.
This is Call of. Oh, this is Call of Duty.
Oh yeah. That's the game becomes just a weird FPS fucking game that has it's like nods to Cthulhu elements. It's
Like-
very
Like, look at they're everywhere, and then just a shootout, like
Yeah.
a literal
yeah.
firefight.
Oh, you're shooting
Oh
deep
my
ones.
God.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's like what you do in the game. It's like a big thing.
Deep ones aren't that big.
No, they're not.
No.
They're like fucking people size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they start out people size when you're in Innsmouth, but then you're here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, no,
In the
it's
sense
like
of in the sense of
ones.
in the sense of the deep ones in
full-blooded deep
Innsmouth.
one is like 6 or 7 feet tall.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and in this, it's what I mean by in Innsmouth. The Innsmouthians are the deep
Mhm.
ones, right? And they're the ones that you shoot in the beginning.
Yeah, they're hybrids.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, they're not full deep ones.
Yeah.
But you know.
Someone in Innsmouth saw the shape of water and got ideas.
Yeah, exactly. Just like it. Yeah, it's good. But
It's like the
so
regular ones.
so yeah, you've got stuff like that where it's just like, okay.
I'd rather not.
And then like I played another one which is oh god, what is it? Call of Cthulhu The Wasted Land, which is like a supposed to be somewhat XCOM-y game.
Oh.
And it's like it's not great. It's really not
What?
good.
You can't fight them. You can only
well,
hope
so-
to contain them.
So like I
Well,
don't even agree with
you can
that.
fight them.
Yeah.
You'll lose.
Yeah.
But you
Yeah.
can
So-
fight them.
And again, I
Yeah.
don't necessarily agree with that entirely either. Like, yes, you can fight them and you can win against some of them, but not
yes.
all of them.
And certainly
right.
not
Not
fucking
Dagon.
Dagon.
And not take no, absolutely, right? Like things that are of a lesser nature, like a deep one. You could probably kill a deep one, sure.
Yes, you could. Absolutely.
Right?
It would
Like-
take your entire party and some good rolls, but yeah, you
Right.
do it.
Right. But like conceivably you could do that. And like in the board game that I have of what is it? Arkham Horror? No, not Arkham Horror. What do I have? Eldritch Horror. I have Eldritch Horror, the board game, which is a great fucking board game. Love that thing.
Dude,
Oh my.
this game is showing its Euro jank.
Oh yeah, it's not a great game. Yeah, so the but in that you have like, you know, the vampires and the ghouls and all that stuff, and you can shoot those, and you can kill those. That's the thing. It's still
Yes.
incredibly hard, right? Because they
Oh,
have
yeah.
all that shit, right? But I would say yes, you can kill some things. That's
Yes.
fine.
Yeah.
It's just not
what's-
like Dagon.
What's that story about the mole people living under the hill?
Oh,
Mole people living under the hill.
fuck.
Well, they weren't really mole people. It's
Yeah, they were the people who literally the degens. degenerated.
quite literally degens.
Rats in the walls?
No. They.
Hang on, I have my book.
Yeah,
Hang on.
Yeah, I
get
have
my
my book too.
Necronomicon.
Yeah. We all go and look to our Necronomicons and go, it might be one that I haven't actually read yet.
Not cool air. Let me just look at the list of stories I have. No, that's also by H.P. Lovecraft.
Did you get it?
No.
I believe it's The Lurking Fear.
The Lurking Fear, yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, I did read that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, in The Lurking Fear, right?
Mm.
Those people could be killed. They're not old ones. They're just degenerated humans. They're Lovecraftian and awful and more horrible than you could ever imagine. But like, you can still shoot one in the face with a gun and it'll go down.
That's my point. Is like in these
the cats of Ulthar can be killed.
Yeah, no shit, right? Like, what I'm saying is for games like these, if you want to be able to kill those things, you have the chaff that can be killed, right?
Yes.
There are things there.
There are termagants and fucking
exactly right. You can find those kinds of things, and so this whole I believe later on he's talking about how they do this. This whole thing is like how they do it wrong, and like yes, they do it wrong in the sense of they don't give you that kind of chaff to fight, right? And they tease you with the big stuff, but especially with Dark Corners, they let you fight it and you win in a way, which is weird. Which, again, I can see you doing something to maybe hinder, but not directly, right?
Yeah.
You can be a thorn in the side of it.
Yeah,
best.
and again, like, in the Call of Cthulhu story itself, yes, you have the moment where they ram the boat into Cthulhu and he goes, fuck, I'm gonna go back to sleep, right?
Yeah, dude, it's like if you woke up in the morning, right, and a tiny little 3-inch version of you, like, walked up with a thumbtack and stabbed you in the toe.
Oh, dick.
You'd be like, fuck this, man, and you just like close your door and you'd go back to bed.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
I'd probably punch him in the dick first, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not so benevolent, but yeah.
And even take for instance in the Dreams in the Witch House, right?
Okay.
Wherein the guy does kill the witch and he kills Brown Jenkin.
Yep.
But like he's still irreparably like scarred for life.
Right, yeah, you can have it be so that you go through the thing and you do all this stuff and your character becomes like changed. And like that would be fine too, especially like it just depends on how you frame it. The other game that I played that actually is Cthulhu-ish is or it actually has Cthulhu is what is it called?
Killing Floor.
Well, Killing Floor has that one level, which is fucking awesome. But
no, Killing Floor has Cthulhu.
Right.
Yep.
Magrunner Dark Pulse. That's it. Magrunner Dark Pulse is a game where you have a magnet like thing and you use magnetism to like do platforming things, right?
How the fuck do those work?
I have no idea. But so it's this thing where you're like in a like at a facility testing out this device, and then as you go on and on, shit starts getting weird, and you find Cthulhu stuff on the walls, and somebody else who was a part of the company was like a cultist and makes it so that you go to Cthulhu land and you see him in the distance. And
Cthulhu land.
Yeah, Cthulhu land, and you don't do anything to Cthulhu. He's just kind of there. He watches you as you do your little Magrunner thing, which is cool, by the way, because he's just back there, and every now and again you start hearing like Cthulhu, which I'm like, why are you saying your own name, dude? What the fuck are you? What?
Some people were probably chanting his name, but go on.
No, it's not. It's literally him. Like, there's no one else.
It is.
There's
He's
no
a
one else around.
Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like, I don't know what the fuck he's saying. All the everything. You know, he's like, really, and Cthulhu, and it's just like, shut up,
he's
dude.
speaking Hawaiian.
Yeah, but he's just like talking about himself, like he's hyping himself
Well,
up.
I mean,
It's like,
he is Cthulhu. He's the most interesting man in the universe.
right? Exactly. Anyway, not my point.
True.
Yeah, no, not my point though. My point is like you have to stop the guy who made you go there, right? And is like bringing this to the facility and all this shit. Which, spoilers for Mag Runner Dark Pulse, a game from, I don't know, 2016 maybe. I don't know. It's been a while. But if you intend to play it, which I highly recommend, your guy actually like goes insane after stopping him and goes to join like with like the things outside of the universe because he's forever changed and like he understands them now. And I don't know. It's weird.
Oh, sort of like I would have just put my Necronomicon away. It's not the Silver Key, Through the Gates of the Silver Key.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Where like it's a human sort of evolving and like growing to gain the respect of some of the old ones.
Yeah. And
learning and like discovering instances of himself across other dimensions.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's like that in a way, in just that this was like kind of like a trial thing and such, and then like he goes to join them for when they come back, right? Because he's like, it's not time yet. I gotta go. I'll see you later, guy that I've been talking to the whole game, who's like my mentor / father figure. But sorry, dude, Cthulhu's my new daddy. So
he is all of our daddies.
He is. He's a big squid daddy.
And then
friendship
is all of our mothers.
Friendship ended with father figure.
Yes.
Tentacle daddy is my new best friend.
Exactly. But that again, like you don't affect Cthulhu at all. There are big fucking horror things later on that you have to figure out ways around, and also can kill, but they are tough in the sense of you have to throw like multiple explosive devices at them. Yeah. If you want to even kill
have
it,
a chance,
right? Like you have to do like 4 at once just to get past this one part, because otherwise you cannot proceed. But like you have to lure it in such a way by using yourself as the lure because it wants to kill you.
Yes.
But yeah, anyway, so again, doesn't affect Cthulhu at all. Kills the guy who made this all happen and stops the thing from becoming like a world-ending event because it's not time.
Yes.
Hey, quick question, actually. The city that Dread Cthulhu lies sleeping in, how do you guys pronounce it?
Rillier.
Yeah, I say Rillier.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it is technically pronounced or spelled
Well, that can also be an A.
Yeah, I was gonna say Rillier.
Yeah.
So,
and
I mean,
I do say that the language is Rillian.
Yeah. And some pronunciations though out there.
Yeah, before I took on Rilliach, I always heard Rilea.
Yeah, that I'm like, no.
That's
Rilea. Yeah, no, it
there's
doesn't.
no.
I thought
like Relian.
I heard someone say Relian earlier, and I was like,
and then the worst one that I heard was Riley.
Yeah, I've heard that.
I've never heard that, and that makes me upset.
Once. It was once.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no.
And I'm like, dude, it's a dread city. It's not your friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is, the reason why I go for Rilliach is because
phlegm is fun.
Well, it's fun, yes. It's fun to pretend like I'm hacking up a hairball while I'm saying it.
Exactly.
Anyway. Because the language is supposed to be so hard to even say.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's meant to be alien and like a real mouthful of a word.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, because like even the name Cthulhu,
Mhm.
it's not really, because I don't think. Let's see, because I believe that
It's like the people who say Cthulhu.
Yeah. Cthulhu is a
Yeah.
weird one.
Because wait a minute.
Granted, Cthulhu is a kosher pronunciation.
Yes. Oh, I'm
because
not
in
saying
the
it's
Call
wrong.
of Cthulhu, they do have Ktoolo.
Yeah. There are multiple
also
ways of
say
spelling it. Yeah.
Yeah, people like depending upon who it was, people pronounced it differently.
Yep.
Because the human mouth is unable to properly pronounce it. So
Exactly.
there's all various. You can't pronounce it correctly. It's all just various shades of incorrect.
Exactly.
Yeah. If you look up if you like look up Cthulhu,
Mhm.
and you get like the Wikipedia page and it tells you about how Lovecraft himself tried to pronounce the name,
Mhm.
it was like Cthulhu. It's like Cthulhu.
Yeah. It's like a breathy kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a lot of hech, a lot of H.
Sure.
Cthulhu. It's
Yeah.
like a lot of HL repeated. And that's a weird syllable to try to form.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
fucking weird.
Yeah.
And so Cthulhu is a lot easier to say than Cthulhu.
Right, because we are making it an English word. We're making it
Yeah.
follow the rules of English.
Yeah, and it's weird.
Before like Cthulhu elitists come in and say you're butchering the name.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, no, you don't speak the language of the fucking outer gods.
Right. Anyway, we've been on this for far too long. We've
Oh,
only
I've
made
had fun.
30 seconds into the video. No, absolutely. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that we need to actually maybe look at the video.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Because this is related to the point that we made
Sure.
earlier about how stupid it is to kill like great old ones and stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
say my favorite Lovecraftian game is Bloodborne, and a game in which you literally do kill a great old one.
Yep.
It's a newborn great old
Right.
one,
Yeah.
but
But-
you do kill one.
Wait.
Yeah.
Don't you become it
Cause-
after though?
No. Well, sorry. If we're counting the moon presence, you kill two. I was talking about the Orphan of Cause.
Oh. Yeah. Okay.
And technically, you kill Murgo and Rom
Okay.
and Ebrietas.
Right. Yeah.
You kill a lot of great old ones, actually.
Yeah, but I feel like they're not. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you did it, but guess what? You then like at the end of that, I interpreted it at least that like the cycle just begins anew.
Depending upon which order or which ending you get, either the cycle begins anew if you let Gurman kill you.
Well, no. So after,
The cycle
well, I mean,
begins
even
anew if you let the moon presence like eat your stomach and make you paralyzed. But now the cycle begins anew wherein you are Gurman,
right.
or if you collect all three umbilical cords,
Yeah.
the cycle is broken.
Oh.
And you are now the moon presence because
Yeah,
the moon
that's
presence
what I'm
started
saying.
The whole thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You become the moon presence, which means it doesn't change anything still, right?
Yeah.
No, it ends the beast plague.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Like the city, instead of being trapped in like the endless night, a new day starts.
Right. That's true.
There is also an ending in which, like, when you let Gurman kill you, you wake up from the dream and a new day starts, but your character just is, I guess, outside of the time loop of Yarnum.
Yeah.
And then there's the whole, like, bullshit with, like, what Odin Chapel did in the Thumerian mines and, like, where they got Ebrietas from and the Thumerian chalices and that whole bullshit.
I'm less familiar, so, but
Yeah, I joined a group called the Tomb Prospectors, whose whole goal is literally to map out like the various configurations of every single mine or
gotcha.
room dungeon, rather.
Gotcha.
Like, It's fun, but fuck.
Yeah, I forgot about Bloodborne. I'll be honest. Yeah, no, that's also a good one. And in that, like, yeah, again, I don't know. It feels less like you're ending things, even though you do technically end things.
Yeah.
It doesn't. I feel like it also just means, hey, you ended things for here. Cool.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Right.
it still holds true with that Lovecraft. Like, things are better, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
And at the end of the day, don't you have to sacrifice yourself in like all of those?
For every ending, I think so.
Yeah. The ending in which you save yourself, you're pretty much dooming the city to repeat the cycle.
Mhm.
Right, yeah. So there is one ending where you can live, but it is at the expense of everyone.
Yeah. There's
that
the
sounds
ending
about
in
right.
which you
Yeah.
run away.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah, that sounds right.
anyway, what's wrong with Cthulhu?
Yeah, what's
in
wrong with
horror-
Cthulhu again?
in games?
Presents our fear of
Poor-
the possibility of
I was just gonna say, poor execution, typically.
our own human smallness. Cthulhu presents us with the revelation of forces that are so much larger than us that they're beyond our control or even our understanding. The fear in Cthulhu is in how it shatters our fundamental understanding of our own importance in the universe. To look on Cthulhu is to go mad. This is why it can't be an enemy in a game. It can't simply be a squiddy monstrosity that we're meant to fight. It can't even be a giant tentacled boss, because the moment I can shoot Cthulhu in the face
Nice
is the
bolter
moment that
pistol.
Cthulhu loses all of its effect. The fear in Cthulhu is not that it's powerful, it's that it's powerful on a scale we can't even comprehend. We have no way to relate its unknowable vastness and illimitable power to our own mortal abilities.
So what I would say actually is you could have Cthulhu be a boss.
Yes.
And then after you fight him, he's just back.
Yeah.
Right? Like
You show the helplessness of the situation.
right, exactly. You can have them overcome it in a game in a way, but it could just be that I don't know, it's like it would feel cheap in a way.
Give your players a firing line of panzers and tell them to go nuts.
Sure.
Yep. and then
Right,
when
but,
he
like-
fucking respawns right behind you. Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so again, it's
Nice job. You made me use 0.000000001% of my power.
time to bring it up by 0.00000. Right, like
Who would win, Shaggy or Cthulhu?
Cthulhu.
jeez. But no, like, so the other, like, I can understand if somebody feels that it would be cheap to make it so that it is like a dream or you don't actually kill him, right? Like that's usually not how the things work. But I don't know, man. I feel like it's
But I
also kind
the
of
people
the
that
point.
would think that are the ones that don't really understand what Cthulhu embodies,
Right,
And what
and-
he is supposed to be.
This is obviously the problem that a games company would run into in the sense of making a video game that is very true to it, because
Yeah.
that's not gonna sell, right?
Yeah, because you don't really want to play a game where you are destined to fucking lose.
Right, exactly.
Unless you're playing The Last of Us.
You mean part 2, yes. But
Well,
yes.
I mean, in The Last of Us 1, you still kind of fuck over humanity because Joel's
No.
a fucking whiny bitch who misses his daughter.
No.
No.
What? No.
Wait, did they change that?
No. You're
No,
just wrong.
Joel is a
You're
whiny
just
bitch who
sorry.
misses
You're
his
just
daughter.
yeah.
But-
no,
Well, I mean, were they like okay? Did something
But-
change? Because the last time I played The Last of Us 1, you get to the hospital and they're about to extract the fucking
Yes.
curing shit out of her brain.
Okay,
and then-
let me put
Fucking
let me
maybe.
let me put a couple of things forward first.
Okay.
So it's not guaranteed. First off,
Oh,
yes.
right?
It's not even likely.
Secondarily, yes, it's not likely. Thirdly, how the fuck do you expect them to make a thing that will cure everyone and actually distribute that?
Well, they could aerosolize it.
Okay, even in
possible.
even
If it can be aerosolized.
Yes.
even in the most hopeful scenario where they could aerolize it, how do you expect them to actually like make that work for
To administer
everyone?
it.
Yeah,
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Like, you'd have to go across country to deliver the cure, and like, why would you ever go cross country to
Why
deliver
would you?
the cure?
Right.
The only reason you ever go cross country is for revenge.
Right. Well, okay. But yeah, besides that, right? Besides that,
Yeah.
how do you get people to trust that, first off? How do you expect that the people who are in charge of making that thing are not going to use it as a weapon, are not going to use it as
you're
a
literally
bargaining
giving
chip?
it to a paramilitary group.
That's true. I forgot about
That is
that.
power
Yes.
hungry, authoritarian, and like fascist to the extreme.
Right. And
Yeah, that's a good point, because
let-
I will be honest, I played through the game once and then that was it.
That's fair. I think it's a fine game, but it's not a masterpiece like everybody seemed to think it was.
Yeah.
But again, and also like Joel, yes, is not okay with sacrificing Ellie to maybe do this, right? And that's totally justified because they have grown a relationship between themselves as a father and daughter. Like, he is literally her dad for all intents and purposes. I don't know about you, but a dad really loves their children usually. Right?
Well, it's a good thing
Usually.
I'm not going to be a dad, because I would break her neck.
Okay. Well, even
Anyway.
okay, regardless of how you personally
joking.
feel, right?
Of my themes.
Right.
The themes,
Um,
yeah.
And it's like, Joel is not a good person, and he
No.
spent most of his life screwing people over in order to get ahead.
Yes.
And he
Well,
finally
yes.
has a chance at not saving someone in order to absolve his sins, but just so that he has the knowledge of, like, when he dies, because people die quick in this world, he'll be able to look back and say, I'm not as bad as I could have been.
Well, even so, like, I would also say that there is some of his I would say that his past is also justified in the sense of like survival, right? It's not that he was screwing people over, it was that he was trying to survive.
Well, he was.
Well, he might have, yes.
But yeah, how you survive is screwing people over. That's why when he and Tess talk to that one guy, he's like, I'm not doing fucking business with you guys. I want to kill you.
Yes,
shame.
but that was
Okay, I guess we'll
because
take
of
our bills just elsewhere.
history, I believe. Like, that was because they were slighted, in a way. Like, there was past things that happened.
Yeah, and I'm saying that, like, if you want to talk about Joel's history, then that's part of it.
Right, but is it considered screwing over somebody? I guess it is considered screwing somebody over as well, if in any regard, even if it's justified.
Yes.
So
Okay.
let me interrupt.
Yes, sorry.
How I forgot how we even got on to Joel not sacrificing Ellie.
You mentioned it, actually.
Did I? What was it in relation to?
I don't know.
Let's go back to the video. I don't fucking remember.
Anyway,
I don't even remember how we got here.
Joel did nothing wrong. Anyway.
That's fine. Yeah, no.
To even just give it a life bar is to give the player some shred of hope that they might have a chance. It gives them some vector.
Then you take that hope away. Like I was saying, like you can give them the hope, and then you take it away. That's the point of the material. Anyway,
you know, there's a fight that I have done a lot in Tales of Symphonia.
Okay.
Where you go through like the first third of the game and you fight this guy who's been being a bastard to you, like unintentionally. Well, no, he was being intentionally a bastard. He's being like super cold and an asshole. And you fight him because you don't want to give up your party member. You fight him and he's really fucking hard, but you can beat him. If you lose, the story continues, but you can beat him. So when you beat him, someone stronger shows up. And then you can lose to them, and the story continues. But you can also beat them, but it is super fucking hard. But after you beat them, the most powerful enemy in the game shows up and literally flicks you and you're dead.
Oh.
That's how you can do that. You can have them win and be like, oh, he's not even fucking, like, he's like rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. Now that he can see you, poof, dead.
Yeah, exactly.
Of understanding the thing they face. That's not how Cthulhu works. And yet, all too often, games either make Cthulhu an enemy or give you the goal of sealing up Cthulhu or banishing it from this plane.
Why
Well,
is-
I mean, that's what you're supposed to.
Yeah,
Why is that a problem?
Why is the latter a problem?
Yeah, that's the point.
Like,
That's what you're supposed to do.
if you seal him away for later, that's a good thing.
That's a victory.
Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
it's a delay.
Yeah.
In the short term, it's a victory. In the long term,
Yeah.
you're still fucked. But
Yeah.
You dust your hands off and you say it's my grandkid's problem.
right,
Exactly.
yeah, future
Fucking
me
pass
can
that shit
deal
off to
with.
Joseph.
Like,
It's the Castlevania effect.
Hmm.
You quote unquote kill Dracula, but
You
like
do.
he'll be back.
the only reason why he's back is because of cultists.
And that's the only reason why Cthulhu comes back.
Right.
I
Cultist.
thought he just
if you
comes
will.
back
No.
every 50
No,
years.
it is quite literally every time it's some fucking cultist is like, we want to bring back Dracula because he was fucking rad.
Well, actually, they
I thought-
retconned that.
Hmm? In what?
So, that's a whole long fucking discussion, my dude.
Because
How
I
did they
thought there was literally one game where so much time had gone by that people had forgotten about Dracula,
Yeah.
and his soul like comes back from hell, and he like looks over his window, and he looks, and there's another Belmont kid, a plucky young Belmont kid, and he's just like, just do it, just kill me.
I don't know.
But yeah,
because
He comes
I'm
back as
going
an anime boy.
right. I'm going by. I guess they're the multiple games that I've played. It always goes in the start of like, hey, guess what?
Dracula's fucking back.
Cultists wanted to bring Dracula back, and I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. Because cultists is degens.
Yeah, they love bringing shit back. That's their
And
thing.
to make a super long and annoying story short,
Mhm.
Dracula, they retconned him so that he is connected to like the antithesis of God.
In what game?
Yes.
In what game did they do this?
I couldn't tell you which one, but that's what they did.
Okay, because I
think
would super need context for this. Because
yeah.
if it's like one of the
he
reboots,
is
then
yeah, it's one of the ones where he's like, oh, there is God, and then there is chaos,
oh,
and
it's
he is
fucking stupid.
connected to chaos.
I believe, isn't it in Lords of Shadow?
That's why Lords of
Ah.
Shadow is garbage. Okay,
But is it canon?
dude, I don't fucking know anymore.
think-
Okay,
I think it is.
if it is canon, then fuck me. That sucks. That sucks.
I think
Sorry.
it is.
That's no.
But
if
here's
Lords
the
of
thing-
Shadow
but
is canon, then oh god.
Well, here's
Oh,
the thing.
God.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. If Lords of Shadow is canon,
Yeah.
but the cultist revivals did still happen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
exactly. That was like the thing before.
So I mean, that's fine.
that
But
like
now he don't need no cultist. He's a strong, independent vampire. He don't need no cultist.
so stupid.
He don't need no degens.
I don't
Anyway.
understand. I don't get that. Why the fuck would you? The cultists is cool. Like you had
Money.
pockets of.
money because
yeah,
you can't have cultists be the reason every game. So
Well,
instead, you just
But
say,
it's
"I
been
don't know, he
successful for
spawns."
years. Konami doesn't understand shit. Anyway, okay.
Nope. They sure fucking
Why do
don't.
they? Why do they love destroying things? I don't understand. Anyway, okay. All right. It's so upset. I'm actually super upset about that right now. Fucking, I played the first Lord of Shadow game for like a few missions and went, ugh.
It's like fuck this.
And then I saw Lords of Shadow
Oh,
2,
it's Devil May Cry, but bad.
but bad, right? And then I found out.
It's like DMC Devil May Cry for all
Right.
its flaws actually did have good combat.
Yeah,
but-
yeah. But like then I found out that the Belmont you play is actually Dracula, and I'm like, what is happening? And then he comes back in the second game, and you play as him, and you're like, what is? Why am I in
Yeah.
modern times? What is going on?
And it's like, why is he a
Hercules in New
baby
York,
boy?
baby. That's why.
Oh my god, what a pull! Oh my god, thank you. I haven't thought about Hercules in New York for so long for good
Well,
reason.
we fucking fixed that problem here today.
Oh,
Happy
Alejo?
Halloween, motherfucker.
Alejo?
Yeah.
I've not seen this movie.
Okay.
Can we add it to the movie night docket?
Absolutely, dude. Oh my god. I just it's been so long that I don't remember it very well, but I remember it and I'm like, what the fuck? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Oh no.
Are you looking at it? Are you looking at it? Who played Hercules?
I found one photo, and I would make a comment, but it would be very inappropriate, so I shall refrain.
Okay.
Well, I mean, this whole show is fucking inappropriate.
Wait, so
This is worse.
Okay.
Who plays Hercules in that? Is that
Schwarzenegger.
Is it
Schwarzenegger?
Yeah, okay. It was Jesus. Anyway, anyway.
This shows a complete misunderstanding of what makes Cthulhu work. I mean, remember that at the end of the Call of Cthulhu, Lovecraft has the crew of the Alert, the vessel that finds Cthulhu, ram the eldritch creature to zero effect, just to show how futile and inconsequential human actions are to it.
Some effect.
Cthulhu
Well, so
what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
He fucking blew his head off.
Yeah, well,
No, blew like half his head off.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, fucking elder
It
god.
pierced-
Like, oh my god,
yeah.
great old one.
It pierced him, right? And it fucking did damage to him, and they saw
Yeah,
it.
and he lived, but I mean, you fucking drove the awakening Cthulhu back to fucking sleep. Fucking good on ya.
Like they did something. You can't just gloss over it and say no, they didn't do. Like in the long run, yes, they didn't do anything. They just hit him when it was too early.
Honestly, I would say in the long run, they saved the fucking planet.
I thought the stars were
because
wrong.
They woke him up. The time wasn't right.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought he can't wake at all until the time is right.
Yeah, that's why the Call of Cthulhu's a bit fucky.
It's a little weird, right? Like
yeah, because like the it's always about like, oh, the stars are aligning, but I mean, stars move in a cycle if they move.
Yeah, well,
the time was not yet right.
Exactly,
Wow.
right? Like it's ambiguous
he was
in a way.
awake so that he could kill them and then would have gone back to sleep anyway.
Exactly,
They saved
right?
their own lives. They didn't save the world.
Yes,
It's true.
exactly. That's what I would say.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
So like, yeah, they in the long run, yes, they didn't fucking do anything. But guess what? They did something in the short term for themselves. They did it.
Well, I mean, they already went insane by that point, so
Yeah,
It was
But,
a
yeah.
mighty
So.
eddying and foaming in the noisome brine, and as the steam mounted higher and higher, the brave Norwegian drove his vessel head-on against the pursuing jelly, which rose above the unclean froth like the stern of a demon galleon. The awful squid head, with writhing feelers, came nearly up to the bowsprit of the sturdy yacht, but Johansen drove on relentlessly. There was a bursting as of an exploding bladder, and a slushy nastiness as of a cloven sunfish, a stench as of 1,000 opened graves, and the sound that the chronicler would not put on paper. For an instant the ship was befouled by an acrid and blinding green cloud, and then there was only a venomous seething astern where, God in heaven, the scattered plasticity of that nameless sky spawn was nebulously recombining in its hateful original form, whilst its distance widened every second as the Alert gained impetus from its mounting steam.
Yeah, so they
So
fucking go
Cthulhu
through it.
has mass, and
Yeah.
you can blow him apart, but it's not going to matter.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. So like,
because he's
yeah,
just gonna fucking reform in seconds.
so like, yes, ultimately they didn't do much, but guess what? It still did something.
Think of it sort of like if you mix oil and water and you put them in a flask together,
Mhm.
you'll have a definite layer of oil and a definite layer of water.
Mhm.
You can shake it up like you would a balsamic vinaigrette, and you'll
yes.
get little puddles and like
Yes.
little small bubbles of oil that are now emulsified in the water.
Mhm.
It'll reform.
That's a
It's
fun word.
inevitable that it'll reform. But like you can damage it, so to speak.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. Like,
I like
and-
that word.
yes.
Emulsify?
Emulsified, yeah. Anyway.
Cthulhu can't be an enemy or a goal. It should be a presence, an insurmountable shadow that looms over our adventures. Our desperate hope shouldn't be in our power to
It can be
withstand it,
both.
but in the possibility that
Like,
I
yeah.
like that Lego, goddamn.
Yeah, it's
Looks so
pretty
good.
But yeah, no, it can be both.
Yeah, it can be both.
We can do both.
That
Yes.
maybe we're too inconsequential for it to notice us. Unfortunately, this
What the
goes against
fuck?
what games are.
I don't know, dude. There's a
That
bunch
was
of
fucking weird.
weird little things.
I looked away for like a half second, all of a sudden shaving octopus.
I'm waiting for a Rage comic to appear. Not gonna
Oh
lie.
Jesus! Oh God! It's not that bad, thankfully.
Usually about. In general, games are about empowerment. They're about making us the hero, making us larger than life, making us more important in their world than we could ever be in ours.
Skyrim.
Yes.
There are some games where you don't
Where you
necessarily become so powerful. Like you become powerful enough that you can overcome the obstacles, but you don't become like a god.
Not every game is Just Cause 3.
Right.
Or the Just Cause series, I should say.
Right. Yeah. Like there are.
That's a damn shame.
I guess
We can only attach so many rocket thrusters to so many cows.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that there is a limited
Fucking
amount,
limit
but
of the...
yeah, no, I like there are many instances of games where you don't need to upgrade. Hell, in like games where you can upgrade, you can get good enough to not, I guess. Like, but you can
that's
still
not really the
overcome.
point. I don't think we're talking about upgrades and stats here. We just mean like,
Yeah.
like in the games, you are the hero, that kind of thing.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair.
Yeah, I think it's more like that.
I guess, yeah, but still, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
And this
But I
goes
mean,
directly
like,
Oh, yeah.
keep it going, keep it going. Hang on.
against the fundamental terror that lurks behind Cthulhu.
Ooh! Okay, there we go. That's much more attractive. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, fucking ochre jelly.
Oh, fuck. What was I gonna say? The fucking tentacle pony.
Yeah, it gets you.
There are plenty of times in games where even as the hero, you get your ass handed to you.
Yeah.
There are plenty of times where, like, you want to know a good fucking example of that? Even though you do wind up, becoming stronger, fucking Mega Man X.
Yep, absolutely.
First
Very
fucking
beginning.
level,
Yep.
Vile shits down your throat.
Yep, can't do anything.
But you power up, you get stronger, and yes, obviously that is the whole
It's how Mega
issue
Man
that
be.
we're talking about here, where games make you feel stronger.
Right.
But there are plenty of games that make you feel weak.
Yeah, it's this thing again where you can.
I don't suppose you've ever heard of Dark Souls, have you?
Well, that's what I was referencing before. Like, regardless of how.
Or Demon Souls.
Yeah, regardless of
Wherein
how.
literally the first boss is meant to kill you. You can kill it.
Yeah, any of the Souls games, the first thing you face is supposed to kill you.
Oh man, and
But there's-
man, fucking Monster Hunter, my dudes.
Yeah. Well,
Then
fucking
there's
easy.
DMC5, where you can win, and I've done it, and it's fantastic because they just play the credits at like 4 times speed.
that's awesome.
That's
and
hilarious.
then you start mission 1 over again. And like it shows pictures too of like it plays like this little cutscene of like basically saying and then the day was saved, and then like plays like credits super fast and shows up like pictures of the characters out and like on vacation and having a good time.
That's awesome.
good.
That's super
And
good.
then like you
The
play
game
it
didn't
again,
happen.
then
Yeah.
you lose as you're supposed to, and then you play the game proper.
Right.
That's funny.
That's pretty good.
Or Sekiro, where they throw you having known literally nothing about how the game plays against like a boss
Right. Yeah.
who's not even the toughest boss in the game. He just has a lot of mechanics that you don't know about.
Right. Exactly.
And because you also don't have your weeb hand, like it's hard to beat him.
Right.
Hand of the weeb.
And like
Mhm.
it-
Weeb
it-
souls.
And like, yeah, we're talking about things that you overcome, obviously, but like, I feel like you can still do that with something that is Cthulhu, right?
Yeah.
You can do it for that, but in the overcoming it, you seal it, you stop the ritual, you do something like that's what you do.
You never win. At
Right.
most, you barely break even.
Yes.
Exactly, and that's what you strive for, and that's the sense of accomplishment. You can make that be something that makes people feel victorious, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
like you can definitely feel a sense of pride and accomplishment in the knowledge of, you know what, the world won't end today, and my character is not a bubbling mess that'll have to be institutionalized.
Yeah, exactly. And like
And-
my character is around for the next time.
Mm-hmm. And one of the things that's worth noting is that a lot of times people consider Lovecraft's work, and like rightly so, obviously, to be very, very dark because people are dying, people are getting killed, they're elder gods, people are going insane, yada yada yada. But in all the ones that I've read, and I think it's most of them, the humans do always manage to kind of sort of win.
The rats in the walls, the thing on the doorstep. Well, actually,
that's a good point. I haven't gotten to the rats in the walls yet.
The music of Eric Zahn.
Yeah, music of Eric Zahn.
Did Eric Zahn? Did they fuck up in that one too?
Yeah, he just fucking he
just disappeared.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Fuck.
Through the gates of the Silver Key is literally like the bad ending.
But well,
I think I was thinking more of like the Shadow over Innsmouth, the Mountains of Madness.
Well,
like
Shadow over
Innsmouth,
Innsmouth.
Witch House.
Shadow over Innsmouth. He does.
Yeah, he ran away.
He technically.
I mean, he did escape, and he didn't die. I
but
guess.
Then he just goes back because he's
Don't spoil it.
Innsmouth.
Spoil it now.
No, it's a fucking 60-year-old book.
I've not read it.
It's a 60-year-old book. Oh no!
Fucking Snape kills Dumbledore.
Right, exactly.
A lot of Lovecraft's works too.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily anything horrible. It's just strange.
Yeah.
Like, the Silver Key, the Strange High House in the Mist, Pickman's Model.
Mm-hmm.
Cool Air.
Cool Air. I was thinking of Cool Air. Herbert West.
Mm-hmm.
The Cats of Ulthar. The Color Out of Space is technically bad, but like so long as you're, outside of a 2-acre patch, you're fine.
Yeah, right. So okay, then I completely retract that statement. I guess I was thinking of only the ones that I had read, but even I will I will amend my statement by saying in some of them, the humans do technically win, quote unquote. They in Call of Cthulhu, they fucking send Cthulhu back to sleep. In okay, that's it. Well, all I can think of at the moment.
So the way I would describe it, and like the way I've been mentally thinking to myself, like just in my mental notes how to describe it, but I guess I'll actually share it because it is true. It's like, how a lie of omission is just leaving out some facts in order to say something else.
Yes.
The way that the humans win in Lovecraftian horror is a victory of omission.
Yes, exactly. Like with something like
what happened just left out some of the poorer results, and people went, "Well, boys, good enough."
And like something like Mountains of Madness, right? Like you see that they ran away from the thing, but the reason why you find out about the story is because they are trying to warn people away from going to the place, right? They don't want people to go to Antarctica because fucking there's bad shit there, right? And that's like, hey, we found out about this thing. You're not gonna believe me, but we're trying to steer you away from the shit. So
it's bad.
Spoilers. I'm still reading at the Mountains of Madness.
So like it's one of those things where it's just like the victory is coming away from the situation with your life. Yeah. And like you're there to help against other things in a way. Like in I would say in the RPG, like the TTRPG, your characters can continue to exist and like go on another adventure. They're more knowledgeable and they're able to like combat the things a little bit better than your run-of-the-mill dude who just found out about it yesterday. And so like they have it's a tainted victory, You know, it's like, yes, I overcame this thing, but now I'm forever changed.
At what cost?
Exactly, right? So you can still have that victory, and hell, if you make a whole series of games that are Lovecraftian based, where it's the same protagonist, but they continue to just get fucking worse, like in the sense of their mental state, the sense of like their relationships with people, like all this shit, you see this whole, oh man, I can see it now.
Dude,
the progression.
One of the fucking Telltale.
Yeah, something like a Telltale game, yeah, where it's literally
where it's like multiple chapters and you're just
back
going on
when
different
Telltale was good. Yes.
Yeah.
Like legitimately you could see a single character who finds out all about this shit. He's got all these other people with him. You don't know that he's going to be the final guy, but then like, hey, like at the end he overcomes and loses, or maybe even still has a few other people with him, and like they're all like, they all leave each other. Like in the next game you find out they've all separated in the sense of like they don't want to remind themselves of what they've gone through, so they all just keep,
the band broke apart.
Yeah, they keep out of touch and everything, and then like, hey, he finds out about this thing that's happening, and then he digs into it a little bit more because of morbid curiosity, or even just a victim of circumstance, and then goes, oh fuck, I gotta get the band back together. Right? Like, and then he goes and finds his friend, and then maybe he dies, but then you go with another character who was a part of that, and then like, oh, I love this idea and I wish it was a thing.
Fucking road trip, boys.
And then like, yeah, and you see like his marriage falls apart, and like, I don't know, he can't seem to find anybody else, and like his friends, he's got like one, right? Because there's only one person who's like able to tolerate him or shit. Like, come on, you can do this. You can do this.
Doesn't it suck when you come up with a fantastic game idea and you know it'll never fucking happen?
I mean, to be fair, I came up with like, I've said this before to off, you know, anything, but I came up with the idea of the game Prototype, and then Prototype came out like the year later. And I was like, oh shit, that's awesome. It's because I was like legitimately, I was super obsessed with like,
came up with Halo, and man, they just made it right after.
It wasn't 1-to-1, all right?
I'm joking.
We came up with Among Us while we were playing a murder mystery.
No, fucking werewolf and all that stuff existed. Like, Among Us is just a continuation of all that shit.
Cheap imitation.
No, it's
I'm just like, I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's not a 1-to-1,
One time
obviously.
I did a UK accent while playing Nazi zombies at my friend's house, and like, I pretty much made Killing Floor.
Yeah, and dude, I owned rats, so I came up with the Skaven.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Let's reductive.
Let's move on.
Exact same.
Though that we might be able to get around this in games. Parts of Dark Souls and Demon Souls, some of the Silent Hill franchise, and even System Shock 2 at times managed to deliver that disempowering sense of smallness. But there's another problem that goes with delivering on the idea of Cthulhu. The terror behind Cthulhu is in the fear of lack of control. While we think we're in control and that we're the dominant species and that there's no problem that our mind can't master, the Cthulhu mythos makes this a carefully constructed lie.
That's another way to say it.
I was more concerned with the fact that I saw a blighted Rage comic.
Yeah, I saw that. I honestly
now I have to throw away my monitor. So thank you for that.
A blighted Rage comic?
Yeah, there was a Rage comic. Fucking head. Thankfully, my brain had blotted it out from the first time I had watched this, but now it's in my brain because you brought it up.
Maintainable only through our own ignorance. Terror and madness comes when the veil is ripped away. So how do we capture that in a game? How do we really bring in the idea of Cthulhu, the horror that true lack of control inspires? If it were me, I'd play against the expectations that games set up for us. The further into the game the player went, the more I'd make them realize how little control they actually had. The more I'd expose them to bouts of Eternal Darkness-esque insanity, and where normal games...
Oh, Eternal Darkness is a great... Is a great fucking example. Eternal Darkness is a great game. GameCube game, for those of you who don't know.
Yep,
where
I played it.
where as you keep going through the story, more and more sanity effects happen, like because your sanity keeps dropping, and like it fucks with your shit. It like pretends that it deletes your game. Like there's a lot of cool like sanity effects that happen during it, and the whole thing is actually with like 4 elder gods that are all vying for control of like the universe, basically. And you
have to worship one. It's like it's a rock paper scissors thing.
I guess it is.
Yeah, Doki Doki Literature Club did it first.
yeah. Anyway, so
I've never heard such disdain in a single word.
But like it doesn't end with like a victory as well. It ends with you've essentially helped a god attain control. Right?
Yeah.
And it's like, you beat the game, but at what
cost?
Yeah. Like, oh wow. So anyway. It's a good game.
Good job, you ruined everything.
Yep. There was no way that you couldn't. Oh well.
We did it, Patrick. We saved the city.
Yes.
Games go out of their way to point out to you just how meaningful your decisions were. I'd turn the tables and late in the game, show the player just how meaningless, how inconsequential all of those big decisions they thought they were making really were. I wouldn't guarantee the happy end you normally see from video games either. I wouldn't have you win. I'd have a debatable best ending. Is simply surviving the best ending? In the ending you got, did your character go mad? Or was the ending even what really happened? I'd force the player, as a human being, not as the character in the game, to try to make sense of the obscure. I'd also have most of the NPCs in the game not be in on the mythos. In the world Lovecraft creates, most people would think that any mention of the creeping things, the colors out of space, were a sign of madness. If the player tried to talk to them about the experiences they were having, they'd simply be shunned, or possibly thrown into a ward. Because part of Cthulhu is isolation. It's having an experience the world needs to know but that no one's willing to accept. Part of Cthulhu is in questioning your own sanity, and having to ask your rational self whether it's more reasonable to think that the entire world is ignorant to their peril, or that...
Okay.
Sorry, that was a good image.
I like that.
I like that a lot.
That was a nice visual joke. I like it.
yourself just might have gone mad. For those of you who have played the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game, you know that it's perhaps one of the best systems for capturing this, and much of that lies in the fact that every character is, in the end, doomed to madness. They aren't precious or mighty. They aren't even heroes. They're simply people.
So
Bernard was pretty precious to me.
I guess you could make the argument that yes, if they continue to do these things now that they're in that situation, in the know, that yes, they're doomed to madness. But you could also make the argument that they could resist until they die.
Yeah, and like, you know, you could always be like, hey guys, let's do an investigation. We fucking investigate. Oh shit, there's some spooks. I'm fucking not doing that shit no more. I like my brain where it is.
Yeah, exactly. They could
you don't.
They could retire entirely and just not care about it anymore.
Yeah, they
try to have a normal life.
Retire tires.
Yeah, exactly. Try to have a normal life. So,
people trying to follow their curiosity to its inevitable end. So to use Cthulhu right, to create a game that's not about some big, scary-looking cephalopod, but is really about delivering the terror that Cthulhu evokes in Lovecraft stories, we have to turn much of what we know about games on their head. First, we have to get rid of the idea that Cthulhu is a creature to be overcome or defeated.
So, okay,
no.
Overcoming something can be done in many different ways, as we have stated.
It doesn't necessitate shooting him or ramming him in the face.
Right. Like, you don't have to beat him. You have to beat the situation.
There are more ways to solve problems than American violence.
Exactly,
There's
right?
Also,
like
British violence.
Like...
Yeah, they're like, this is...
Like, you don't have to, like, as much as I don't like what they did with Dark Corners of the Earth, like we were talking about before, it's still fine in some cases, right? Where yes, shooting the things is a way to do it, but it's not the only way. And you don't. Oh god, shooting Dagon though is so weird. I hate it. Anyway, I can't really defend it too much.
Don't
Really,
worry about
Dark
it.
Shadows is an example of how to do it wrong.
Yes. Yeah.
Then, like in most truly good horror, we have to move away from an empowerment fantasy, instead allowing us to feel disempowered while safely ensconced in our own.
Silent Hill, you can feel empowered, dude. Like,
Yeah, you can get guns in that game.
you get gun.
And a lot of ammo.
Guess what? Gun makes it so you can shoot the bad things.
I
and
guess,
they die.
I guess there are certain ones like Trapezoid Head.
You
that
can
you
still
can't
shoot
kill.
them. Well,
Can you kill it?
I don't. Yes. Can you?
Oh.
I believe.
I don't know. Never played it.
Can you kill Pyramid? I think he like goes away for a time, but he doesn't die.
Yeah, because like
it's Mr. X.
Yeah, exactly.
X
So
don't
you
give
can-
it to you.
And like to be fair, for something like Mr. X, you do kill him in the end, right? Like,
Yeah, but like through, well, technically not even.
I thought you
It's the
shoot him with a.
It's the nuke that kills him, really.
Yeah, but don't
Fucking
you
nuke him?
don't you set off the nuke, or is that just a circumstance?
Maybe I'm thinking. No, I think I'm thinking of Resident Evil 3. Yeah, I'm thinking of 3, where like he's on the train,
Mm.
and like the train crashes, and it's like, yeah, he's like, you did a lot of big damage to him, but he's a big, ugly Shoggoth looking monster now.
Right. Yeah.
And the knowledge of, you know what, he'll probably come back from even this. It's just a hope that, like, well, they're gonna nuke the city, and I'm hopefully not gonna be
Right.
here, so
Yeah. True.
we'll probably finish him off.
By the way, you got really far away.
Yeah, you did.
Sorry, I was eating cashews.
Oh, okay. Oh, dude, I want cashews. And yeah, that to be fair as well, that is Resident Evil and not Silent Hill. But in Silent Hill, yes, there is actually a Pyramid Head boss fight that you have to do in order to progress. That is a thing. And yeah, ultimately, I think every Silent Hill has a end boss that you have to shoot, and then you get out of Silent Hill. So
Yeah, like,
Which is
what are you on
stupid
about with Silent
considering-
Hill? That has always had guns in it, even in the first one.
Mhm.
And it's stupid too, considering that the whole point of Nonverbal Mountain is that it is a reflection of your psyche.
Right.
Yeah, so what, are you gonna shoot your fucking psyche?
Yes,
Yeah.
that is how.
The only way to
yes.
win is to blow your brains out.
Right.
Goddamn right.
Exactly. Right. Like it's. But to be fair as well, like it is also you go through a lot of things in Silent. Well, your character goes through a lot of things in Silent Hill to then find out what they are as a person, and then they shoot the thing that is the manifestation of the bad part of themselves. I think.
Silent Hill is a beautiful, like, and I say this as someone who has literally never played a game, but has only ever watched some gameplay. In that, it is a beautiful merging of the ideas of man versus a force greater than himself,
Yep.
personified by, you know,
Monstars.
Rhomboid Head. But it's also man versus himself in the fact that, like, the force greater than himself are actually just shards of his psyche.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's very cool. And then they fuck it up later in later games.
Yeah.
So you know,
Shame it's a gotcha now.
shame they canceled PT anyway.
Rooms.
We got Redis Pedis and his funky fetus. So I'll take it.
I've still yet to look at that at all, but it's very interesting.
It's a great game. It's so stupid. It's a great game.
Like,
Sure
that's
sounds like it.
that's the sentiment that I seem to keep seeing. So yeah.
I would highly recommend either playing it or, better yet, probably watch it,
Probably watch it. Yeah.
because it's great. Well, actually, you like menial tasks, so you might actually really like making roads and stuff.
It's true. I might actually like it,
Um,
and I fear that about
But-
myself.
but the fact remains that, like, at the very end of Genius Kojumbo's perfect game.
Yes.
You like you get guns over the course of Retus Petus, and like you just wish that one of those could be real so you can use it on yourself because oh my god, like Kojumbo is the personification of subtlety is for cowards.
Oh yeah. Oh, I
And-
know.
and
All his
he is-
names? Oh my
He is
god.
in fine form. in
Oh
Retus
no.
Petus.
Really? That's great.
Like, I don't think I've seen him be more blatant.
I love it. Oh, that's
Okay.
great.
And even when his own analogies start falling apart and he triples down, oh, mwah.
I love it. That's great. Okay, cool.
Plus it's got Mads Mikkelsen.
Yeah. Doesn't it also have Guillermo del Toro?
Yes, it does.
Oh my god, that's
Uh,
amazing. Why the fuck? How the fuck?
AKA, I think his name is Deadman in that.
Of course. Did you see Brian
So
David
good.
Gilbert's fucking How
Yes.
to Make Your Own Kojima name?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
It's so
Yeah.
accurate.
Yep,
It's scary.
Yep,
Right?
his name is Deadman.
His name is Deadman. Okay.
There's also a man by the name of Heartman. And he sends you emails that are filled with hearts.
Okay.
Heartman because he has heart attacks.
Oh my god.
Heartman.
Ah!
It's the best.
All right, I'll have to watch something about it later as well. Anyway, let's finish this video out, maybe.
Yeah.
And last, have to move away from the feeling of control, the feeling of agency that almost all games impart simply by their nature as part of an interactive medium. And to do that, we're
Wait.
really going to have to play against the expectations that years of playing games have instilled in most of us. We'll have to upset the player's sense of control in both the narrative and the play without interrupting the flow of gameplay itself.
Wait. Wait, okay, with all the visuals you're giving, you're telling me that you want to just take away entire control.
Yeah, what do you...
What he does is he wants to make a Kojima game. And honestly, Kojima would make a fantastic Cthulhu game.
I'm sure he would, but at the same time, like, I don't understand what he's saying.
Yeah,
Right?
I need a little bit. We need a little bit more
He's saying-
specificity here.
He's saying in order for you to feel truly hopeless, you need to feel like your choices don't matter. A sentiment I do not agree with.
No.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that
It
either.
can do, like, yes, it will have that effect, but it will be an incredibly unsatisfying game.
Yeah,
right,
that's the
exactly.
thing.
Like, if I
the-
were to
the-
save a character just for that character to die anyway, like, immediately, I'd go, oh, neat.
It's the events of the Dunwich Horror, for instance.
Okay.
Let's take that into account.
Please, yes.
They prepared really well, and they did things as best as they could. They
Yes.
organized the town,
Mhm.
and that town escaped with only like 10 dead people and 3 crushed houses.
I think so,
Yep.
yep.
Like overall, like that's a win as
Yeah.
far as Lovecraft is concerned.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
true. They sent it away, and
Yeah.
Well, now-
it's gone. Neat.
Yeah.
Like a couple people went temporarily mad, but
Yeah.
like overall, I mean, it did pretty well.
Yeah,
Fucking
again,
rousing success.
and I wouldn't.
And that's
and I,
because they researched well, they
Yeah.
made good choices along the way, they talked to the right people.
exactly.
Like, you do not have to have your gameplay start off as la-di-da, a casual jaunt, and then turn into a miserable slog where
Right.
it feels like, oh, cool, like, might as well just watch a movie at this point because
Right.
why make a choice?
That's the thing,
Yeah.
right? Like that's actually what I would say is the problem with something like Until Dawn or Man of Medan, those kinds of games, where
Mhm.
yes, your choices can matter, but ultimately you can just do nothing and the game just plays, right?
Yeah.
Song of Horror, for all its like really, really good parts,
Mhm.
does also suffer from that.
Oh.
It is also Lovecraftian, in the fact that one tiny slip up will result in your character dying.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah.
But it is very much you solved the mystery, congratulations. Like, you don't really make any choices, to my knowledge,
Right.
to
Yeah.
actually alter things.
Yeah, I mean, like, and you could obviously argue with the ones that the two games that I was suggesting. Those two, yes, your choices can save more of the characters, but ultimately everything still plays out the same. Basically, like the characters are just alive. That's the only difference.
Yeah, the whole point of the first arc of Song of Horror is there is a dude who has been captured by this house, and people who know him and who care about him have like followed his trail to this house. The decisions that they make, there's two endings to the game, and one of them's not really an ending; it's just a fail state.
Oh,
And the fail state is, well, you walked into that door because you didn't listen long enough to hear the evil spooky sounds behind it. Now that character's dead, and then that happened 5 times, so now it's like, oh well, you're out of characters, which means you're out of attempts to clear this house, so now
you lose.
spooky house.
Okay.
Versus, hey, you got it on your 3rd or 4th or 5th or maybe 1st character. Congratulations, and then boom, next arc.
Oh. Cool.
Like, Song of Horror is really good. It's got a really, really cool story. It's got a threat that is weirdly abstract, while at the same time feeling really real and present. But it's you don't make choices really in it.
Right, and like something, I guess the other example that I could pull that is somewhat similar would be like something like The Walking Dead from Telltale.
Yep.
But
wherein your choices matter heavily.
They do matter heavily because the story completely changes whether or not you do this one thing or another, right? Like the scenarios
as stupid as, did you get this character a hairbrush?
Yeah, those choices are stupid. But like the scenarios play out entirely differently, or just completely are different scenarios because of choices, which is like actually something that you
or
would
QTEs.
Want. Yeah, or QTEs, yeah. But that's actually something that shows that those choices matter more. Instead of, no, the story still progresses exactly the same, it's just that there is less people here now. Right? And then you're just like, oh, so what's the point? Right? Just give me a movie, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And in the end, leave them questioning their character's sanity. If we can do all that, if we can move away from fighting Cthulhu to living in a world where its existence exerts an inexorable force on existence itself, perhaps when you turn off the controller and tuck under the covers for the night, maybe we can leave you awake, staring into the dark, wondering what really is outside the window. What's...
Okay, wait. So...
Jesus Christ.
Like,
okay. You're getting way too far into the fucking... like...
I get, yes, you want to be immersed. Absolutely, you want to have that nice immersion. But, I don't know if I want to keep having the game terrorize me after the fact. I mean, maybe I do. I don't know. That's weird in the sense of the way he's put it, at least.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. You can like Cthulhu. You can like Lovecraft's fucking works, but we like them without them dominating our every thought and being like, oh shit, is that a fucking deep one?
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Yeah, you don't fucking need that.
I don't know about
stupid.
You, but I will go days or even weeks of my life without the thought of a Shoggoth.
Right, exactly.
That's in my mind.
That's what I'm. Yeah, that's what I mean more so, I guess. It's just fucking. I don't. This isn't going to change my outlook on life to think that Lovecraft is real. Like, Lovecraftian horror is real.
Like,
right?
That being said, though, I do very much enjoy when I play, take for instance, Alien Isolation. And I play it with the lights out, and I finish playing for the night, and I'm still in my dark room, and I can feel the hair raising on my neck.
Yeah, that's fair.
Which is, I think, what he's getting more towards.
I guess so.
Except
I hope so.
He wants it less fight or flight and more abstract. What is the human condition?
Okay, yeah. There was one other thing that he said that I want to look at really quick.
We'll have to upset the player's sense of control in both the narrative and the play without interrupting the flow of gameplay itself, and in the end, leave them questioning their character's sanity. If we
So, I guess questioning the character's sanity is interesting, because, yes, I would like to wonder if my character is actually seeing these things, or if he's insane. That would be interesting. I agree with that. That would be incredibly hard to do because, well, I don't even know if it would be incredibly hard to do. It would be one of those things.
You just have them return back to their normal life,
Yeah.
and as soon as they try to mention what happened to them, everyone around them disregards them.
Yeah, exactly. So that's incredibly easy to do, and I think that's done in a lot of games, actually. Right?
Not actually. That happens in the Call of Cthulhu game.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I think that came out after this one. I wonder what they think of it. But the I guess in my mind went to Catherine, actually. Catherine
Okay.
in that game
With a K or a C?
C.
No,
'Cause that's-
but is it though?
Well, no, because the Catherine with the C is the one on the cover, and also how they spell the game.
Yeah, no. It's
yeah.
a bit.
I know, and I'm destroying your bit. Anyway, so yeah, Catherine, the guy who is experiencing all this shit actually does in the game, like in the bar the next day, he's like, "Hey, yeah, like the fuck?" And everybody who talks to you is just like, "What? What do you mean you had a dream of like, and you found this girl, and like, does she even exist? Like,
Yeah.
nobody sees her, right? Except for him."
To a mild extent, Persona. Too.
Yeah, I was
Yes.
just leaning. I was
Mhm.
just about to say that.
Yep, Persona
With
as well.
Fucking the 25th Hour, the fucking TV shit, the
Mhm,
fucking Shadow, Phantom Thieves.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's something that I feel like that's incredibly easy to implement. So
Yeah.
we can see that more, and then also have it be more Cthulhu-ish. That would be
Yeah.
cool. And I feel
The
like it's
thing-
easier to do than people seem to make it.
Yeah, the thing is that there's systems for that kind of shit in the Cthulhu RPG, but
Mhm.
it would just be hard to implement it in a good way in a video game without it seeming forced.
Yeah,
Because
overtness.
the system in the game is reality checks. So if you've recently recovered from insanity, or if you're suffering from indefinite insanity, I don't quite remember. Basically, when you're going around, the DM can be like, you see this weird shit, and the player will be like, wait, what?
Right.
Hang on, I want to make a reality check. And if you fail, your character thinks it's real. If you make it, then you realize it, you see it for what it is.
Right.
So that would be really hard to do in a video game because, like, again, it would seem forced.
I don't know. I feel like it's forced in both cases, just to different degrees, right? Because
Yeah.
in the TTRPG, your DM has to call for it, right? In the sense of like giving you that situation, and then you.
Oh, but what I
you-
mean is, like, if you're doing it in the tabletop role-playing game, say your character is suffering from insanity, and they're like, I'm gonna go to the store and buy some groceries. They're like, okay, you go to the store, and as you're walking through the fucking produce section, you see that the lettuce is like rotting as you pass by, and you can see that it's like waving in a non-existent breeze.
No, of course.
But if you were doing that in a video game, it would have to be like mission objective: go buy groceries, and then
I don't agree.
No,
you
well,
just have it
not.
be while
have
you're.
it be a world state.
Yeah, exactly. While you're.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Literally have it so your character has a known sanity roll, and then there's certain triggers where it's like, if sanity below this level, this piece of romaine starts talking.
Quite literally, I will cite Eternal Darkness.
Yeah, but at least in Eternal Darkness, you're always in you're inside the house when the sanity is happening, and there's only a set number of things that can happen. You know what I mean? And then
there's
in
also
the RPG,
in the instances when you're a ancestor. There are many instances in that as well.
oh, you can get them as the ancestors as well?
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Oh, I thought
As
it was
far as I
only when
remember.
you're Sam or whatever her name is.
Yeah, both cases are true, I believe, because
I haven't played it in years.
it's been a long time since I've seen anything on it, honestly.
Yeah.
So I might be misremembering, but I think so.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you're remembering it correctly, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
But
either.
yeah, it just because when you're doing that, it's a set number of things. It's like it can
Right.
fuck with it can say your file is being deleted, or it turns your volume down, or this or that, or
But
whatever.
there are some things in the thing where it's like a book will fly, and then you go, what the fuck, and then it'll reset you, right?
Yeah. So it is a pretty controlled thing because obviously they can't make infinite different insanity things, whereas in a tabletop RPG you could have shit happen no matter where you're going.
I agree, yes. Obviously with that it's because you have the limits of your imagination, right? Like that's easy to do, but in a game I would say that you could make a lot of instances and then have them all be on a table and then have like so many that some people might not even see some, right? And then they all can appear in certain variations in certain locations, right? It is more limited, but not necessarily like impossible to do, I would say. But yeah, I think that's everything this guy says. Let's see.
We can do all that if we can move away from fighting Cthulhu to living in a world where its existence exerts an inexorable force on existence itself. Perhaps when you turn off the controller and tuck under the covers for the night, maybe we can leave you awake, staring into the dark, wondering what really is outside the window, what sits waiting just past the dimness you can see. Maybe we can leave you with that horror and that smallness that Lovecraft brings. If that's what you really want, of course. Sweet dreams.
Okay, yeah.
That's a good ending, though.
Yeah.
Sweet dreams.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's
sorry, man. I fucking hate the little chipmunk voice. I don't know why. I don't understand it, and I don't like it. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fair. And to be fair, if somebody's trying to mask themselves with something like that, literally, that's easy to take away.
Yeah.
Like, but I mean, again, it's whatever.
I am not the kind of person to. How to put this? I'm more interested in the content than the stylistic choices.
Absolutely, no.
It is a little grating on the ears.
It is. It is
pretty easy to
distracting.
ignore.
That's the problem. It's incredibly
Yeah.
distracting. So, let's.
We don't need any help getting distracted.
It's true, but I mean, it's distracting in a negative way, I would say.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's take a brief intermission here. I have not drank anything, and I need water.
Dude, I'm
Yep. So
on my just rounding at about 36 ounces right now.
Well, there you go.
Of water?
So I will.
Fucking dangerous,
do
but
that.
dude.
Gotta stay hydrated, my guy.
It is true.
No.
Anyway, we'll
Fuck
be
off,
back.
my son.
We'll be back. So, welcome back.
Hello. Greetings.
Yes, welcome. Thank you for.
I'm doing zoanthropes.
Good. Thank you for. If you are here for only the TTRPG stuff, hey, we're back with more.
Yeah.
Can I take this as a moment to speak directly to our audience?
You may take the moment. Yes, go for it.
Hello, dear beloved listeners, some
Hello.
of which financially back us.
Really? Some of them
No.
do?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But they don't need to know that.
The ones that don't yet don't need to know.
Oh Jesus. Okay. Yep. Go on, please.
Ya boys here are, and by ya boys I mean me, are currently working on building up a docket of really bad horror movies, or not necessarily horror
Not
movies.
necessarily,
I was about to
yeah.
say,
Bad
Hercules in New
movies.
York is a horror movie.
Dracula Untold, Spoopy, Hercules in New
You need-
York, kinda spooky.
You need to
Hangar
put
10.
Jason X on there. Oh my god, I
God.
love that movie.
Damn
Is
right.
that the one where he's in New York?
That's where he's.
That's the
No,
one where he's
that's
in space.
no. Jason Takes
Oh, hell
Manhattan
yeah.
is when he's in New York.
Yeah, that's
No.
the one I want.
Okay, we can do
Oh
both.
god, no, not that
Yeah,
one.
no, I've got both.
Yes, good.
Oh.
I love that. They're so bad.
Just the worst
They're
movies.
so bad.
I know they're great.
But they're like not even bad in a funny way.
Yes, they are. Oh
Yeah.
my god, yes they are.
Wait, Manhattan?
Yeah, he punches a dude's head off. It's hilarious. After the
No,
dude
I mean
is
that's like an hour and a half in.
yeah. No, it's not. It's not that far.
Oh, it's not? Okay.
Yeah, it
Because I
doesn't
know
take
that I've seen reviews of those movies, and I know that it's fucking forever before he gets there.
No. Not
Huh?
really. Not as far as
No?
I remember.
All I know is if there is one person in this world who I trust about Jason movies, it's Alejo.
Yeah, I watched them all back to back.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and he told me about all of them back to back.
Back to back.
You remember when you talked about Star Wars and my ears bled?
Yes, I can do that more.
And
Oh
Game
man.
of Thrones.
Oh, I can do that too. Oh
Yeah.
man. I could talk about a lot of things that are bad.
Yeah, just like send us the worst movies possible.
Please, I would love to hang out with you boys and watch some bad movies and fucking laugh at that shit. Oh man.
Birdemic, shock and horror, and then there's the other one that's like, oh, The Room. No, let's not do The Room.
No, The Room's overdone. First off, second off,
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
find Birdemic or The Room that funny. I'll be honest.
Really? I actually really
I find Birdemic hilarious.
That's fine.
Yeah, no,
That's
dude,
fine.
Birdemic's fucking
Yeah,
hilarious.
no, I'll fucking shit on it and watch it with you guys. Absolutely, it's just one of those
Oh,
things
yeah.
that I don't laugh at anymore because I've seen it too much. You know.
I've
okay.
never watched it the whole way through.
Dude, you know what else is really
Okay,
funny?
Fair.
The first Twilight movie is actually fucking hilarious.
That's true.
Mhm.
It's fucking hilarious
That's
because
true.
of how shit it is.
I will add it to the docket. but I'm not
My
happy
favorite
about it.
fucking part in Twilight 1 is when Bella walks into the fucking classroom when Edward's in there and he literally looks
looks-
like he's about to vomit.
Yeah, he looks like he's about
It's
to throw the fuck
amazing.
up.
It's like, oh my
so
god,
good.
does this love? It's fucking great.
Especially too with how much Arpats despises.
He
that
hated
franchise.
it. Oh my god, I love how
Yep.
much he hated it. Mm.
But yeah, like send us a message in the old Discord channel.
Mhm, mhm. There's a suggestion one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
might maybe do a movie night with you guys if that is
Ooh.
something that is wanted.
That would be
Well,
nice
not
if
on
we
the
could.
podcast because we get fucking copyright
Well,
struck
yeah,
down
obviously,
from heaven.
obviously.
Oh yeah, just a watch together room or something.
Oh yeah.
It'd be something
I-
like that, yeah.
I will, if I have to, make a YouTube account so that I can download a movie and then upload it on like unlisted onto that YouTube channel,
Mm-mm.
and
Yeah.
then
Can't do that.
do watch together.
You can't do that because it will get just taken. I've
Yeah.
had it happen before.
Oh really?
Yep.
Damn.
Just
I-
instantly.
I did one that I watched with a friend, and we were just commenting over it. It was, dude, we should do the video game movies. Oh my god, I have so many.
Oh no!
I have-
combat.
I have so many. Oh my god, yes. Okay.
Damn.
My old dream of pastime picture show that died
Yeah,
and crashed and
dude.
burned so hard. Man. Yeah. Okay. Dude.
Oh, dude, I remember. Because I was there for the Mortal
Mhm.
Kombat one.
Yep. Mortal Kombat is so fucking funny. I love that one. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
like honestly, fucking the first one. I've actually heard that it's pretty good.
The first one is
It's
actually pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a good time. It's
Yes.
not a great.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, it's not a good movie, but it's a good time. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So yeah, that's actually a great idea. We should totally do that.
Do we want to review a monster again?
Well, we're not done, dude. I have one more.
Yeah. One more.
video.
We're not fucking done.
No, we're not
No.
fucking done.
Jesus. No, I'm just joking.
It's been 2 videos and they were only 10 minutes, and then this next
I
video
don't know
is
about
also.
you, but my contract is up for the night.
Oh, I see.
You're gonna need to pay me extra for
Contract
nothing that we're
stipulate-
receiving from our viewers.
Mhm,
You goddamn
mhm.
cheapskate. No, I'm just joking.
Contract stipulates 2 videos a night, and
What? I
A
never
night,
wrote
2
that
videos
in.
a night. Oh,
yeah,
that's a lot of fucking. That's a lot of talking.
Anyway, so we have next up is a video that I just saw the title of, and I was like, hey, that seems interesting.
Oh.
This is Call of Cthulhu RPG 1920s versus modern era. Which I thought, hey, that sounds interesting. We can talk about
Yeah,
that.
that does.
I also have another video afterwards, but I feel like we're not gonna get to that. It's like 20 minutes.
doc for next week.
Yeah, it's like 20 minutes, so yeah. Anyway, so here we go.
Hello and welcome to my channel. My name is XP Lovecat and I create content related to the 1920s horror author H.P. Lovecraft. Now, as you guys probably know, the Call of Cthulhu RPG is my favorite RPG to play. So today I'm going to discuss.
I was gonna say an opinion that seems to be shared with a lot of people.
Oh yeah, like I said this to Aiden off the podcast
before the podcast.
Yeah, like I have been scouring for opinions on this that are negative just to see if there are any, so that we could, actually like go against them. But like, no one hates Call of Cthulhu.
Yeah, well, okay. Aside from the people who are like, Call of Cthulhu is racist.
No,
Right.
No,
Yeah.
dude, like literally, I searched, and I'm usually pretty good at finding hate on the internet, and I cannot find, like, the most negative thing I could find about the Call of Cthulhu TTRPG was, is the combat bad, or am I just bad at it?
Yes, and like the other ones that I was finding were for the 2018 game,
Yes.
and it was like, yeah, so some of Lovecraft's stuff was racist, but they seem to not be going that way. And I was like, yeah, yes, Vice, and I'll call him out for that. Yes, Vice. Nobody fucking cares about the racism, so they don't go for it. No shit.
Yeah.
Amazing.
There is also Reckoning of the Dead's What We Like and Don't about Call of Cthulhu 7th edition.
Ooh, okay.
Let's see.
Is that a video or an article?
Article.
Okay.
Oh.
Let's see.
Please tell me we don't have to fucking say F and $ shit again.
No. Let's see. Also praise.
Mhm.
Combat can be a bit slow.
That's not really anything special. That's all RPGs.
Yeah.
This is something that a lot of other systems struggle with, also,
go.
i.e. D&D.
Good.
So, like,
Yeah. Okay.
someone
That's fair. That's a
saying
fair
I
point.
can't argue with that. Yeah, praise. I really like this. Praise. Have you ever actually really used chases? Someone said only once. The
that's
only
just-
rule I can think of
that's
that
fair
is
enough.
more complicated than chase rules are the rules for automatic fire.
Sure.
Not
Has
really.
anyone used those? Someone said absolutely not. I'll do everything in my power to speed up combat.
Yep.
Oh, you're looking at the Reddit thread, aren't you?
Nope, this is an
Oh.
article.
Oh, this is Oh.
This is an actual, like, it's a blog more.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. That makes more
It's
sense.
3 guys have posted a transcript of their discussion about it.
I see. Okay.
I'm gonna reveal my stupid. I'm gonna fly my stupid flag here. What does blog stand for? What is it short for? Because I know that vlog is a video log.
Right. Yeah. Blog. I don't know if it was ever a thing before. Actually, that's a great question.
Truncation of weblog.
Oh,
That makes
okay.
sense. Okay.
Though technically speaking, that's not. I suppose it's
Doesn't make sense. It would be a
Yeah.
log.
Yeah,
A trunk. Yeah, it'd be a wog.
Log.
a wog.
But
Log.
that is
Wog!
technically that's more of a what's it called? Not a bastardization, but there's a specific word for it.
Oh. Fuck. Yeah.
Corruption.
Yeah.
The simple answer is because it's awesome, yada yada. The mechanics for Call of Cthulhu 7 are so good overall.
Yeah.
Very-
that I was
very
disappointed
little
they weren't
assertiveness
used for
that is
something else.
Negative.
When it comes to it's
Jesus. Okay. Yeah.
okay. Worst thing I found so far is that combat can be sometimes slow, and chase scenes have a lot of rules.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no.
Yep. So, hey, out there in listening and viewing land, if you could, if you ever find yourselves looking through content and see anybody saying bad things about Call of Cthulhu, please send them our way. Oh my god, it's so hard to find it. I don't believe they exist.
I found some criticism.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
2 shambles forward, 1 shamble back. Which honestly, don't get me wrong, great title.
Great title.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna go through and read like the headlines.
Mhm.
Redundant skills have been mostly eliminated.
Sure.
Okay.
Character creation is better but more complicated.
Sure.
Oh no.
Difficulty levels have been added, sort of.
Oh, okay.
my
The
God.
only real criticism, I think, there are guides for investigating until you actually find a monster.
Okay.
Which is, I suppose, fair.
I guess.
Chase rules finally exist, but they're difficult to use.
Oh no.
Oh no.
A sentiment shared with the other place.
Yeah.
The one that got me laughing, players have more narrative control for better or worse.
What?
Oh.
What does that even mean?
Oh, that's fucking adorable.
And
That's
then-
cute.
Then the final summary, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
That's
Oh my God.
like okay. We can maybe cover that article with the other video
Ooh.
because next time because
Yes.
this one, the one that I have is a whole review of everything up to 7th edition and a bit into it. Like it's all of it together. And it's
Okay.
like 20 minutes, and I feel like that would be good to cover that with, so we have more of an understanding, I guess.
Mhm.
Anyway, so let's get to
Yes. I will also say real quick.
Yeah.
They do have a criticism here where it says Call of Cthulhu 7th edition is a strange book because it feels like it was written by people with very different agendas. Some sections read like they're inspired by more modern systems, while others could have been copy-pasted from the game's 1st edition. I have not read it myself, can't comment on that one. The most important part, though, is the very ending paragraph.
Mhm.
Paragraph is treat your friends to an evening of dark ritual murder in a fictional game scenario, of course. Uncover your lost memories and save the day in our standalone game, The Voyage. So much like Evil Hat Productions, who seemingly shits on it in order to sell their own product.
Yeah, that's
I'm
a little
noticing a
weird.
trend.
I don't like it when people put things down to put other things up. That doesn't make
So
sense.
now wait a minute. Could you quickly go through that? Go through that again one more time, just very quickly. You don't have to, because there was something that you said that brought a thought to my mind, and now that I've lost it.
Okay, hold on, give me 1 second to get back.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Uncover your lost memories and save the day in our standalone game, The Voyage.
No, not that. The Cthulhu one. Like the part that was about Cthulhu.
Call of Cthulhu 7th edition is a strange book because it feels...
right. So their issue with the fact that it seems to be copy pasted from the 1st edition.
Mhm.
You want to know something? You want to know something very interesting, actually. Call of Cthulhu had the same fucking rules
Mm-hmm.
from version 1
Mhm.
to 5.
No, to 6.
Oi.
The
To
same
6.
fucking... Oh, to 6?
Yeah, I that's in the video that the last video. Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So they have had
Mhm.
the same fucking rule set since 6th edition.
It is
In
changed
only
very
7th
little.
edition.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah, it's not gonna it's gonna seem like it's copied from the 1st edition
Yeah.
because they haven't needed to change them because the rules are that fucking solid.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's
If it ain't broke.
That is such a non-issue.
yeah. I don't understand what the problem would be.
Yeah,
like, hey, this seems familiar. Oh no.
Yeah, it's like, oh my
I mean,
god.
I can understand the frustration of, oh boy, I just bought a new book for $50. Oh boy, it's the same but with new art.
I mean, it's not just that. It's obviously they have more like stuff. Like in each iteration, they did add things, right? But
yeah, they added new
overall,
monsters,
the
new
core,
mechanics and things.
the core is still the same, right?
Yeah.
Like it's.
And I mean, the thing is, it is still, even now, the stats and numbers in the game
Mhm.
can still be perfectly
Oh yeah, you can copy paste a Shoggoth from first and then drop it into seventh and have it be more or less the same.
yeah, exactly. You just times its
Yeah.
skills, you times its numbers by 5, and that's it.
There you go.
Chaosium is above power creep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's hard to have a problem with power creep when everything can kill you very easily.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh boy. My 5th edition fighter is so much stronger than my 3.5 edition. That's why I bought the books. And it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, of course you did.
Right. Anyway, so yeah, so let's see about this 1920s versus modern era.
Yes.
A little bit of the specifics around what time period to play this RPG in. So one of the really cool things about this game is
Okay. Do it again. That was really good.
this RPG in.
Oh, I love it.
Such
I
a
wish
generic
that the
cat.
ominous bit just cut out immediately.
Oh god.
Oh man, that was really good
It
actually.
was pretty good.
Oh man. I love that Getty Images silhouette of a cat.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
It just
it
looks-
is the royalty-free fucking
Yeah,
image
yeah.
of a cat.
Sound.
Very good.
Oh,
Very good.
that's fantastic. I love it.
Anyway.
Love it. Yeah.
Cool thing about the game is your party can play in whatever time frame you feel like.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, they are called the Great Old Ones. So they were out there doing their thing of horror and destruction in any time period you guys would want to play in.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, you want to play a D&D game? Joke's on you, it's actually Call of Cthulhu.
Right. Yeah.
And actually, one of my favorite settings for Call of Cthulhu
Mhm.
is you have to, I think it's a whole other supplement book just
Mhm.
because it's so different, is Cthulhu by Gaslight.
Is that the steampunk one?
It's the steampunk / Jack the Ripper era.
Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
fucking cool, dude.
Yeah.
There's something special about Victorian steampunk.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what
not
it is,
even-
Victorian steampunk.
Yeah,
That's-
I'm not
yeah.
even a big fan of like steampunk in general because they're like, oh, this is our sky barge and this is my monocle that's a gear for some reason, and it's like, nah. But when you have Victorian steampunk, it's like a gas-powered messenger systems.
Yes,
It's like,
yeah.
It's
Oh,
real good.
Yeah, Victorian steampunk
so-
is fucking rad.
Like, if I ever were to run a Cthulhu scenario or adventure that wasn't in, like, 20s or modern, I want to fucking do Cthulhu by Gaslight. 'Cause
Oh,
that's
hell yeah.
super cool.
I'd actually be so down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
The two most common time periods are 1920s and modern time. So I'm going to compare and contrast the two to help you guys decide which one is right for your party. I'm going to break
Thank
this
you.
down into different categories and tell you which one I think is best for each category.
Yes, I like
So the first
grids.
category I want to talk about is
My
pre-built
life is
content.
spreadsheets.
So I know some keepers love to make their own scenarios and build it from the ground up. And then there's some keepers that prefer to use pre-built scenarios to run their party through, sometimes in between. But if you're more on the spectrum where you like to use pre-built content, I will tell you that there's a lot more out there for the 1920s.
At first, I thought she was calling me autistic. At first, I thought she was like, well, if you're more on the spectrum, you
Oh
may
my
enjoy this.
Oh,
Be like,
wow.
Like,
Wow. It didn't even register for me. I knew exactly what she meant. Jesus.
well,
Wow.
I was like, well, I mean, maybe, I guess. I would imagine that would work out to the
Yikes.
person in general. Then.
so, guys, people, viewers, fans,
Yikes.
hopefully donors, if you are playing Call of Cthulhu and you are autistic,
Oh,
Play 20s.
Jesus. Oh,
Yeah, I
God.
guess.
So
That's
fucking
hilarious.
stupid. Wow.
Well, no,
I'm
it was
floored.
talking about using modules.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
No,
it was my. Oh, okay.
I just,
Yeah, like
I'm
at
fucking-
first I thought she was saying like, oh, well, if you're artistic, then you need to use a module or something. And I was gonna be like,
Christ.
whoa,
Jesus fucking Christ.
easy. What the fuck?
That's
That
hilarious.
you know what? That would be fucked if that's what she was saying. Thankfully, that is not what she is saying.
Yes.
No,
Anyway. Oh.
Translate 1920 scenarios into modern day. There can
Sorry, no, we gotta go back because I don't know what she's talking about now. You've completely gotten me off track. Okay, all
You're
right,
welcome.
here we go.
But if you're more on the spectrum where you like to use pre-built content, I will tell you that there's a lot more out there for the 1920s. Now, although
Yes.
you can translate
Yeah, that's true.
1920 scenarios into modern day, there can be some challenges like technology
The
or
existence
certain
of a cell
themes that are
phone.
used in the 20s that
Or a
are
camera.
not really applicable to modern day anymore. So just be aware of that when you're looking through content if you guys choose to use modern day. The second category I want to talk about is ease for keepers. When I think back to when I was going to be a keeper for the first time, and actually Call of Cthulhu was the first time I had been a keeper or GM for any RPG game.
Oh, wow.
So I was very fresh.
Yeah.
I felt a much larger comfort level with using the modern time frame. I was already familiar with technology and setting, so if I had to improvise, it was going to be a lot easier for me to use the modern time frame versus the 1920s.
Yeah, no, that makes total
Eh,
sense.
It just still depends on person, though.
Right. I mean, but to be fair, like it makes more sense if you are less familiar with something to do it in a scenario where
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know more about the thing than researching.
I know for our Call of Cthulhu campaign, a
Right.
big sticking point was prices of various goods.
Yes.
Yes.
And like
Yeah.
that, and I remember also, Boo, you wanted to know more about that stuff, and I was able to figure out the Sears catalog thing for you.
Yes. And
from
actually,
my
that's
friends.
yeah. Let's address that really quickly.
Yeah.
If you are ever thinking about running a Call of Cthulhu game and setting it in the 1920s, look up the catalogs of famous department stores.
Mhm.
And obviously, the one that we got, the Sears catalog, because they existed back in the 1920s. And since Sears and other big-ass department stores carried everything,
Yes.
you can find out what kind of technology was readily available to the majority of the general public, and you can find out the prices, which is very, very important.
Yeah.
Because-
incredibly
Yeah.
useful.
The prices that they list in the book are handy but very limited.
Yeah. So, like, one of the things that I had a huge issue with in Call of Cthulhu, when I ran my campaign, was I didn't know the general technology level of America.
Right.
Did we have air conditioning? Did we have microwaves? Did we have radios? Did we have telephones? Did we have like color TVs, you know?
Mhm.
And like I didn't know. I'm not a scholar in the 1920s. And if you look this stuff up, you're not going to find much. So really these department store catalogs will be a
Depends where you look.
huge boon in figuring some of that shit out.
To be fair, like some of these are as simple as when did the TV enter the modern home as a staple, which I believe wasn't until like 1960. So
Yeah.
But no, it's good to have that resource that it's like a general kind of view as well. Because the Sears catalog is fucking like, I think they've been around since like the 1800s or something. Like that's how far back the Sears catalog has been.
1940s actually
For
for
TVs?
television.
Makes sense.
Yeah, by that, and then by 1960 there were 52 million sets in American homes.
Woo.
One in
Wow.
almost 9 out of 10 households.
Wow.
Damn.
Cool.
So
That makes
I
sense.
will settle on technically correct for that one because we were talking about widespread technology.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's what's important because you can there's a thing in Pulp Cthulhu
Mhm.
where there are some unique skills in Pulp Cthulhu.
Mhm.
One of them is weird science. So it's
Okay,
like
yeah.
being able to use like laser guns and other like
Sure.
alien technology and shit. And so if you're gonna have that kind of weird alien tech show up a few times in your campaign, then you can kind of figure out a little bit about it just by approximation. But you kind of need a starting point, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
And so if you have this weird, like, let's say you're going to like this fucking famous professor or famous archaeologist's house, and he has some of this weird technology set up, you know, like what was normal for people, and then turn that shit up to 11, make it way more fantastical and weird, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense. And to excuse me, to counter her thing for the claim initially of it's easier to do it in the modern era. I mean, obviously, if you are willing to do the research to actually like look into the 20s and all that kind of stuff, or whatever era you want to set your game in, like do the research and stuff. It's not the hardest thing to do. And if you're not willing to do that, then I can totally understand more so just going for the modern era kind of stuff.
I will say it's far easier to find resources for 1920s information than it is in like the 15 and 1600s if you're trying to find out what was commonly used for agricultural methods and finding out that it was the 3-field rotation system and then trying to measure which one of those and how many acres of farm field a family needed to survive. It was two acres per person, by the way.
Makes sense, I guess.
Because like a lot of barley and bread and beer.
Yeah.
And the fact that clocks were actually a thing in the 1500s. They were not nearly as precise as they are now, and in fact needed like weight systems to be moved out from the center to adjust for seasonal change. Hence, like daylight savings time was actually a thing long before daylight savings time was actually called that. But like, they called them short seconds and long seconds. But yeah,
daylight savings time was more of a. It wasn't because of that. It was because of something else.
but it was still. I'm just saying they're doing time adjustments based on summer or winter. Because what time it was really important if you were in a monastery.
That is true. Yeah. But yeah. So obviously, whatever you're doing, just if you're willing to do the research and you find that easy to do, then go for it.
It's also a lot easier to ease into, in my opinion, because you don't have to do any prior research as to what was invented during that time frame, what wasn't, what was the culture like, what was the dress like. You don't have to do any of that research because you already know it. That was really a big benefit for.
Not necessarily. You might not know everything about modern era.
Yeah, because
I don't know
much
like
about if your campaign is set in, or if you let's say, for the sake of argument, let's say your campaign starts in like Japan, and then you make your way like kind of southwest and make your way towards Egypt.
Sure.
On some sort of bizarre journey.
I was thinking of it.
God damn it.
You don't really know. You wouldn't know the dress codes, but that actually is a point. You wouldn't know the dress codes of these other places, or dress codes. The methods of dress in these foreign countries. And that's typically a thing that happens in Cthulhu games. Usually, you kind of want to go to these exotic locations,
You can,
but I think her point more lies along the fact of what was considered acceptable for a woman's bathing suit in 1920 versus 2020.
Yes. Yeah, no, absolutely. But again, I would say that there are some things in modern day that you might not know necessarily as easily, and might not be able to find as easily. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. I think it's going to be real easier to find out what's accepted on a beach.
I'm not talking about a beach specifically.
Well,
right.
I'm using a beach as an example.
Right.
I'm not saying it's only applied to beaches.
Okay. Well,
I'm saying it's way easier to find what's popular on a restaurant than if you're afraid of beaches. I can look up Yelp reviews of a restaurant that exists now. I can't look that up on a restaurant that is fictional and didn't like that type of sports bar didn't like exist in 1920.
Right, but you could find the equivalent.
There was no Buffalo's mild-mannered wings.
Yeah, no shit, right? But you could, right? But you could still look up the equivalencies in the sense of like what was around at that time.
Buffalo Wild Wings, Biffalo, mild-mannered wings. There we go.
God damn it!
Fucking hell.
Biff and Joe's mild-mannered chicken.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just I feel like there's some things that
chicken filleted sandwich, filleted chicken sandwiches.
God damn it! Yeah,
McDonald's Meat Emporium.
Yep.
Taco Clock Tower.
Taco Big Ben in here. Oh Jesus Christ, that was really good. Fucking hell.
Oh God. All right. Anyway, moving on.
For me, I was first starting out as a keeper. Another bonus is that if you use the modern time frame, you can use maps that are already created and just it's a simple print. Just in terms of not having that research level required up front, being able to better improvise and having more available resources like already made maps is a pretty big benefit when we think about using the modern time. Now, the third category is immersion for the players. Now, this one I was a bit torn on because honestly, I could see it going either way.
Yeah,
for the modern time frame, since we live in it, we know what the setting is like. Ooh. And we're able to picture that. So for that reason, I think it's easier for the players to relate to the setting, technology, the things that are going on around them.
Sure, yeah.
Now, on the other hand, because Lovecraft wrote in the 1920s, I think to be immersed in the creatures and the creepiness of everything, I think for that, the 1920s do a better job of capturing that versus modern day.
So two things. Firstly, is the video like frame rate occasionally going down to like 10 for you guys, or is that just me?
Just you.
That's just you.
Oh, cool. That means my internet's dying.
Par for the course.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a
secondly,
episode without that.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't know anyone in my daily life who unironically uses the words cyclopean or charnel.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Yeah.
So like I will say, if you're describing someone like buying a new phone because like they strangely dropped theirs on the railroad tracks for some reason,
okay,
and they're buying a new one at the AT&T, and the salesman says, "Oh yeah, the signal for this will make its way out into the cold cyclopean abyss of space, and then shoot it back down." And you'd be a little weirded out.
Yeah. Wait. What's?
I would honestly buy that phone.
Wait. So
I would too. Let's be honest.
Right. But what? Sorry. What's your point?
Oh, I'm just saying it's easier to establish a Lovecraft theme and feeling by using Lovecraft words, and it's harder to find ways to inject those words into a campaign set in the modern day.
Yes, that's very true.
I would say in the sense of the vernacular used by the people in the world, yes, but by describing things outside of that, I feel like it still is you're able to do that in the sense of like when you're describing like spaces or any of that kind of stuff as the keeper.
I'm kind of getting that same energy that you're getting, Aiden, where it's like it would seem because it's
Well, so
All I'm
it's
saying is it's still hard to be afraid of things that go bump in the night when you've got floodlights.
well, okay, so that's just a challenge. That's the thing, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm still afraid of things that go bump in the night, even though we have floodlights, because I'm a fucking scaredy cat. But also, it's one of those things where I'm not afraid of the dark. I'm just afraid of what could be in the dark, right? And
Yeah.
like you can.
And then when you have floodlights, it removes all doubt and gives you a perfect target to shoot at.
Well, so yes, but that's why the floodlights are avoided by the things in the dark.
Yeah, and it comes down to like the Yith advancing on that guy's house.
Right,
in,
exactly.
Oh, I thought
No,
you said
the
Yif,
Mi-
and I'm like,
No,
huh?
isn't it
that
the?
too.
Wait,
That's another.
I thought it was the
like,
Migo.
That's another
inescapable horror.
Lovecraftian horror.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it like that's the thing, right? Like, I feel like it's still just as easy to do it in modern. Like, yes, it's we have so much more available in the modern time, but even so, you can still have it be that the things in, if they are still here in modern times, they still work outside of that, right? Because, like, I don't know, I wouldn't call it a stretch to say that satellite imaging doesn't pick up some of this shit, right? Like, that feels like something that is outside, like, technology, yes, very useful, very effective to detect things, but also these things work outside of our laws of reality.
True.
So I feel like it's still completely like feasible and honestly easy to make it so that it's believable enough that these things are not able to be detected by this kind of stuff that can circumvent a lot of the advantages of technology that we have just to maintain that horror aspect.
Well, I'll just say, like, the next time that you're wandering down the road,
Mhm.
and you
And your phone is
see,
dead.
Okay.
and like you see an ugly tree,
Yes.
and you go, like, will you go, that thing is loathsome, or will you go, ugly tree?
If I see it's an ugly tree, I will think it's an ugly tree.
Yeah.
Why would
Will
I
you
think that
will
that
you
would...
wonder about what hideous secrets lie beneath its antiquarian roots?
What is a tree?
Exactly.
Right.
And like,
if I'm in the 20s and I
Lovecraft's-
see an ugly tree, I think
one
it's a tree.
Not according to the lurking fear.
In the 20s? What? Wait, what?
Yeah,
I'm
dude,
so
there's like
confused.
plenty of time. There are plenty of times in Lovecraft's works where he takes something so banal that doesn't actually matter in the
Right.
slightest, even to the overarching
No,
plot.
I
And
get
he's
that.
like, I wonder what lies beneath that headstone, and the answer is nothing because
get
the
that.
monsters in the city.
Right, I get that, but also, like, if you're going to tell me that in the 20s game, if we were to play right now, and you were to tell me that your character looks at trees and thinks, oh my fucking god, every time he sees an ugly tree, I would call you a mad person.
Well, I mean, he could have the fucking tree phobia. You don't know.
I mean, yeah, but that's the thing. Like, yes, I get that Lovecraft thought everything was fucking terrifying. I get that. But that was Lovecraft, right? Like,
yeah, that's fair.
Not everything is going to be terrifying to me, you, and any other person in that kind of era.
Fucking hold my beer, you big son of a bitch.
Well, yeah, you can make it that way. Absolutely, you can make a character that way, right? But again, like, that's completely beside the point, I feel.
Yeah.
I just personally think that a staple of Lovecraftian horror is words that are unnecessarily wrong slammed in places where they don't necessarily belong.
I agree, and that's why you can still do that as a keeper in the modern era.
Yeah, but it's
in the 20s. I don't
so much more out of place though, and
it feels out of place regardless. If I
it doesn't feel the same amount out of place. Like if you use a cyclopean to describe a poorly cobbled street, I go, that's a bit weird, but okay.
Mhm.
Versus if my DM and we're talking about walking down Boston Avenue or
Well,
something,
this
and
is
he's
the
like,
thing.
"Oh yeah, these Cyclopean
I
streets." Like you would look at your keeper and you'd go, "What are you, stupid?"
No, I actually hard disagree. I argue, in fact, that builds the fact that this is so weird that it is notable to such a degree. Like, this is so out of the ordinary for the modern era that they are using such vernacular that makes me think, wait, what the fuck?
Oh, like it's all the more creepy.
Yeah, it's all the more unsettling because it is being described in such an antiquary way that it's like, sorry,
Antiquarian.
antiquarian. Sorry,
Antiquated. I'm sorry.
antiquated. Yes, thank you. God, brain. Anyway, but it's being described in that way that it's like, oh, this is so notable that I'm noticing how fucking strange it is.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and that kind of adds more to the feel, I would say.
I suppose I see your point, but I cannot relate to it because that for me would take me totally out of the mood.
Yeah, that's fair enough, and I don't even know if I would personally feel the way that I'm presenting it, right? I'm just saying that that's a way that I can see it going. Because, like, I don't know, if like,
I think...
I don't know. It's just one of those things, like, if I was walking down the street and I see something so fucking strange that it's like, I would just call it fucking crazy weird, obviously, because I don't speak in that way, but, like, I don't know. I don't know if people in the 20s would potentially use the same... Like, I can't speak for it because I don't know how people, like, use the words. So I don't know one way or the other if they would even describe these things as that way outside of the written word.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And hence why we circle back to the point of it's easier to research how people use words now than way back then.
Right.
Because if I were to look up the word antiquarian, it would doubtless have the word not antiquated. Archaic, yes,
sure,
next to it in the dictionary.
Right, but I would also then say then look up, you could probably find records of, like, letters were written or just public things that were used to see how often it was used in those kinds of things.
Which is significantly more effort than a simple one and done Google search. Like,
No,
I'm not saying it's impossible, I'm just saying it's far more work.
And I agree. I'm just, I don't know why, circling back to this point, what does it... What is the original point then, I guess? My brain has now forgotten.
Your point of, it's just as easy to Google how other cultures did things in the 1920s as it is to Google how cultures do things now. Which
Wait, did I make that point?
With. You said that there are various things that you can look up. It was after Boo mentioned the bizarre adventure from Japan to Egypt and how like you could look up, in these far off destinations, you can easily look up how they did things in the 1920s, which I still disagree with because there is information that is lost to time from that era.
Right.
Or that was how we got from there onto the beach analogy of you can look up what was socially acceptable for this, and this.
No, I was saying that there are some things in the modern era even now that you can't probably find just by looking things up.
Oh yeah,
that's
absolutely.
what I was saying. I don't remember saying that.
Oh, in which case then that was how I had misinterpreted it. Was like the way I'd interpreted your statement was that it is just as easy to find, like, if you can find how something is, say, culturally or like societal standards or whatever, if you can look up how it is now, then you can just as easily look up how it was 100 years ago.
Oh, fuck me. If I said that at all or implied that, no, I'm wrong. No,
Yeah,
I'm fucking wrong.
And that's why I
That's-
was like, why isn't Boo also jumping on this?
Yeah, no, that's-
honestly,
I don't
because
remember
you guys were
saying
just
that.
going at it. I didn't want to interrupt.
No, I don't remember saying that, but if I said that, I'm fucking wrong. Fuck me. Oh my god. I don't
Like,
remember, honestly.
I could have very easily just misinterpreted it.
Honestly, either way, I'll look back personally because now I'm fucking scared of my own brain. What am I saying? Why do I even make this show? Anyway,
it could have been something you said that I then extrapolated that I then made your statement.
I don't know, man. Either way, like, that's wrong. Yeah, anyway.
My opinion on this is the at least in terms of the vernacular and the the antiquated vocabulary,
The verbiage.
you can use it in both settings.
Yeah.
And I agree with Aiden in the fact that it seems more like it is in the proper time period when you use it in the 20s.
Agreed.
And I also agree with Alejo in the fact that you can use it to demonstrate just how alien and fucking weird everything is.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
Here's my thing, though. While that is an effective way to do it, I feel like if I was playing it in the modern day and I wanted to use words like that, I would feel as though I'm trying to kind of steer it back towards the atmosphere of the 1920s game. Because when you're using these terms that evoke these weird, unknowable images, you're kind of trying to pull it back into that portion of the game where the characters are, their mental state is not enough to handle what they're seeing. And in the present day, that's just not the case.
Well, okay, so in the present day, you can't say that's not the case because we don't have examples of things that completely shatter minds.
Well, we do, though. Kinda. Because
we have
war.
Well,
here's the thing.
Right.
In the 1920s, your average citizen would need to probably go to therapy, see doctors, and all that kind of good stuff just for seeing someone killed in front of them. Nowadays,
yeah, but still, that's still the case, though.
Hell, I mean, not for everybody. We are so desensitized to violence.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree that we're desensitized, but I don't agree that people don't need to still see.
Oh no, and I'm not saying that nobody needs to. I'm just saying that in the 1920s, if you did that, you would absolutely need to. Whereas nowadays, you might actually be okay.
I will say, in the scope of your analogy, I hard disagree.
Yeah.
Seeing someone get gunned down on the street is very much grounds for therapy for fucking anyone.
Exactly.
Unless if you like rate on the I forget what the actual term is, but it's the scale for sociopaths.
Yeah.
Antisocial personality behavior. It comes in various grades. However, because we talked about this a while back on the podcast, I talked to someone who was sort of an older coworker of mine.
Right. Yeah.
About culture and how desensitized we are as a culture now, and like this is someone who played Doom when it like first came out.
Sure. Yeah.
And back then, people were like, "Oh my god, this game is ridiculously like it is crazy gory. Oh my god!"
No, I agree.
And see something like seeing roadkill on the side of the road was actually notable and would give people like nightmares about it. Now, like you see a dead deer on the side of the road, like you forget about it.
Don't even think about it.
You forget about it by the time you get to work.
Yeah, the only time that it would cause nightmares is if you're a child, I would say. At this point. A young child.
Yeah, very, very young.
And as such, like I would say something like coming across like a dead body or like a dead alligator being grounds for a sanity roll in Call of Cthulhu is not out of place, but I would say in a modern setting that would be something to keep in mind.
Yeah, and I agree. It would be harder to evoke that kind of thing in the modern kind of setting. But I feel like it's still perfectly possible.
Oh, it is absolutely possible.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that it's harder.
Yes.
And I'm not disagreeing. Absolutely. It's harder.
I would perhaps recommend a change, such as if you're playing in the modern era, it's harder to lose sanity, but when you do, it's a bigger hit.
Yes.
Ooh, yeah.
So people are less, for instance, people are more likely to report PTSD after things like home break-ins and stuff like that. There's no rules for that in classic 1920s Call of Cthulhu, but people will absolutely go to therapy for a traumatizing event like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
As such, make it so like, like you see a dead deer on the side of the road, who cares? Versus like, how to put this? The less bad stuff slides by with no issue, but when you do start taking hits, like, it's bad.
Right.
It's a slippery slope.
You quite literally see like somebody's dead and bleeding on your kitchen floor. Like that's a sanity roll, right? As opposed to seeing the 3 dead deer on the side of the road every time you go to work.
Yeah. You see 3 dead deer on the side of the road and you think, man, what badass wolf was there last night?
Right.
Or car.
Or just an 18-wheeler went by as these 3 deer went forward. You see some of the tire shreds and stuff.
You see 3 dead deer lying in a triangle in a field, like, that's noteworthy.
Yeah, then you would go, oh.
Like, you may not lose sanity, but like it'll be on your mind, and you may have a dream about it.
Well,
not necessarily.
Especially in Call of Cthulhu, you have a dream about it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you see 3, like if they are posed to be in a triangle, I feel like that would be more of a sanity roll.
Yeah, if they're posed to be in. I would say personally that wouldn't make me like unstable. I would report it to the police.
So
like,
yeah, the thing about sanity rolls is that it doesn't. Like it's not. It is making you unstable, yes, but it's not like all the things that call for sanity rolls. Like they aren't as bad, Like I feel like that would also, like that equates to, that would equate to more so like in the 20s seeing the dead thing on the side of the road. Like so, it would be the same kind of thing of like, yeah, you make a sanity roll. And, like, because if I go out into a field and I see that someone killed 3 deer, then moved them in such a way to form a triangle, somebody out here is a crazy person. That's unsettling.
Yes.
And that's usually what the sanity roll is for, something
but, like,
unsettling.
Take, for instance, like, because I don't believe sanity ever goes up outside of medication therapy or being institutionalized, does it?
No, it can.
Oh, it can't? It naturally goes up?
Yeah, you can regain sanity. There are other methods. We won't get into it.
Okay. Because I was going to say, like, 6 months down the road, like, that's a funny story to tell at parties.
Right, yeah. And, yeah, and it's the same thing as, like, hey, I saw 6 deep ones, but I only take the 1 hit from it because I get used to it.
Well, you take the worst hit.
Right, exactly. You take the worst hit, but then if you keep seeing it, you get used to it, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's not going to be much of a sanity thing. And, like, I wouldn't say you would lose any if you, like, if you pass, you don't lose any. But if you fail, you lose, like, 1. Right, and then like that's super easy to get back, right? Like it's not like I'm gonna make you roll a d6 for how much you lose. Like that's stupid. No, it's fucking. And then the next time you see a bunch of dead deer, you're like, oh fuck, I saw this before. Now there's a pattern.
Crazy person.
Right, there's still a crazy person around, but I've seen it before.
We have a serial killer.
Yeah, exactly.
One might almost say a deerial killer.
God damn it.
Oh.
But yeah, no, like that's what I mean for the sanity roll there, because it leads to something that's more unsettling, but it's just like, yeah, you start seeing more and more of this like pop up, and then it's like, oh, but I'm used to at least seeing this as a thing, so I can recognize the pattern more so than just going, oh, okay,
Weird.
and then just going along.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
All right, category, let's talk about tech. This one is a huge difference between modern and 1920s.
Agreed.
So nowadays we have our cell phones, we have internet, we have transportation that is really efficient. So all of those things can lead to situations in which the keeper has to work around the players because you don't want the players to get information too quickly. So communication. The players certainly don't need to be creative when it comes to staying in contact with either other NPCs or PCs in a situation where they split the party, because cell phones make it super easy. No reason to get a different form of communication. It's also something that they can use very quickly to contact police or other authorities to help them in situations where they would need it. So often it would lead me as a keeper to come up with ways so they can't use their cell phones. Either they lost them or they don't have cell service. Either of those.
I was actually just thinking the classic, oh, I have no signal in your horror movie thing, which is always like,
Dude, it can also be very easily explained by eldritch beings produce a shadow in the warp.
Exactly.
Effect.
That's what I'm thinking as well. Like that's why I was talking about before with like how these things operate on a different form of reality than us, and so they mesh with it, or they don't mesh with it, so it fucks with our technology, right?
It's
like
all fluxing and shit.
Yeah, so it makes sense, and I'd be fine with it. It's just one of those things where it's like, just like one of those things of like, oh, cell phone service is gone in this area. I'm like, well, actually, to be fair,
we are expecting service blackouts this time tonight.
Right, you can do something like that, or like, I legitimately, my cell phones, every one that I've had, whenever I'm at home, they don't work as well as whenever I'm anywhere else. That's just, it's fucking, like, this phone that I have currently, this service that I've had currently is like the one where it's good at home, but it's bad everywhere else. So, fucking
don't like that.
Like, to be, so that's my thing of like, yes, there are many cases where I could go, yes, that is a thing, but it's still annoying to deal with.
Yeah. And that's another reason why I like the 1920s, because you don't have to constantly try to come up with an excuse to get them to not use a cell phone.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, you just make a list of things that you can pull from or something. Like, you can make it easy on yourself.
Yeah, you can. It's just like it is easy to do, and you can easily come up with a list. You get no cell service, or you lost your phone, or you broke your phone, or your phone's out of batteries, or the shadow in the warp, or what have you.
Right.
But it is going to eventually become telling when every time it's like, oh shit,
that's the
fucking
thing.
call the police. It's like, oh, well, it's out.
Well, that's the thing. Well, that's why you don't do that, right? When you call the police, you call the police and you keep calling the police then get suspicious of you.
Police.
Right?
Police.
Police. But no, like, legitimately, you can start making it so that, yes, using your cell phone is always available, but it's not going to help you.
Yeah. The police may get, like, turned around on their way out to you because you're on the old Millet Mallet Farm Road.
Sure.
And then, like, it branches off, like, 40 different directions.
God, no.
Like, take for instance, my friends and I
fucking run it in the 20s. Jeez.
My friends and I went on a hike last Sunday.
Yeah.
And despite the fact that we were given directions by a friend who had hiked it a couple weeks ago, and B, were given directions, which, by the way, those directions were fucking trash, from the sort of check-in station. We spent a good 3.5 hours on, like, logging roads.
Oh,
because it was because the direction said continue straight on the road when the road forked, and the road went straight and then curved off to the right. So we went straight, but that was technically going on to a new road.
Oh god.
Um,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hate that.
But upon coming back to the fork in the road, you could look and you could see that the gravel of the new road was a shade darker
Oh, Jesus Christ.
than the gravel of the road we were supposed to stay
Well, that's just
on.
your fault for not noticing that. I mean.
Yeah.
Fucking, you failed your fucking spot hidden.
We did. Like, I was like, did we miss something? And I looked at the road and I'm like, guys, I found it.
I found the road.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's fucking
Anyway,
great.
you can have that happen to you, the police.
It's
Yeah,
true.
this is like I have to think about these things because I want to do that whole thing that I wanted to do, that one shot basically.
Basically the modern Call of Cthulhu one, where it's supernatural.
Yeah, but it's like more of just the folklore kind of stuff. And so I have these things in my mind of it because it's like, yeah, I have to figure this shit out because otherwise, like, how the fuck do I do this?
Yeah.
So I guess I'm more in that mindset now. So I'm more like.
So you're fucking biased.
Well, I guess.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, in a way, I guess it's
We've
not
been
like.
betrayed.
All right, Boo, come on, we're making our own podcast. You can shout that one out instead.
All right.
God damn it. But
The
no,
Better
it's.
Than Table Talk Discussion and Discourse
Oh.
podcast.
Oh man.
Talk of the table.
Oh no. But no, it's one of those things where it's like I'm not like I like the 20s and shit as well, and I'm not trying to like discourage that shit, obviously.
No. Yeah, no.
Right, but it's just like I'm trying to think of that in that kind of sense.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, it's discussion and discourse. This is all of
I
our
know.
opinions, and they're all equally right.
Mm-hmm.
You're just less right.
Right? No.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I prefer the 20s.
He says as he edits out your last sentence.
Hey,
Fucking remix
censorship.
the audio. We're all
Censorship.
equally right, except you. You're more right.
Yeah, right. Like I find somewhere where you said more.
Yeah,
Wouldn't be too hard.
yeah.
Anyway,
I mean, hell, I just said it then.
that's true. That's true. Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, did we lose
Oh.
Boo?
Boo.
Boo?
Oh shit. Oh.
Oh, well.
Well.
Oh, my safety net of conversation is gone. I'll have to actually contribute now.
You've been contributing though when you said. Sorry about that. Welcome back. Boo is dead. He's gone. He's dead.
He's a super ghost now.
Yeah, dude. Oh man, I wish I was a super
Did
ghost.
you know that there were different levels of ghost? I
Dude.
just found out.
Well, honestly, he's closer to Jedi Ghost now than he was before.
Yeah.
And we all know
Except
that
it's
if you're
apparently called a ghost prime.
see, we all know though, when you're a Force ghost, it's better than if you were alive. So,
And you can't touch things except for when you can.
yeah, except for when you can, and also when you shoot lightning from the sky.
And also when you are a force ghost, it's better than when you are alive, but you can also use up all of your force ghost energy
Mm-hmm.
to make yourself semi-physical, except you're not, for like a minute, and then you won't do anything actually useful. Because despite the fact that you're omniscient, you'll know that your sacrifice didn't actually matter at all.
Yep. And
You're one with the Force, but you didn't know that the Force was bringing backup.
right. Fuck Star Wars. Anyway, let's
Wait, sorry, were we talking about Star Wars?
No, I was just an offhanded comment, honestly.
Oh,
It
okay.
has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Anyway.
Thing that the cell phone wasn't an always quick, easy answer. Another piece of tech, the World Wide Web. What a wonderful thing. But it makes it so their first instinct is to always just search something on the internet. Can I find this on the internet? Did anything come up?
All right, I have a campaign idea for you.
Okay.
Modern day,
All right.
You with me?
Yep.
Modern day Call of Cthulhu.
Okay. All right. Yep.
And you want to find some way around making it so they don't instinctively leap on the web whenever they don't know something, right?
Okay. All right. I'm
Do you
with
want
you.
to know what's the easy fix for this?
What's the easy fix?
Make them all boomers.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Because, like, you know, I don't know about you, but in my experience with everyone over the age of 35, which wait, no. Oh my god, that is starting at boomer territory, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because millennials are 35 and below.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Um.
But also, I actually.
Oh, insight gained. Okay.
Okay. What were you?
With anyone over the age of 35, whenever they don't know anything,
Mm-hmm.
their first response is not to say, and grab their handy dandy pocket internet and find out. It is to go, grab their handy dandy pocket internet and then say something wrong about it on Facebook.
See, no, that's not my experience. Thankfully, I don't hang out with those people.
Oh, well,
I actually hang out with people.
Neither do I.
Okay.
Anymore.
Oh, okay. There you go.
But I bore witness to it.
I see.
Many a time.
I thankfully
God
have not.
doesn't kill a soul.
I see. I see. I have not done that. Thankfully, no. It's I have talked to my friends who they actually want to learn.
Yes.
And so I'm like, cool. Because I don't know shit anyway.
Whenever my friends and I are talking about something and then we realize that one or both of us doesn't know something, the answer is then found within 5 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, and I'm not even just referring to people my own age. I'm also referring to the older people that I know who are in the boomer category.
Oh, that's
like,
good.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, like the woman I work with who was more elderly and taught me about like the one who played Doom originally.
Yep.
Is very much the I don't know, let's look it up type, which I appreciate.
Good. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Strive for that knowledge.
Yeah, because like, why would you ever not?
Yeah, at this point, like,
up related to gig or whatever they're encountering at the time, instead of going to the library, which honestly, I think there's something fun about the theme of going to libraries.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's
here's
like its own arc, kind of.
right. Here's how you do this, right?
I have an idea.
So, well, this is the thing, right? Like, just because you can try to Google everything doesn't mean you're gonna find it, right?
Yes.
Like, you can Google stuff for Yig, and hell, in this world that we are in the modern day, I'm going to say, yeah, people don't know about Lovecraft, right? Like, that's not a thing that exists in a Lovecraftian world. We don't know about the man who created it, and also we don't have this whole cult following, because that would just be stupid.
I would actually go so far as to take it a step further myself. And I was thinking, like, oh my god, they see something that they know is a Shoggoth, right? And
somehow, yes.
somehow,
Okay.
yeah, whatever.
We're just kind of giving them that.
We are at the point where they know what a Shoggoth is.
Sure.
And then they go, oh shoot, and then I just say Shoggoth because they're my favorite.
No, I know, that's fine. You can replace it with whatever, and I would still have the same reaction. Yes.
Yeah, or like a deep one where they they describe a fish man or something, and they take a picture and they reverse Google image search it, or they look up like big giant fishmen or something, and what they get are stat blocks for D&D 5e.
Yes. Okay. I love that. Yes. I am so down for that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
And it's like, oh my god, I'm trying to find out how to actually kill a vampire, but all I'm getting is nerds on 4chan that are arguing about how effective staking is.
Yes. I love this. Absolutely. You give them all of that shit. And like, hell, you could even sprinkle in some actually useful information in there. Like that's great.
Yeah.
And the other thing is like, hey, yeah, if you want them to go to the library after that, yes, they could find some more antiquated books, right?
Yeah.
Like
They'll find an 18th century book at the local public library.
yeah.
And while they're there, they will also happen across a group of people in the common room playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Like exactly.
And if they want to sit down at that Dungeons and Dragons table and like start up a campaign with them, then like good for you. As a keeper, you are now DMing both a D&D
Oh,
and a Call of Duty.
God. That'd be so weird. But yeah.
Control a character controlling a character.
God, we're going into Inception. So yeah, but no, that's the thing that I feel like that's incredibly easy to circumvent. Like, yes, you can Google whatever, but you're not gonna get what you need for something like that. Like you might give them the ability to get onto this random website that is like half wrong about all this shit, but it's like a conspiracy site, right? Where it's like all these crazy people are like, yeah, the president is a snake person, right? Like that's what we're talking about.
You might find out that Kuatoa actually fear garlic.
Right.
But it'll be on a flat earther website.
Right, exactly. Like you can do that, and then like the library is not useless at that point because they're not going to find everything they need on Google. Like, just. But if they go to the library and they go, "Hey, you got any really old books about marine biology?" right? And then they go, "Yeah, I mean, of course we do." Right?
Yeah. You could have Googled that we did.
Yeah, like why didn't you look on our website where we have the archive of every book that we have?
We also have them all scanned.
Yeah.
But, okay.
No, they wouldn't do that. No, libraries don't scan their books. Believe
some do.
me. Oh, really?
University libraries do, or at least mine does.
They do?
Yeah, dude, you can go on the website and like request a scanned copy of a book, even if they don't have it specifically scanned yet. They will scan it for you.
Oh, really? Weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, so
usually
you have a
that.
university account. But...
Right. Okay. There's that, and also like usually you have to pay for that shit though too, right? Like,
I wouldn't.
Well. Because you're a university student, no, of course not. But like, what I mean is like, for something like a local library thing, you would have to pay for that and such. I feel.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. To be fair, I haven't looked into my local library's online catalog. I've been to my local library
for a second.
Oh, okay. But I've been to my local library, so like, I mean, I don't know, because that local library doesn't seem like it's the type that would scan that kind of stuff, as far as I'm aware. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. Feels like something that's easy to circumvent.
Yeah. In any case, when the question arises as a DM, how do I deal with my players gaining access to information? The answer usually lies among some variation of flood them with useless chaff.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels much more Lovecraftian to me than searching on the internet for Cthulhu mythos research.
Okay.
It's just a
fact also remains of if you're looking something like, granted this is more of a niche situation, but if you're looking something up like, oh god help me, a fishman is attacking me, you're not going to find anything quickly enough to give you an actual edge in combat.
Right, regardless.
And as such, like, prep time is still encouraged.
Right, regardless of if you're looking something up via the internet or via a library, the same thing is happening. Like, both feel the same. You're doing research in one way or another. The only difference is you have a physical thing in front of you that is a book, I guess. And sure, if that
you
feels,
can still treat Googling stuff
exactly
with the same rules as you would looking up stuff. The only difference is, like, say it's a road trip sort of thing where you're doing the supernatural one shot and you're traveling from St. Louis to Fort Hope or something. and while on your way there, like, you're reading reports about what's going on in the local newspaper,
Yep.
and then you're doing your quote unquote library arc from the back seat of a sedan.
Exactly. Yeah. And like that's the same exact thing as if you were to just go to sit in the library, except you're on the move, right?
Yeah.
Like, and again, like even in the Supernatural, like the actual show, they would Google things as well, right? And like they
Yeah.
had that stuff, but they would be in a coffee shop or something, right? Like again,
Yeah.
it's all the same, and whether or not it feels more Lovecraftian, that's fine. I can't say one way or the other. I would say
Supernatural's a pretty good feel too.
yeah, I would say like fucking however it feels to you is fine. I'm just gonna say that both are mechanically and physically the same in the research aspect.
A little silly in that regards. Another point is transportation. So if you are playing a long form campaign, for example, I'm playing through Mask of Nyarlathotep with my party, and one of the key parts of that is the timeline and making sure that they get done what they need to in a certain amount of time. So part of that is travel time in between different countries.
Mm-hmm.
And the most common form of transportation during that time was by sea or by train. In modern day, when you can just hop on a plane really easy, get things done, that time element becomes
really easy. I guess, but it's very costly.
Also, like, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure solves this problem really well because they talk about why don't we just fly to Cairo? And then the answer to that is you want to avoid like real big en masse public transportation
Mm-hmm.
because it is very likely that the major antagonist likely has some people working for him who will be there
Watching
and
the
will
place.
intercept it and want to kill you on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's also that.
And what do you know when you have the cult of Nyarlathotep,
Mm.
or the cult of Cthulhu, or
Mhm.
Yog-Sothoth, or
Mhm.
whoever.
If you've made them aware of your presence, you're in danger if you're in a
Yes.
big space like that.
Yeah.
Um,
And boy, oh boy, what a shame it would be if you guys get on a plane and then a weird storm appears out of literally nowhere, and now the plane might crash.
Yep. Like
you can very easily drive home to your players. That might not be a good idea. You may want to request a private cabin in a train or something.
Like you can do that for either setting. So I feel like transport is again another thing that is just however it feels to you, that's personal, but mechanically they both work exactly the same.
With regarding to like, oh well, it's real easy to make sure that time frames are really stressed because like it's going to take us a week to get from Cairo to Jerusalem.
Sure.
Oh no. Like, dude, you can just make the time frame shorter.
Yeah, you have the ability.
Instead of Nyarlathotep is waking up at the end of the month, it's next week.
Yeah.
Less of an issue for those longer form campaigns. One of the other things about the technology is I feel that it actually detracts from the Lovecraft feel and the unknown and aloneness you feel when you're facing these Lovecraftian horrors.
My chat room on my message board or whatever I'm doing is not going to believe me. Like, yes, you're connected, you can connect to more people, but that doesn't mean that you're still not able to be isolated, right?
Yeah.
Like,
so, gonna date this episode a little bit.
Okay.
Have you been on the internet anytime within the past 72 hours, Alejo?
Yes.
Have you seen that video of the man getting stalked by the cougar?
No. What?
Oh yeah, no, there's a man that went out like on a run on like a mountain trail.
Yeah.
And there's this cougar that's like stalking him, and like
Jesus.
it's not really stalking him. He got too close to its litter, of like
Yeah,
little,
okay.
little cubs,
Just defending
and it
its
was
territory.
walking along the path,
Mhm.
and then every like 50 feet or so, it's like charging forward at him and like swiping its claws, and he's yelling at it, "No!"
Mhm. Mhm.
Like, and it just goes to show how much like, yeah, sure, he's like recording it,
Right.
right?
He posted it
But
to Twitter or whatever, but
to Instagram, but like,
okay, sure.
dude, like, you're out there alone
Yeah, exactly.
without a weapon on a
And-
mountain trail with a cougar.
right. And again,
Like, dude, fuck, dude. Twitter's not gonna help you there.
yeah,
Google's not gonna help you.
no, absolutely. And again, like the appeal to it feeling like I get what you mean, yes, but I feel differently. I don't know. I feel like you can do both.
Yeah,
and-
it ultimately does come down to a personal thing, and
Right.
it comes down to what works best for your table.
and I agree, and I'm glad you're trying to put these in those categories so that people who feel the same way are able to do this, and I get that. I do. But I also
It definitely should be noted that this can happen.
yes, and I
And
again
had she not noted it, I would take it upon myself too.
absolutely. And again,
So-
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying I would probably I disagree just because I don't feel the same way, as well as I would challenge those who do feel that way to see about trying to, I don't know, think of it in a different way to make it maybe like work, and maybe so that you can understand my mindset as well, right? Because like yes,
There's different schools of thoughts on TTRPGs.
Right?
What?
exactly, right? Like I would hope that you could understand my perspective in this, and like maybe doing it this way, like it's not because I don't understand how it doesn't feel like you can isolate easily in modern era, because I don't know, man, just because I can talk to people on Twitter doesn't mean that I don't feel excessively lonely. Right? Like I don't know, man. It just like we're I will say modern day, this day and age, everyone's depressed. Like everyone feels alone. Like it's not because it's modern day, it's just because we can talk about it more and
Yeah.
like all that, but it doesn't mean that it's not there, right? It's such a thing that you can totally convey. I don't know.
I will say
Mhm.
one of the major gameplay differences that honestly I don't see a lot of people like actually represent in the 1920s version of Call of Cthulhu.
Mhm.
And it may be for the best, but the destigmatization of mental health issues and getting the help that you need.
Mm,
Because, like, if you were a man back in the 1920s,
Yep.
like, nothing got to you. You were strong, man.
exactly. Mhm.
And it was exactly that repression that gave so many people so many issues.
Yep.
Whereas now people are like, oh, you like, it's seeking help and needing therapy in like the 20s through like even as recently as the 2010s.
Mhm.
Like if people found out you were getting help, it was almost like coming out in a way of
Yeah.
like, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I get therapy. Whereas now it's like, okay,
Yeah, no, exactly. It's not a uncommon thing. It's in fact widely encouraged. Like
Yeah.
you should get help if you need help. Absolutely.
like
Like don't take it all on.
I've been seeing a therapist and I've been taking meds, and it's like, good, that's
Good.
responsible.
Yeah,
Do that.
absolutely. Right? Exactly. Like
Of course, mileage may vary based on where you are and to whom you speak.
exactly. Yeah, absolutely. But at least you're
In general.
you have the mindset that you want
Mhm.
to improve, and you are
Yeah.
seeking a way to get that help. And that's good.
American culture, I guess you would say, as a whole, has shifted more towards one of acceptance and support, which is good.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Shame it took however many fucking wars to do it, but
Right, exactly. But yeah, it is one of the good parts about the current shift in our culture. But yeah.
Since phone, you're literally always connected with other people or the internet. So I think the 1920s can be better when we're talking about use of technology and your players actually having to be creative with finding solutions. So the final category that I want to talk
Creative with finding solutions. That doesn't change just because you're not going to have everything available to you regardless of what time period you're in. Like,
yeah.
I don't understand. Yeah, okay, sure. I don't agree with that at all.
talk about equipment, which is a little bit related to technology, but specifically I want to talk about the weapons that can be used in modern versus 1920s.
Yeah.
Okay.
So for this one, I'm busting out the Keeper rulebook.
So I don't know why, but I thought she was gonna say I'm busting out the big guns and was gonna like rack a shotgun.
That would have been great. I wish that had happened. Oh man, I would have gone, whoa!
First she calls me autistic, then she's whipping out the big guns.
Oh,
jeez, I'm beginning to think she lives in Kansas.
Yikes.
Appendix. There's all the different.
When does she call me a soy boy?
And it specifies if you can use
I'll
it
do
in
that for
modern
you.
era versus 1920s. And the first thing that I want to call out is there's a whole section on assault rifles that are only available in the modern time frame.
Uh-huh.
In addition, a lot of the handguns and rifles have modern only variants.
Okay.
Yes.
And the major thing to call out about that is oftentimes they're significantly stronger than the 1920s version.
Yes. That's
Yes.
because they've advanced in such a way that they are better than the 1920s versions.
Do you mean to tell me that the Colt 1911 was still a relatively new gun? In 1920? Huh.
Sorry, okay. Yeah. I just it's like what is this appeal?
Do you mean to tell me the M16 wasn't around? I don't know, it's a pretty old gun. I'm sorry to take the piss on it, but
I'm sorry. It's fucking absurd. What do you mean? Yes, no shit. No shit, modern guns are more power. Like Oh, I'm crying a little
war
bit.
is hell. I saw a no scope my friend Charlie with an op the other day.
Oh my god. Oh. Okay. So
Alejo, did you know that fire rates have gone up on most guns? Whereas before a standard rate of fire was around 380, it's now at about 750 to 1050, depending upon like class of the weapon.
it's so strange. Like calling it out that modern weapons are better than older weapons. Oh, I had no idea we had advanced. It's almost like fucking 100 years have gone by. Oh, God. Okay, I'm sorry. I hope there's a point behind that, because on its own, that I don't understand. I assume she's pointing it out because you're doing more damage with weapons in the modern era, so it's easier to feel like you're empowered or whatever, or something like, in that kind of. And I would say, in a way, yes, but I don't know how easy it is to get some of those weapons, right?
Mhm.
Like in this day and
So-
age, especially in modern times, you
Yeah.
need to go through like a background check or something. I don't know, actually.
So,
God.
well, the libs would sure want it that way.
I don't know how it is. I don't
So-
own a gun.
Most notably is the fact that there's two key differences between obtaining a firearm now versus the 1920s.
Right.
The first of which is that guns used to be sold in department and hardware
Yep,
stores.
That's true. Yep.
Where you could walk in off the street and then walk out with a Tommy gun.
Yeah, that's right.
Um,
My fucking eyes. Sorry, I'm still
the
crying.
second thing of note
A little bit.
is, and I will check in what year it passed.
Okay.
Automatic weapons ban,
Mm,
USA.
right.
The federal assault weapons ban passed in 1986,
Oh Jesus.
which makes it so that no weapons produced for civilian usage in the United States are allowed to be automatic.
There you go.
Now, there are a lot of old guns, most notably like old Tommy guns and
Yep.
AKs shipped over from like the USSR,
Yeah.
are grandfathered by this law. However, it is illegal to import any.
Okay.
It is illegal to create any
Right.
as a civilian. It is or to modify existing ones so that they are fully automatic, which is when I heard Boo mention a fully automatic Glock 17. I'm like,
Right, yeah.
that's weird because A, the Glock 17 wasn't around in 1920, and B, that's like, speaking of someone who like whose parents own one and
Yeah.
has fired it multiple times.
Yeah.
That's not an automatic weapon.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So that was a modern.
Yes.
Yep.
9mm weapons, proving that guns have not gotten more powerful since the 1920s. But it was way easier to get automatic weapons back in the 1920s.
Yeah, so honestly what I would say is a counter to this, if this point comes up, is that it's much easier for you to feel empowered in the 20s than it is for you to feel empowered in the modern era. In the sense of gaining firepower easily.
In the sense of automatic weapons, sure.
Yeah. Because, like, I don't know, man. Like, handguns and stuff, I mean, they might be a little more powerful in the modern one, and I don't have Boo to, look in the rulebook and tell me, but, like, they're...
I'll also say grenade launchers are way more powerful now than they were.
Right, yeah, no, that's
Like-
true. Sure.
Like
I don't know
grenade
how easy it is to get that, though.
Yeah, no, it's just as hard as to
Yeah.
get an automatic weapon, if not more difficult.
Right, exactly. So, and in that case, I would say in the 20s, it's probably fucking hard to get that too, right? Like, I don't know. It's
You see, getting from my admittedly limited experience with how difficult it is to obtain
Mhm.
firearms and ordnance 100 years ago.
right.
I would imagine it would be about as difficult to obtain a grenade launcher in 1920 as it is to obtain a civilian use M4 now,
Sure. Yeah.
which is to say, like, it's not difficult per se, but perhaps a bit time consuming.
Right. There's a lot of bureaucracy involved.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And don't even get me started on the hell that is trying to inherit a fully automatic weapon.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So much paperwork needs to be signed by both the beneficiary and the donor.
Oh, okay.
because the U.S. government wants to like get rid of them, basically.
Right, makes sense.
So, like, if a person dies, and even if they leave the weapon in the will to a person,
Mm.
the government will still take it so long as there aren't like other like files and permits and licenses
Jeez.
and applications formed.
Wow, that's fucked.
It's don't get me wrong, you don't need an automatic weapon in this day and age,
Yeah.
but I'm
It's still
very
fucked.
I'm very much of the mind of a person that
back.
dies,
Welcome back.
what they say in their will is what happens.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yeah. Welcome back. We're talking about. I want you to hear this, Gem. By the way.
Okay.
Oh God, yes.
I need you to hear this. So once you're back in.
I'm already in the watch together.
Oh, okay, cool. Let's see.
Well, okay, let me reload the page.
Yeah, I might need to reload it
Yeah,
because
yeah,
it's
yeah.
still saying you're absent for us.
There you go.
There we go.
Okay.
In the modern game. In addition, a lot of the handguns and rifles have modern only variants. And the major thing to call out about that is oftentimes they're significantly stronger than the 1920s version.
What?
Yeah, of course.
Hang on. My video fucking froze. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
Which makes sense due to
So wait, where was the funny part?
All right. I'll back it up one more time. Here we go. Okay.
is there's a whole section on assault rifles that are only available in the modern time frame.
Yes.
In addition, a lot of the handguns and rifles have modern only variants. And the major thing to call out about that is oftentimes they're significantly stronger than the 1920s version.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Granted, but let her say the next sentence.
Right, and like we're assuming that she's going to go into like how you feel stronger in the modern era than you would in the 1920s, which yes, but we'll see.
Which makes sense due to technology advancements.
Okay, yes, okay. She says that at least, which is good.
Yeah.
I don't know. When we first heard it, I fucking died.
Oh,
like it's just like, yes, honey, absolutely. That's when
It's
the guns got better with time. And I'm sorry, it's one of those things where it's like I don't want to be condescending, but it's fucking it's just funny.
Give me a second because I also want to look up the grain counts for both a 30 for a 30-06 versus a standard 223.
Please, for those who are out there in the audience who might not know what that means.
Is the podcast still going?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh, shit, I didn't realize. I thought you guys would have been done. I told you to fucking stop without me.
Dude.
So I thought you guys were going to be done.
No.
I guess I forgot that the video was still going. Hi, people, I'm back.
Oh, my God. So she was when Alejo mentioned the point of guns now more powerful than guns earlier, I thought to myself, well, let us compare the standard U.S. Army rifle then versus now. And back then, it was the M1 Garand.
Yes.
Which, for those of you who, yes, the good old Pating, which those of you who may not know, is calibered in 30-06.
Okay.
Which, as far as bullets are concerned, isn't the biggest boy, but it's a pretty big boy. It's such a boy.
It's a good boy.
So I looked up the grain count in it. Grain count is a more or less statement of how much gunpowder is present. Because a grain is like, I think 0.02 ounces or something. So I looked up M1 Garand grain count, which is 150 grain, which is that's pretty big. For reference, standard 5.56 by 45 millimeter round, also known as a 223 caliber, so 0.223 versus 0.3006 in size. A standard 223 is about 80 grains.
So nearly double.
Nearly double.
Jesus.
Yep.
Yeah. That's fucked.
I'll look up the Tommy gun caliber because I don't actually know that off the top of my head.
Well, there
So
were different
I believe there
caliber
were a
Tommy
few,
guns.
yeah. Let's use the 45 cal.
Hell yeah!
We're
Jesus
using Tommy gun.
That's the only one to use. There's no point in the other ones.
40 cal with drum mag. There is no other way.
Fucking
Yeah,
goddamn right.
Fair.
Count.
I am Italian and I approve.
Those use 230 grain cap.
Jeez. Wow.
Big boy.
Wow.
So like the 1920s was an era of the big bullet.
Yeah, and like that, and I was saying that I feel like it's, if the argument is that you feel more powerful in the modern era, then I would say yes, but it's much easier for you to become more well equipped with those kinds of guns in the 20s, right? With the bigger kinds.
Because here's the thing. In the 20s, you could pick up a fucking 35 revolver from the hardware store.
Yeah, we were talking about that. Yeah, it's like super easy to get them from anywhere, right?
Barely
what's actually, what's funny is that we were talking about the Sears catalog before.
Yes.
Are you guys old enough to remember the old Wish magazines or no?
No.
Magazines.
Okay, a Wish
I'm
magazine was something.
with the website.
No. It has nothing to do with the Wish Foundation or Make-A-Wish Foundation. The Wish magazines were sent out. They were sent out every near Christmas by all the big department stores, and they basically just had a list. Like the magazines were just chock full of everything that the store had on offer. And what you would do is, when you were a kid, you would look through the magazine and circle what you want.
Yeah, they still there's a couple of I've actually received in the mail a couple of times the bigger books that are for like Walmart or something, right? Like that have that kind of thing going on. So
what's funny is that those kept going until like the early 90s and stuff. I'm not so sure if they do it anymore. But even then, they still had huge selections of guns.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which is hilarious.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. So let's see if she says that argument. We shall see.
But for example, the 357 Magnum revolver for modern time frame is 1d8 plus 1d4, whereas for the 1920s, it's generally 1d8 by itself. So that's just an example where some of the weapons have a slight increase in power from a keeper's perspective.
Right.
I like how it said OP and super OP.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's like, I guess, against a person, against a single man, sure.
I would challenge you to stand there while someone uses a 38 against you.
Right, exactly.
By the way, that's what they use against fucking bears.
Yeah, exactly, right?
And,
like
I feel like I need to do this now. I've been challenged.
Okay.
Where is
38 is what you use when you have a home invader that's hiding behind the fridge in your neighbor's house. That's the joke they use.
See, here's the thing.
Nice.
You are talking about, okay, so the 357 versus the 357. Let's see. Right. Okay, so first of all, the 357, there is no 357 Magnum in the 1920s.
What?
Yeah.
Maybe a different edition is what she's looking at.
Yeah, maybe, because I'm looking at handguns, 357 Magnum revolver, 1d8 plus 1d4.
Right.
And it says common in era, modern.
Right.
It does not have the 1920s.
Well, is there a 1920s section that you can look at to see about handguns?
All 1920s and modern are both listed in the table. However, here's the thing. There is a Magnum revolver in oh wait, no, that's also modern. Oh, well, that's embarrassing. Let's see. Yeah, like there's no enormous fucking there's no enormous fucking handgun in the 1920s. And here's the thing:
They have 50 BMGs in the modern one.
50 BMGs.
Barrett 50 cal.
Barrett
probably.
50 cal.
Oh,
Is that a
It's a sniper, yeah.
Oh, sniper.
Yeah, the M1928, I believe.
Let me see if I can find it, because shotguns, rifles. Here we go.
No, that's
no,
the
not at least not in the Keeper's book. However, here's the thing. There are I think there's 2 guns.
Oh yeah, M82A1.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking of a Tommy gun with the M1918.
Oh.
The bar.
Here's the thing, though. This is what you really want to go for. You don't want to go for the Magnum revolver, the 357, that's only common in the modern era. You want to go for the fucking elephant gun.
Oh yeah,
Dude.
It's common
You're
in the
right.
1920s as well.
Yeah.
Fucking 3d6 plus 4, not plus 1d4.
Right,
3d6 plus 4.
just a straight up, yeah.
Minimum 7 damage.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
Range 100 yards.
Yeah, no, it's an elephant gun.
Real short.
Yeah.
No, like the 357 Magnum, 15 yards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
100
yeah,
yards
like,
is what,
the
300
most-
feet?
The most
Yeah,
powerful
yeah.
handguns are all in the modern time, which honestly that does make sense.
Right, yeah, I was gonna say.
Because I
Drug
mean,
lords
hand
exist,
cannons didn't
as
really
well as
become
children
a
in Call
thing.
of Duty.
Right, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Like so what if she hasn't made the point yet, and I'm waiting for it. I need it.
Yeah.
Increase in power on the PC side, you generally want to even that out on the enemy side as well.
This is
So
true.
when that happens, although combat is already pretty deadly, it can become even more deadly in the modern time
Or as
frame
hell.
with these weapons that are more powerful.
Okay.
So when comparing the two eras, I think that the 1920s, it's a bit easier to get that Lovecraftian horror terror feel across to your PCs.
Sure.
And due to the lack of technology and
She didn't make the point. She just said that it's
That it,
It's more deadly. No.
It's
She said it's more
deadly and less forgiving in the modern era.
right.
So that's something to keep in mind for your table to determine if modern or
No.
1920s is good.
I
for you.
understand that. She didn't make the point that I thought she was gonna make. That's what I mean. And like, yes, it's more deadly, but I feel like I don't know, man. It doesn't feel like it's gonna be that much of a difference, because whether or not you're in combat, you're still gonna be like taking a hit maybe and dying. Right? I feel like in a combat system where if you go into combat, it's gonna be a bad idea. If you go into combat in the same system but in a different era, it's still a bad idea.
Yeah.
Right? Like, both instances, one is more bad, I guess,
Bad
just because
versus worse.
right, exactly. It's worse in the terms of you could die faster, I guess. But
Yeah, but it's still valuable to keep in mind as to whether you want combat to be bad or worse.
I feel like both are gonna be just like in terms of effect equally as bad, because if I get shot by something that does 3d6 damage plus 4, or I get shot by something that does I assume the what is it, the if you get a grenade launcher on the other end on modern times, I'm pretty sure, like, boo, give me something that's big damage in modern era.
The law rocket launcher, I mean.
Okay. Oh Jesus. Okay. Yeah. How much does that do?
8d10.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's go a little bit lower. Let's get more comparable.
No. Here we go. 120 millimeter tank gun, 15d10.
Okay, all right. Let's get comparable
They
though.
still had 120 mil back then.
Yeah. No, let's get more
So
comparable.
what am I looking for here?
Something that's like 3d6 plus something like, or somewhere around there.
So like, what type of gun are you looking for?
Give me a rifle.
Something that deals 3d6.
Yeah, give me
A
a
rifle?
Give me a rifle.
Well, the elephant gun does 3d6.
Right, yeah, but I mean like modern.
The one you're looking for would probably be a 30-06 bolt action rifle, 2d6 plus 4. Common in both eras.
Okay, sure. So I guess even so, an elephant gun is going to be not common in modern, but it still exists. Like, I don't know. It depends on how well you arm your combatants. And your PCs, because if you just allow them to get that kind of stuff, then I assume that you're expecting that they understand that it's that deadly, right? I feel like the addition of that stuff is already understood to make the combat itself worse, quote unquote. But even so, regardless of that, it's still worse to go into combat and like. It's just not something that you want to do, and I feel like everybody understands that, and it doesn't really change the situation too much. If you go into a situation of combat and somebody has a grenade, right, and then in the 1920s, and then you go into a situation in modern times where somebody has a grenade, they're probably going to be comparable in the sense of you're going to be taken out either completely or for a long time while recovering. And I feel like the effect is still the same. The only difference is the amount of time and what your keeper does in that respect.
I will say, ultimately, it does come down to a numbers crunch of probability.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
If your character has 11 hit points,
Mhm.
then a 2d6 weapon in
the modern era, a
2d6 weapon in the old in the 1920s is threatening, but not itself like a, oh my god, I cannot fight this. Like I just like straight up can't. Like it's inadvisable, but I can do it.
Yeah.
Versus a 2d6 plus 4 damage in modern era.
That's not
like that becomes a oh shit, because weapons in the modern era are on average more powerful than those in the 1920s.
Agreed.
And if your hit point pool does not itself adjust, like she mentioned, a lot more combats, the ceiling, I guess you could say, of what you can handle diminishes rapidly.
So my only
as such, if you want to have a sort of a theme of we should not fight versus oh my god, he has a gun, we need to get the fuck out of here now, then that is something to take into mind for what your table should want. As such, I fully agree with her.
I suppose I understand that, and I agree, but I also would say that just like and I would go back to the fact that it's so much easier to get those guns into the hands of your enemy in the 20s than it is for you to do it in the modern era. Like, you have so much more opportunity to find yourself faced with the amount of guns. Like, an elephant gun is incredibly easy to get. Like, you get that, and it's 3d6 plus 4 in the 20s. And hell, why the fuck wouldn't a bunch of... What?
Is an elephant gun easy to get in the 1920s? I would imagine.
It said common in the book, at least.
It also says common in this era. And I don't know about you, but I don't know where to buy an elephant gun.
No, it didn't say that. It only said in the 1920s. That's what Boo had read, at least.
Gun.
Unfortunately, he is dead again, and I cannot go to him.
7th. Oh, it's almost like we got Google. Elephant gun, 7th edition. Call of Cthulhu. Weapons table. Of course, I don't know how to read this chart, so hey. Elephant, where are you?
Oh god, what is this? Oh god, what is it opening? Oh god, stop. What have I downloaded? Okay.
Things larger than elephants should not be concealed by one person.
I
Okay.
would have. I agree.
I believe it or not was right there with you on that one. Right. Elephant gun. It says common in era all.
Really?
Page 64.
Okay. Let me look.
Or actually, I can use a
No, I've got
handy dandy.
I've got a thing to look at it as well. It's taking forever to load, but yeah.
So I have
There
a
it goes.
handy dandy.
264 is the index.
64.
Oh.
There's
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
And then here is what each of those columns refer to.
Thank you. Okay, so okay.
So yeah, it's in both.
Okay. Well, still, I guess my point is still that it's much easier to get that stuff in the 20s. So the fact that you could
Not
see
according to the rules.
why, how?
Era, common, all.
No. I mean, in this, okay, in the sense of department stores carry guns, right?
Did department stores carry elephant guns in the 1920s?
Okay, here we go. Okay.
Because
okay, so my point doesn't need to be an elephant gun specifically. What I'm saying
no, it doesn't.
What I'm fucking saying.
I was just more than happy to belabor elephant guns with you.
Okay. So you understand my point though. What I'm saying is the most powerful gun that you can get in a department store, you can just get for a bunch of guys, right? Your cultists, you could outfit them with all Tommy guns because you can. There's like, unless they don't have the income, which I mean, I guess they couldn't, but they also could, right?
I mean, there's also half of the American political system today saying it's way too easy for bad guys to have guns.
I understand that.
So like I don't see why the bad guys in modern campaigns have any issue getting guns either.
No, I understand that. What I'm saying is the more powerful guns, the automatic weapons, right? The automatic weapons, those are more powerful than regular handguns, yes?
This is true, yes.
Then would you say also that a Tommy gun is more powerful than a standard handgun?
Looks like it to me.
So then, if it is incredibly easy to buy a bunch of Tommy guns in the 20s to outfit a whole squad of guys, right?
Good or bad.
Good or bad, yes. Good or bad. But in this case, the good guys they would not outnumber the bad guys, right? If you're going against a group of cultists, the group of cultists usually is more than 4 people. So then it is much more likely for you to get into a situation in the 20s where you are completely overwhelmed by firepower than it would be for you to be in the modern era in the sense of deadliness.
I would also say it's far more likely in the modern era that one of those cults may have corporate backing. And as such,
that's maybe a thing that could happen, I guess. I don't know.
So your thing is also a maybe thing.
Yeah, no, it's true. I guess
the DM, it ultimately comes down to what the DM decides to stock them with.
Right, and that's that's also
the DM can find any reason necessary for those cultists to have Tommy guns, whatever the era.
And yes, and that's why that's also helps bolster my point though too. Like both sides are going to be as deadly as necessary, right? Like yes, statistically the modern era is more deadly, but regardless, the keeper decides whether or not it's going to be super fucking deadly or not super fucking deadly, right? It's going to be just deadly enough.
And the modern era does lend itself towards being more super deadly because of bigger rolls for damage.
But again, it depends on the availability as well, because yes, you could have a corporate banking setting, but how I guess I would need to see how easy it is for you to illegally smuggle a automatic firearm or something to a bunch of guys. I guess, because I don't know that. I guess I'm not aware enough about that for me to concede that hey, welcome back.
We're still on the same point.
We still are. I'm not, and I will claim. Obviously, it is subject to change, and I will, if with more evidence and such, that I will give up my position. But I don't have enough in my limited experience to concede that the modern is always going to be more deadly in the situation. Right, because I feel like the ability for any random schmuck and their buddies to go into a department store and get a bunch of really powerful guns without any interference or without like constraints of time and stuff is just so much easier and so much more deadly than something in the modern era.
I would say that part is fine. I do agree with that. So long as your random schmuck and their buddies is not engendering like, oh, it's only the evil guys that are going to do this, because combat can be very deadly when both sides, good and bad, have Tommy guns.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And I would say that in the modern era, it would be, if anything, easier for the morally nebulous. It would not be as much of a stretch for them to have some automatic firearms as it would be for the good guys who purchase their guns through legal means. I would say, if anything, it would be very easy in modern era to have those bad guys all have automatic weapons and the good guys only semi.
Right. And I guess my thing is that it's going to be super deadly against the PCs regardless of the era.
Oh yeah, no matter what.
Right. So like the more deadly aspects, I feel like, I don't know if it like, because the PCs can also get it, I don't think it matters, right? Because what the PCs do to the bad guys isn't ultimately what matters in the situation of them taking the damage.
Yes.
Right. It matters of what the guy, and so I feel like it's more comparable, because in the same era, you're gonna get shot regardless if everybody's got an automatic weapon, and you're either gonna die or not, right? And so
I would say typically, and I've been like sort of running some mental numbers based on like average hit point pool of like, say, an average of 13.
Sure.
I would say that in general, in a 4v4 fight, there is on average, I think it's like 65 to 75% chance that at least one PC will die.
Sure.
For 1920s versus like 75 to like 85-ish for modern. And that it simply comes down to assuming both sides have automatic weapons.
Right.
It just comes down to, I can tank
numbers,
a D8, but I can't tank a D8 plus a D4.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing though. There are rules in the book for, unless you're going are you going specifically for in-game rules, or strictly as in a real world scenario?
In game, yeah.
Okay. In game, there are rules for firing full auto that make you significantly less accurate for each subsequent bullet that emerges from the gun's maw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
even
remember
so,
seeing a
that
Reddit
doesn't
post about that.
even so that doesn't change our points because we're talking about both sides having full auto, regardless.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
But what I meant was that if the argument is, oh yeah, both sides. Yeah. No. Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah. Exactly. So, like, yeah, I guess it's a slight increase in mortality rates in the modern era, and I will concede to that. That's fair. That makes sense to me. It's much. I have always I have throughout this whole thing still stated or still believed that yes, modern guns fucking more damaging than 1920s guns, right? That is absolutely true. But I'm just saying that I feel like it's still comparable in the sense of scale of deadliness, right? In the sense of overall your party's either gonna die or it's not. And like, I don't know.
Oh, horror.
Who
Yeah.
I'm so disappointed that you never mentioned the ship-mounted 5-inch rifle.
Oh well, no, I would have, but like I was actually on that when I noticed the tank, and I was like, oh, that does a little bit more damage. We'll go for the tank barrel. But don't worry, I saw it. I have the fucking Keeper's Handbook.
All right, let's see about the end of this.
Ooh, I need to reload the page.
Yeah, I do actually too. It's not playing for me.
I shall, just to be safe.
There we go. So it was at 8:52.
Hello, and welcome to my channel.
Oh, geez,
My name-
it started from the very beginning for me. Why?
Because you refreshed it.
No, but it should get back to where it was. There we go. Okay.
It's a bit easier to get that Lovecraftian horror terror feel across to your PCs. And due to the lack of technology and not quite as strong as weapons, I feel like it's not as broken as the modern time frame can be in the Call of Cthulhu system. Now, that being said, the modern era certainly has the benefit for keepers who are just easing into playing this for the first time and has the ability to improv a little bit easier than the 1920s. Honestly, I'd say about 8 out of 10 times, my group and I are probably going to choose to play in the 1920s era.
Sure.
And considering most of the pre-built content is for that time frame, it seems to be the case that most people would choose that over modern day. That being said, I do want to give a shout out to the Delta Green campaign.
Hey.
Now, I personally have not played this yet, but it is a campaign in which you are a part of an organization that works for the government that helps keep the Earth.
It's not a campaign. It is a setting. So
yeah.
it is an entire game all its own.
Yeah.
It uses very, very similar rules. We've looked into it because
Alejo
wants to run his supernatural style game with that.
Exactly. So
safe from races and is more of conspiracy based feel. This does take place in the modern time frame, and I've heard some really great things about Delta Green. So I would say if you're interested in modern day, maybe take a look at that and see if that's something your party would want to do, or do a few one-shots in the modern time frame. But if you're looking for a longer campaign and really want to capture the Lovecraftian feel, I think the 1920s can give you a little bit more of that. Tell me in the comments below what
Lovecraftian? More like Lovecraftian. No.
And like I would
both
say
can work.
Yeah, I would say both can work. It's just I do agree longer campaign when you're not when you want to capture it, that feel more so. That nebulous feel.
That's what I'm doing.
You put it in the 20s, sure. Yeah. That's fair.
I want to be able to feel the grime of the city streets.
You can feel that regardless of age.
Yeah. I don't typically feel it as much now, unless you go to like someplace like New York or
I was gonna say, what do you mean?
a more wretched hive of scum and villainy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
but like
I don't know.
when like I don't know, there's something about like Victorian and like 1920s
Oh,
era
sure.
that like you can feel yourself walking down the
So-
street. You can almost feel the greasiness of the cobble.
In
Yeah.
the 20s, less so, I would say, personally. Just
You can
because
feel the fucking. You can taste the smog.
that.
Yeah.
Yes, that yes. Yeah, no. Victorian, I would be like, yeah, fucking plagues are everywhere.
Hell
Like disease. Get that out of here.
Jack the fucking Ripper,
And-
dude.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
how am
I
I
just want Jack the Ripper in my Cthulhu game.
and how am I to buy my little licorice people in the modern day?
Mm.
Mm.
Little licorice people. What color was that licorice? Aiden.
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to check the candy itself.
Anyway,
Maybe you should look it up.
no,
Yeah. They're just Sour Patch Kids, but licorice.
it's
Ah,
true. It's true.
okay.
Anyway,
Yep.
so
Why the
that's
fuck would Mike buy that? Oh my god.
To be a racist funny man.
no,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
because
no.
he,
I know.
he knew it was
I
there.
know why. I
Yeah.
just don't like the why, so I
Yeah.
search for other whys.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's gonna do it for us tonight.
Yeah.
I was
that's-
present.
You were present. You were present.
A few times, in fact.
a
Yeah.
couple of times in there. Oh my god,
Yeah.
you did it.
Yeah.
But
You
yeah,
somehow or another had a roll call of 300%.
Ah. Oh, Jesus.
it's true. But yeah, anything you guys want to say about Cthulhu?
Read your keeper's rulebook.
Oh,
And
your investigator handbook.
yeah, you guys get the investigator handbook. And fucking play Call of Cthulhu because it's fucking awesome.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, highly recommend.
Yeah.
Call of Cthulhu is verse spooky.
Mhm.
And despite how much we are trying to find someone that hates it, it's
We
real
can't.
hard.
Yeah, it's fucking
honestly,
beloved.
it's kind of fucking heartwarming to know
Oh yeah.
that it's that fucking
Universally
beloved.
beloved.
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, it's great.
Very good.
It's great.
Very good.
I mean, dude, it's somewhat of a testament in and of itself when you can have 6 editions in a row with the same basic core set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like you would imagine people would be complaining and like burning down subreddits and
Yeah.
stuff. And it's
Nope.
like I don't see it.
No, don't
It's
see it at
just
all.
so solid.
It is very solid.
Like I'm sure some people are disgruntled about, oh, I paid $50
Mhm.
for this book and it's the same book.
Oh, absolutely. People exist, but they're not vocal about it, which is
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, which is a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's incredibly interesting. Honestly, I'm surprised entirely.
Mm.
But yeah, so that'll do it for us tonight. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. You're.
Oh, did you see my fucking 3 galaxy brained boys?
I did.
I
Yeah,
did.
I did.
Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Oh, at first I thought there were harpies.
Nah.
But yeah, don't forget to all the stuff that we've been talking about, the movies, the
Oh Jesus, right.
digital distractions, and let us know about that stuff. Honestly, if you have recommendations of things that we should play together as well, like
Oh, really?
like that would be cool too.
Oh, never mind. I thought you
What?
said we had recommendations. I'm like,
No. I wish.
Not
No,
yet.
no.
Yeah.
But no, it's like things you would want to see us play because we have a couple of things that we just have casually play.
Yeah.
And honestly, we're just gonna play whatever we want to at the time anyway.
We could play Danger of Precipitation.
We
Yeah.
Risk of Rain.
well, that's true. Wait, did I uninstall that while I was purging things?
I mean, it's like 100 megs, so it's fucking fine.
Yeah, I don't remember. Anyway,
Even Aiden can download that in like an afternoon or two.
right, exactly.
100 megs should take me roughly like 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay.
But yeah, other than that, check the description for all of the links and stuff. It's got everything, literally everything that you would ever need, ever.
Yep.
And
And it only includes the Patreon. The only link is the Patreon.
Right, that'd be stupid. But yeah, no, that don't forget to leave, feedback of any sort. Please.
Only good
And-
feedback, please.
Well, no, I would like to hear about takes on this, because if anybody's familiar or even unfamiliar and you just have ideas and shit, please fucking
Give us
say
your
them.
ideas.
Say them all. I need to hear them. And other than that, podcasts can be found on Fridays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on YouTube first, and then again at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Mondays on your podcasting service of choice. If it's not on the one that you like, let me know, and I will see what I can do. And then Devils and Dice is on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I have to upload that right after we're done this. Ha ha! And yeah, other than that, thanks again. Oh, we're near 400 subs on the channel, on the YouTube channel.
Oh,
So
really?
it's
Cool.
we're 2 away, I think, or something.
Are we
So-
gonna do a 400 sub special?
No.
Okay.
Voice reveal at 400 subs.
Yeah, we've been using modulators and shit this whole time. Different voices. So, but yeah,
Yep.
thanks again. Keep listening. Keep getting us out there. Tell more people about us. All that shit. We'll see you next time.
Farewell now. Farewell. Have a good evening or afternoon or whatever.
Or who fucking knows?
Meow.